I pioneered scientific magic. Chapter 1, The Wizard Apprentice and Magic. Lynn embarks on a fantastical journey to a realm reminiscent of medieval Europe, yet infused with extraordinary magical abilities. Here, the very fabric of reality is governed by the enigmatic theory of magic, which harnesses and manipulates fundamental particles. In this world, wizards, who are essentially scientific spellcasters, find themselves locked in a relentless battle against the oppressive church. However, when Lynn arrives, a harbinger of an otherworldly renaissance, the tides of change are set in motion, unveiling a thrilling tale of discovery, intrigue, and the struggle for enlightenment. Thirsty, sweltering, and weary. Under the influence of a strong sense of discomfort, Lynn slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was a ceiling covered in cobwebs, and the unfamiliar surroundings further bewildered Lynn's dazed mind. This was a room of less than 30 square meters, probably in a state of disrepair due to its age. The wooden walls around him appeared decrepit, with a dusty and ant-eaten frame. The interior of the room was equally chaotic, with various odds and ends strewn about, and a heap of garbage in the corners. On the ground, there were dozens of unbound pages, leaving only a narrow path to navigate. Where am I? Could it be that I've been kidnapped? Lynn rubbed his somewhat dizzy head and struggled to sit up, mentally preparing for the worst. He was certain that this place was nowhere he recognized, and Lynn had to brace himself for the possibility that he had likely been kidnapped. 071, show me my current location. Lynn instinctively inquired in his mind, but after several seconds, he received no response. Is even the auxiliary intelligence blocked? Lynn's heart sank, and he subconsciously rolled out of bed to search for an escape plan. It was then that he unexpectedly discovered a sharp dagger placed at the head of his bed, with a crumpled parchment scroll in his right hand. Lynn instinctively gripped the dagger, finally feeling a bit more secure. After some hesitation, he opened the crumpled parchment scroll, which was covered in intricate symbols and strange markings. What puzzled him even more was that he could understand the writing on the parchment. Time is running out. The priests of the Inquisition have discovered our trail. Meet at the agreed-upon location in the town of Or at moonrise. Bring 17 Sekas copper coins and follow the markings. Please be cautious, Johnny. At the moment Lynn understood the text, an inexplicable sense of fear suddenly welled up, and memories began to surface in his mind. In a spacious square, a frenzied crowd gathered, their expressions fanatical and excited, shouting something unintelligible. In the center of the square, there stood a massive platform, and a bishop in a white silk robe stood before it, raising a staff high above his head as the crowd's frenzied cheers echoed. The next moment, crimson flames leaped high into the sky, and Lynn could vaguely see several figures struggling and writhing in the fire. The agonizing cries were deafening. What is this? Is this a movie? The gruesome images that surfaced in Lynn's mind sent shivers down his spine. Why do I have these inexplicable memories in my head? And who is this Johnny mentioned at the end of the letter? Suddenly, as if realizing something, Lynn hurried over to a large water basin in the room, gazing at the reflection on the water's surface. His trembling fingers, a result of excitement, created ripples on the water's surface, but Lynn could still see his own appearance clearly. He was a young man, around 18 or 19 years old, wearing a tattered burlap robe with patches. His figure appeared somewhat slender, his pale face covered in dust, and his unruly brown short hair was messy. His jet black eyes were filled with fear. Could it be that I've been transported to another world? Lynn took in a deep breath, and the notion of crossing over hit him, albeit absurd. However, he couldn't find any other explanation. Even though, before his crossing, the Federation had made significant progress in brain domain development and neuronal research, and brain chip transplantation technology was well advanced, the idea of transferring one's consciousness into another body for rebirth was purely a fantastical concept. He also couldn't fathom why anyone would go through such trouble to deceive him. As he realized this, Lynn had no more room for wishful thinking. He sat down on the ground, his mind filled with astonishment, and a flood of complex memories surged back to him. After spending half an hour sorting through the sudden influx of memories, Lynn finally managed to grasp his current situation. He had crossed over to a place that resembled medieval Europe, a world of multiple kingdoms constantly at odds with each other. The most powerful of these kingdoms was the Sekus Empire, where Lynn currently found himself. Above the earthly monarchy, there existed an institution known as the Inquisition, devoted to the worship of a deity called A.K.A, a monotheistic faith based on divine creationism. Apart from spreading their faith and convincing people, the Inquisition had another important agenda: hunting wizards. What made Lynn particularly uneasy was that the youth he had seemingly become was, in fact, an apprentice wizard. No, to be precise, he was a wanted wizard apprentice. Lynn stared at the crumpled parchment in his hand, feeling rather distressed. What was all of this? Crossing over to this world was one thing, but not receiving any proper treatment, and being on the run from the very beginning, it was as if he could end up on a burning stake any day now. Looking back, his previous self was quite reckless. He was originally a bastard son of a certain viscount within the Sekus Empire, known as Karlstadlan. Although he wasn't particularly well regarded in his daily life, he had, at the very least, never worried about food and clothing. In this chaotic world of constant warfare among the various nations, having enough to eat and clothes to wear was already a form of happiness. With his noble lineage, relatively stable environment, and knowledge from his otherworldly experiences, he believed that within a few years, he could rise to power and perhaps even spark an industrial revolution that would overthrow the church. But unfortunately, this guy got conned by a wizard named Korra. Instead of enjoying a comfortable life, he ended up becoming the other's apprentice, forced to run around, with no stable source of income. Just 4 days ago, his mentor, Korra, attempted to kidnap the Duke's daughter, but this time, they didn't manage to deceive her. The next day, the Inquisition received a tip-off, and they apprehended Korra before he could escape. Upon receiving this information, Karl went into hiding in this secret hideout, living in constant fear and anxiety. During these 6 months of following his mentor, Karl had witnessed wizard apprentices being burned alive at the stake. He feared that the priests from the Inquisition would suddenly storm in and capture him, so he had spent several days without sleep. In the end, in a state of despair and fear, he lost consciousness and woke up in his current situation. "This is troublesome," Lynn murmured, remembering the circumstances. He even contemplated whether it was better to betray his mentor and testify against him, since he knew the names and appearances of the other 6 apprentices who hadn't been caught yet. Perhaps pretending to convert to the church would be a way out. But after some thought, Lynn firmly pushed aside these dark thoughts. He couldn't trust those individuals who propagated their faith day in and day out, eager to capture and burn all wizards. Even if he voluntarily surrendered, there was a good chance he would be subjected to interrogation. Betraying his comrades was not an option. He wasn't that kind of person. Setting aside these unrealistic fantasies, Lynn calmed down and focused on planning how to escape the Inquisition's pursuit. In a world without cameras, relying on disguises for covert escape might be a good approach. Once he left the Duke's territory, it would be extremely difficult for the Inquisition to capture him again. Fortunately, his original self seemed to have received some training in swordsmanship. A few years ago, he had garnered his Viscount father's attention when he single-handedly dealt with several bandits who were raiding their territory. Of course, to grasp his current situation, he had crossed over to a place that resembled medieval Europe, a world of multiple kingdoms constantly at odds with each other. The most powerful of these kingdoms was the Sekus Empire, where Lynn currently found himself. Above the earthly monarchy, there existed an institution known as the Inquisition, devoted to the worship of a deity called A.K.A, a monotheistic faith based on divine creationism. Apart from spreading their faith and convincing people, the Inquisition had another important agenda: hunting wizards. What made Lynn particularly uneasy was that the youth he had seemingly become was, in fact, an apprentice wizard. No, To be precise, he was a wanted wizard apprentice. Lynn stared at the crumpled parchment in his hand, feeling rather distressed. What was all of this? Crossing over to this world was one thing, but not receiving any proper treatment, and being on the run from the very beginning, it was as if he could end up on a burning stake any day now. Looking back, his previous self was quite. As an apprentice wizard with just over half a year of training, he had limited knowledge of magic, only 5 basic spells. Among them, elementary material deconstruction, water conjuring, and mage's hand were the most basic zero-tier magics. They were essential but lacked offensive capabilities. The more advanced fireball required specific magical materials, and as for the other zero-tier magic, icy blade, Lynn hadn't mastered it yet. Lynn reached down to his waist pouch and took out his limited resources. 2 red firestones, 3 Seekus silver coins, over 10 copper coins, 7 scrolls with complex magic formulas, a yellowed book titled Elemental Analysis, and a small bag of grey powder. This was the spell-casting material for fireball, known as crimson embers. Lynn pinched a small amount of fine powder and felt a tingling excitement. Carl's memories contained the complete casting steps for fireball. First, use elementary material deconstruction to analyze the spell-casting material, then use mage's hand to make crimson embers vibrate at a specific frequency to activate the magic. The whole process sounded cumbersome, but the time-consuming material analysis could be done in advance. If one was proficient enough, fireball could be cast in just 1 second. Lynn couldn't wait to experience this supernatural power, but he ultimately restrained himself. This small amount of crimson embers was worth 5 Seekus silver coins and was only enough to cast fireball 3 times. It couldn't be wasted carelessly, so it was better to start with something simpler for the first attempt. After some contemplation, Lynn chose water conjuring as his first spell. As one of the essential zero-tier magics, elementary material deconstruction was the key to using magical materials, and mage's hand was the best aid for a wizard. Water conjuring was a fundamental lesson for apprentices. This basic magic didn't require pre-prepared spell-casting materials like the higher-tier icy blade. It could directly extract water elements from the elemental world. Following the method provided in his memories, Lynn closed his eyes and began to meditate. Carl had given him a solid foundation, and within a short 2 to 3 seconds, Lynn successfully opened the door to this new world. With his eyes closed, Lynn entered an incredibly magical world. With the power of his mental senses, he could see the room filled with countless softly glowing magical elements. Billions, hundreds of billions, thousands of billions? No, these numbers couldn't even begin to count the vast quantity of these elements. They shimmered like stars in the dark universe, blindingly bright. Most of these elements were highly active, constantly changing their positions. Among them, Silo was the most abundant element, accounting for about 70% of the total. Carl's mentor, Cora, had called it a useless element. This spectacular sight left Lynn in awe. After a while, he focused his mind on using magic. The steps to cast water conjuring were not too complicated. It required merging 2 types of water-related elements in a 2-to-1 ratio. The first element was relatively abundant in the elemental world, making up about 20 to 30%. The second element was rarer and required more effort to find. However, there was an easier way. The elemental world naturally contained a small amount of ready-made water elements. By drawing them out and reassembling them using elementary material deconstruction, you could easily manipulate them. Thanks to Carl's obsession with magic, Lynn had practiced these basic spells hundreds of times. His foundation was solid, and he quickly mastered the method after overcoming the initial discomfort. But this so-called elemental world felt oddly familiar to him. When Lynn opened his eyes again, a bead-sized water droplet floated gently in his palm, cradled by Mage's hand. Very good, it worked. A slight smile formed on Lynn's lips. However, the momentary distraction caused the water droplet to disintegrate and drip through his fingers. It was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and Lynn quickly snapped out of his momentary celebration. As an apprentice wizard, he was still being pursued by the church. He couldn't afford to be complacent because of this small achievement. Not to mention, this bead-sized water droplet would be of little use in a battle. It probably wouldn't even quench someone's thirst. Lynn had seen Carl, his previous self, use water conjuring as a prelude to casting a second-tier spell, Group Icy Blade, against bandits. In an instant, more than 10 fist-sized water droplets had gathered and transformed into sturdy diamond-shaped ice blades, shooting down the attackers like a swarm of locusts. One strike had wiped out all the incoming enemies. With that in mind, Lynn decided to sense the elemental world and give it another try. Perhaps due to the integration of memories after the crossover, Lynn's mental power was much more abundant than the original Carl's, allowing him to harness more magical energy. When Lynn used water conjuring earlier, it cost him very little. He had a premonition that he could achieve even more. Lynn closed his eyes again and entered the elemental world. This time, he didn't rush to cast water conjuring but attempted to influence every kind of element around him with his mental power. These elements had diverse appearances, giving Lynn a sense of familiarity, and some felt unbelievably heavy, making him mentally exhausted with the slightest effort. Fully immersed, Lynn suddenly noticed a strange phenomenon. The elements drifting in front of him were inexplicably drawn into his body at a peculiar frequency and then expelled, repeatedly cycling. Did wizards need to regularly ingest these magical elements? A doubt suddenly popped into Lynn's mind, and upon closer observation, he made a remarkable discovery. This phenomenon was precisely linked to his breathing. Wait, this is oxygen, isn't it? Lynn was dumbfounded, continuously taking deep breaths. In his eyes, the towering and mystical forms of magical elements suddenly crumbled. He hadn't recognized this earlier because he didn't directly see these elements. He had sensed them in a highly mystical way through his mental power and then manipulated them using magic. Moreover, the chemical elements in the air of this world differed from his previous life. This was why Lynn hadn't considered this possibility before. But now, with this insight, the process of capturing elements to create a water flow had a new explanation. What is water? It's an inorganic compound composed of two chemical elements, hydrogen and oxygen. The air indeed contained a small amount of water vapor, perhaps what wizards called water elements. So, he hadn't been using magic earlier, he had been conducting a chemistry experiment. Were wizards essentially chemists? This conclusion momentarily stunned Lynn. However, he quickly shook his head. In this world, there was a mysterious force called magic. From his earlier spell casting, it seemed that magic could manipulate matter on a microscopic level. If there were no restrictions, wizards were essentially gods. According to his past scientific knowledge, everything in the world was made up of atoms. If magic could manipulate matter on that level, it could create or destroy anything. Lynn quickly got lost in his thoughts, realizing how terrifying the combination of his past scientific and magical knowledge could be. If in his previous life, scientific theories were used to create various machines to change the world, wizards could transform these theories directly into magic, harnessing immense power. Lynn extended his hand once more, and the hydrogen and oxygen in the surrounding air were separated, forming a small water droplet that floated in his palm. Then another question crossed his mind. When hydrogen and oxygen combined to form water, it typically involved a combustion reaction, creating high temperatures and energy. Where did that energy go? Could it have been absorbed by magic? Magic, this unknown field, seemed capable of anything. Lynn couldn't be sure, but he knew he would need to conduct experiments later to find out. Lynn shifted his focus to other spells. If his conjecture was correct, then the key to the first-tier spell Icy Blade was transforming the water from a liquid to a solid state, increasing its lethality. To achieve this, Lynn would need to lower the temperature of the water. Lynn thought back to the principles of physics from his previous life. Temperature was a manifestation of the average kinetic energy of particles within an object. In other words, molecules collided and produced heat. In this case, he needed to slow down the movement of water molecules. With a thought, he used his magical influence, causing the water molecules in his palm to slow down and cluster together tightly. In an instant, the small water droplet solidified into a transparent ice crystal. Just as Lynn was amazed at his successful theory, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Special energy detected. Source unknown. No records in the database. Would you like to create a relevant file? Lynn was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe it. This sound was all too familiar to him. But wasn't he in a different world now? His body had changed, and the auxiliary chip that had been implanted earlier should no longer exist. 071, do you know how we crossed over here? Is there any relevant information in the system? Lynn asked anxiously. Due to unknown reasons, the system has undergone a shutdown and restart. There are no records during the entire process. Lynn furrowed his brows, feeling a bit disappointed. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and asked, how long can the remaining energy supply the system to operate? Since he had already arrived in this other world and was constantly at risk of being hunted by the church, Lynn needed to find a way to survive. The accompanying AI was an unexpected blessing. While personal implanted auxiliary chips had limited AI capabilities due to federal regulations, 071 held extensive technological knowledge from Lynn's previous life. In this unique world where science and magic coexisted, this information was invaluable. Energy remaining, 37.6%. Special energy detected, available for system operation. Was this special energy referring to magic? Lynn contemplated. The various characteristics displayed by magic left him incredibly astonished. If he were still in his previous world, he might have rushed straight into a laboratory for experiments. But now, he was just an apprentice wizard with no money, no power, and being pursued by the church. Whether he would see the sun rise tomorrow was uncertain. Lynn sighed and then spoke solemnly, 071, create a new file and name this special energy magic. Loading database. During this moment, Lynn turned to look at the diamond-shaped ice blade floating in the palm of his hand. Due to the infusion of magic, this ice blade was different from what he had seen before. It constantly emitted a chilling aura, had a sharp conical head, and a streamlined overall shape. Although it was called an ice blade, describing it as an ice arrow might be more appropriate. This form was called the A.K.A. configuration, designed to minimize air resistance. Clearly, his mentor, Korra, had a significant background in fluid dynamics. Lynn couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Then, his expression turned somewhat peculiar because, compared to the memory of Kolu unleashing Icy Blade, the one in his hand seemed a bit smaller. Even though the air in this world contained more hydrogen than in his previous life, collecting it all still wouldn't generate enough water flow. Thinking about this, Lynn couldn't help but wonder how his mentor was able to cast the second-tier spell, Massive Icy Blade. It couldn't possibly involve extracting hydrogen, oxygen, and water vapor from hundreds of meters around in an instant, could it? With such a power, Kolu wouldn't need to cast multiple icy blades, the enemies would probably suffocate due to a lack of oxygen. Unable to figure it out in the short term, Lynn didn't dwell on it. He simply focused on the floating ice blade in front of him and had a thought. 071. Retrieve relevant information about armor-piercing arrows and barbed arrows, Lynn silently requested. In the next moment, an abundance of data streams flashed through his retinas. Countless images, information, and simulated 3D models left Lynn somewhat overwhelmed. Replace the crafting material with ice. Aim for stability, reduced air resistance, and maximum lethality. Optimize and restructure. Lynn mused, stroking his chin, and spoke again. The images displayed on his retina rapidly faded, and after a mere second, a completely new 3D model appeared before him. Lynn firmly memorized the new 3D image. With a light grip of his right hand, the floating ice blade instantly disintegrated. Zero-tier spell basic material deconstruction. The disintegrated ice blade reverted to its most basic elemental form, compressed in his palm under the influence of magic. It continuously changed shape to align with the image stored in Lynn's retina, quickly stabilizing. The reconstituted ice blade was narrower than before, and its conical head was altered into a more armor-piercing and bloodletting triangular shape. It also sported 2 long barbs at the base. Lynn could imagine that once this ice blade struck its target, it would leave them speechless with pain. The successful improvement of the spell experiments gave Lynn hope for survival. However, the power of Icy Blade was still limited, and no amount of optimization would result in a significant increase. Therefore, Lynn quickly shifted his focus to the second-tier spell that Carl mastered, Fireball. Unlike the process of extracting raw materials from the air while using Icy Blade, Fireball required the use of a magical substance called Crimson Ember. Lynn speculated that this substance was highly flammable, rapidly expanding and igniting under the friction and heating imposed by magic. If his assumption was correct, could he use other flammable materials to cast this spell? 071. Search for information on the production and usage of white phosphorus, Lynn silently thought. White phosphorus was a colorless or pale yellow, semi-translucent waxy substance with a low ignition point. Upon contact with oxygen, it would ignite fiercely, reaching temperatures exceeding 1000 degrees Celsius. What made it even more terrifying was that white phosphorus fires were challenging to extinguish and had a strong adherence. Once in contact with a person's body, it would quickly burn through the skin, muscles, and even reach the bone marrow, producing highly toxic gases. As a data storage officer in his past life, Lynn had witnessed the horrific effects of launching new white phosphorus munitions by the Federation. It was an unforgettable and horrifying sight. When the missile exploded in the air, a continuous rain of fire fell, igniting an unquenchable blaze within a few kilometers. The scorching heat, persistent nature, and the lethal toxicity of the resulting gases meant that even those taking cover had no escape from the clutches of death. Because of the terrifying nature of white phosphorus munitions, they had been banned as inhumane weapons early in the last century. Various regions in the Federation only dared to research them secretly. However, the manufacturing process for white phosphorus was not particularly complex, and the auxiliary AI contained detailed records. As long as he could find the necessary materials, even without instruments, he could produce it. Just as Lynn was pondering, a dull knocking sound suddenly echoed from behind him. Lynn's expression suddenly changed. He was currently hiding in the slums of the Nordirland territory. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to disturb him unless the witch hunters dispatched by the Inquisition had arrived. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 3, Witch Hunter Blaine. As evening fell in the Sekus Empire, in the slums outside the Nordland territory, 2 unexpected visitors arrived. The leader of the 2 was a man in his early 30s. He wore tight-fitting leather armor, had a long sword at his waist, and his dark golden hair flowed freely behind him. They stood out in the dilapidated and decaying slums, immediately drawing numerous hostile glances their way. Hungry mobs and thieves lurked in the shadows, their sharp, dagger-like gazes scanning the 2 figures. However, when they noticed the holy sigils on their clothes, those prying eyes quickly retreated. In the Sekus Empire, perhaps some people didn't recognize the Empire's flag, but no one was unaware of the holy sigils. They were the symbol of the messengers of the gods. Other than the clergy in their temple robes, those bearing holy sigils were none other than witch hunters. Rumors had it that every witch hunter was blessed by the gods, possessing abilities far beyond ordinary individuals. No one was willing to cross paths with such targets. Noticing the hidden figures disappearing into the shadows, Andrei sneered and then wrinkled his nose as the faint, putrid stench of the dilapidated alleyways wafted over him. As Archbishop Onlook said, "These wizards are like rats, Hiding in these dark, foul corners, Andrei said, covering his nose and complaining. We should stay vigilant, Andrei. We're not dealing with ordinary individuals this time, the leading man warned, clearly annoyed by Andrei's brash attitude. A few days ago, a significant event had occurred in the Duchy of Nordland. A wizard named Koru had attempted to bewitch the Duke's second daughter. Fortunately, the vigilant guards had discovered it in time, preventing the Duke's young daughter from being ensnared by the devil. The memory of the fierce siege was still fresh in their minds. To capture this audacious wizard, Duke Nordland had dispatched 2 large squads of guards, and even then, they had suffered heavy losses. If it hadn't been for the arrival of the church's bishop, Duke Nordland's reputation would have been tarnished. Their current target was the wizard's apprentice, another sorcerer. Don't worry, Blaine, Andrei chuckled. This time, we're dealing with a mere apprentice who's only been studying magic for a few months. These people usually only know a couple of parlor tricks. Trust me, a farmer swinging a hoe is more challenging to deal with than them. In the half-year since he joined the witch hunters, Andrei had participated in several witch hunting operations. At the beginning, he had been filled with dread about these supposed devil-summoning wizards. However, after encountering them, Andrei realized that these wizards weren't as terrifying as he had imagined. Most of them posed no real threat, their magical powers were limited, and some were even less reliable than swords and shields. As for the inexperienced apprentices, they could only be described as useless. Once they were distracted, they couldn't cast magic in battle and were easy prey. What pleased Andrei the most was that the bounties for capturing these wizards were quite substantial. Duke Nordland had been even more generous, offering 6 whole Sekas gold coins for capturing a single apprentice. That would be enough to live in luxury for quite some time. Of course, killing them would only be worth half the price. Blaine glanced at Andrei but didn't argue, though he didn't let his guard down. In his experience, witch hunters who relied too much on intelligence often didn't live long. The slums outside Nordland's territory weren't large, and there was very little foot traffic. With their identities as witch hunters, Andrei managed to obtain information about their target's hiding place through a bit of intimidation from a homeless man. The building before them was difficult to describe as a house. The red brick walls were covered in green vines, and the door seemed ready to fall apart with the slightest push. Their target was right in front of them, but neither of them made an immediate move. Andrei shot his partner a disdainful look, silently cursing in his mind. He took the initiative and placed his palm on the door, his calloused fingertips gripping the door latch. Though the door appeared rickety, it didn't budge, indicating something was blocking it from the inside. Andrei gritted his teeth and forcefully kicked the door. A deafening crash echoed as the door gave way, revealing the interior of the room. The narrow room was a mess, cluttered with heaps of garbage piled up in the corners. A candle on a wooden table at the side flickered for a moment, then extinguished due to the violent entrance, leaving the room shrouded in darkness. Only a faint glimmer of light filtered through the wide-open window, barely illuminating the tattered blanket dragged from the bed to the window's edge. Blaine, who followed inside, scanned the room. His attention was quickly drawn to a piece of paper that had fallen on the floor. Andrei also noticed this as he entered, and he bent down to pick up the crumpled paper. After reading its contents, his expression soured. "Damn, it looks like we're late. This kid has already gone to meet up with other apprentices," Andrei exclaimed in frustration. Taking into account the room's state and the message on the paper, he pieced together what had happened. Their target, the apprentice wizard, had received word of their arrival before they got here and had left without packing up. However, judging by the candle that hadn't completely burned out and the lingering warmth on the bed, it seemed the target hadn't gone too far. With this in mind, Andrei grew impatient. He was determined to pursue their quarry. After all, it was 6 Sekas gold coins on the line, and he couldn't let the opportunity slip away. Once their target joined up with other wizard apprentices, it would be much harder to capture them. However, compared to that, Andre was more concerned about the possibility of other bounty hunters beating them to the punch. Wait a moment. Just as Andre was about to hurry to the window to give chase, Blaine stopped him with a raised hand and pointed to the desk. Andre turned to look, and aside from the extinguished candle, there were more than a dozen copper coins scattered about, as well as sheets of paper covered with strange characters and symbols. After a brief moment of contemplation, Andre quickly understood his companion's meaning. If the apprentice wizard had left after receiving a warning, they wouldn't have left behind easily carried coins or these precious magical manuscripts. With his experience in hunting wizards, Andre knew most wizards would rather die than let their so-called research notes be compromised. In other words, their quarry was likely still hiding in this very room. Andre sneered, and the telltale signs on the floor, dragged blankets, open windows, and the fallen note all suggested that their quarry had fled. It was evident that the apprentice had played a clever trick, attempting to mislead them to another location. It could even be a trap, and Andre almost fell for it. At this moment, hidden in the darkness, Lynn was breaking into a cold sweat. His mental state was increasingly frenzied in this life-threatening situation, his dispersed energy expanding in all directions under the influence of magic. He could even influence the airflow to a certain extent, which had extinguished the candle without making a sound. This unique ability allowed him to remain hidden from the two witch hunters. Blaine paid no attention to the now-aware Andre. His gaze swept around the room, eventually landing on the dark red cabinet beside the tall window. The cabinet was only as high as his shoulders, covered in dust, and unassuming in the drafty, dilapidated room. But it had enough space for a curled-up adult male to hide within. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 4, Recklessness Leads to Ruin. In his mind, Lynn imagined that if he were to search the cabinet without the other two knowing, they could easily launch a sudden attack from behind the cover of clothing. If the attack failed, they could jump out of the window to escape. This was undoubtedly the best hiding spot in the entire room. Realizing this, Lynn didn't hesitate for a moment. Without any warning, he drew his sword. The blade slid out of the scabbard, creating a soft, resonant hum in the room. In just an instant, the silvery blade sliced through the wooden cabinet as if it were cutting through butter, and the closed cabinet doors fell apart. Wood splinters and torn fabric filled the air, but the expected gush of blood did not follow. Furrowing his brows, Lynn was somewhat surprised. Had he made a mistake in his judgment? Was their target simply careless and left these things in the room? Andre, who was standing nearby, was startled by Lynn's sudden unsheathing of his sword. He was about to mock Lynn for his erroneous judgment when, from the narrow gap between the bookshelf and the wall, a short sword suddenly extended out of the darkness, heading straight for Andre's neck. The one launching the attack was Lynn. As soon as Lynn saw the coins and manuscripts on the table, he knew he couldn't avoid this confrontation. The narrow gap he had hidden in offered no cover at all. He relied solely on shadows and visual distortion to remain hidden. It was undoubtedly a very dangerous place, but Lynn and Andre had arrived too quickly. They were still reeling from their time travel experience, and Lynn's mind was in turmoil, leaving him no time to find a better hiding place or set up a proper ambush. He hadn't even had time to pick up the dropped parchment scrolls on the floor. If the two of them discovered that there was no one in the cabinet and started searching the room carefully, they would quickly find him. So, Lynn acted without hesitation. Considering the lethality of the situation, Lynn refrained from using his partially mastered and improved frost blade. The short sword he wielded was much more reliable within arm's reach. The moment Andre saw the splintered wood flying and relaxed his guard, a strong sense of impending danger washed over him. Before joining the witch hunters, Andre had been a renowned mercenary, constantly teetering on the edge between life and death. He was intimately familiar with this deeply ingrained feeling. It had saved him once again. Just as the sharp short sword was about to descend, Andre managed to twist his body and narrowly avoid a gruesome fate of decapitation. However, Lynn's surprise attack had been lightning fast, and even though Andri had made an evasive move, he couldn't avoid it entirely. The sharp short sword left a deep gash on his neck. Crimson blood flowed from the wound, and Andri, feeling a mixture of shock and anger, was well aware that he had narrowly escaped death. "You bastard!" Andri shouted, his rage surging. He swung his long sword downward, intending to cut Lynn in half. His strike was swift and heavy, and Lynn barely had time to react. Nevertheless, his body instinctively made a parrying motion, and the clash of their blades filled the room. Before this, Lynn had never wielded a sword to harm another person, but thanks to the previous owner, Carl, he had a well-trained muscle memory. It was Carl's impressive swordsmanship that had deterred the unfriendly neighbors in the slums. However, this time, Lynn was up against a witch hunter who was not lacking in training. Andri, empowered by the elixir of divinity, possessed abilities far beyond the ordinary. He was a merciless opponent. Andri's swordsmanship was unorthodox but ruthlessly efficient. In just 3 clashes, Lynn's wrist was sore, and he could barely hold onto the short sword. "Die!" Andri roared, lifting his long sword to push away Lynn's short sword, and with his left hand, he reached for Lynn's throat. Lynn, gasping for breath, his face turning red, quickly lost consciousness. Warning: Covenant target under severe life threat. In accordance with Federal Intelligence Management Act, Article 37, the nearest law enforcement personnel will be automatically contacted. The sudden reminder in his mind pulled Lynn's consciousness back from the abyss of despair, filling him with a glimmer of hope. Warning: no signal. Warning: not connected to the network. Please proceed to the nearest elevated location to search for satellite signals and call for federal assistance promptly. Lynn muttered a curse under his breath. He had forgotten that he had already crossed over and couldn't be certain if he was in the same universe anymore. Damn it! He should have saved the money he used to buy a new spaceship and upgraded its intelligence. How was he going to find a satellite signal now? Even if he could, did he expect federal officers to fly over to rescue him? But at this moment, Lynn had no time for regrets. The hand tightening around his neck was like a death grip, slowly but relentlessly choking the life out of him. Warning: no signal. Initiate emergency protocol. Highest probability of survival analysis. In accordance with the user agreement, connect to the neural network. The prompt in his mind became more urgent, but Lynn couldn't hear it anymore. He felt as though his brain had exploded, and his soul seemed to detach from his body, examining the world in a strange state. Lynn's dispersed mental power expanded like ripples in water, and his perception of the elements became clearer. Brunette, black eyes, looks like we've got the right person. Seeing Andri easily subduing their target, Blaine relaxed his grip on his sword and turned his attention to Lynn. You're quite capable, little mouse. If you're so good at hiding, why not cut off a hand and a leg? Andri sneered. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt like he was struggling to breathe, and his anger continued to rise. If it weren't for the last-minute realization that a live person was worth more than a dead one, Andri would have wanted to kill Lynn immediately. Blaine, on the other hand, was unfazed by his companion's cruel suggestion and casually chimed in, just cut off a hand, otherwise, you'll have to carry him back yourself. Remember to be quick and make sure he doesn't bleed out on the way. With his back turned to Blaine, Andri had no time to respond. His face turned purple, and the long sword he held in his left hand crashed heavily to the ground. His labored breathing, previously irregular, had now become increasingly rapid. He resembled a fish out of water, with his heart and lungs on the verge of bursting. 10 years ago, when he was swallowed by a massive vortex in the sea of mist, Andri had experienced this suffocating near-death feeling. Breathing was nothing more than a luxury, and if he hadn't been exceptionally lucky, he might have already been buried at the bottom of the sea. But this time, he wasn't underwater, and Lynn's recent attack had clearly not severed his windpipe. Andri gasped for air, but his condition showed no improvement. Instead, it worsened, and his grey eyes seemed on the brink of popping out of their sockets. What kind of magic was this? Andre immediately realized that the young wizard's apprentice in front of him was up to something, but the overwhelming suffocation response had caused him to miss the opportunity to counterattack. The hand gripping Lynn's neck grew weaker. At the same moment, Lynn, with his head hanging low, suddenly made a move. His tightly shut eyes snapped open, and simultaneously, the oxygen in the surrounding air was instantly vacuumed away. A short sword thrust upward, piercing Andre's throat from below. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 5, Lynn, since I don't need to breathe, why doesn't everyone stop? Just a dozen breaths before, Lynn, whose neck was clamped tightly, entered a bizarre state. All the pain seemed to rapidly fade away, replaced by a significant increase in brain activity. At that moment, Lynn couldn't help but wonder if he had already departed for the afterlife. However, he hadn't. He could still clearly perceive the flow of blood and oxygen being forcibly cut off from his brain, and his body was gradually losing vitality. Before long, he would truly die. Faced with such a dire situation, Lynn surprisingly couldn't muster any feelings of panic. How to fight back when one is being strangled and suffocated? Of course, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Since I don't need to breathe, why doesn't everyone stop? Lynn sensed the vast elements in the void, and with a thought, he used his mental power as a web to instantly extract the active oxygen molecules. What happens when a person continues to breathe in a low oxygen environment? Andre was the best example. A large amount of ineffective gas rushed into his lungs, and his blood pressure rapidly increased. In just a few breaths, signs of hypoxia had already appeared. Lynn keenly noticed the signs of weakness in the hand that was gripping his neck. Now is the time. Lynn suddenly opened his eyes. Based on his previous memories, the positions and reactions of everyone in the room were transformed into data in his mind. He could even perform a detailed force analysis on his neck based on the angle at which Andre raised his arm. Countless complex data were sorted in an instant, and Lynn constructed a 100% accurate three-dimensional image in his mind, deducing the best sword fighting plan. Raise the hand and thrust directly at a 47-degree angle. Lynn's arm raised in sync, and he thrust out a short sword. The iron tower-like man in front of him, under the strong hypoxia reaction, had completely lost the ability to resist. He could only watch as the tip of the sword pierced his neck. The fragile neck couldn't withstand the sharp short sword. Crimson blood sprayed out like a fountain, splattering on Lynn's clothes and face. Andre's eyes widened, his mouth unconsciously gaping open. His hands clung tightly to the gaping wound in his neck, and he fell down in fear and unwillingness. Lynn didn't hesitate. At the moment he broke free from the stranglehold, he kicked Andre's body aside, sending it towards the stunned Blaine. Lynn, on the other hand, quickly moved out of the low oxygen area using the rebounding force. Blaine hadn't expected the situation on the field to suddenly reverse, and a look of shock instantly appeared on his face. His reaction was a beat slower, and he instinctively took Andre's body when he saw the lifeless state he was in. After examining the gruesome sight, his pupils shrank, and a chill ran from the solace of his feet to his heart. The greenish-purple complexion, the black-red lips, and the dilated pupils all proved that Andre had suddenly fallen into suffocation, resulting in his neck being pierced without any defenses. How was that possible? Blaine was filled with fear. Just a moment ago, it was clear that Andre had been strangling Lynn's neck, but now he was inexplicably suffocated. Could this be some strange curse, enemy using self-injurious magic? Lynn breathed heavily in a regular rhythm, quickly regaining the vitality of his limbs. Being locked in a stranglehold for a full minute, combined with forcibly manipulating a large amount of oxygen elements, had left his brain throbbing slightly. Despite using the principle of suffocation to kill one of them by chance, Lynn didn't dare to relax in the slightest. The brief encounter had made him realize the gap between both sides. According to his memory, these witch hunters were all elite individuals with exceptional skills. The swordsmanship of the original body could deal with a few bandits, but when faced with the witch hunters sent by the church, it was clear that it was insufficient. Various thoughts flashed through Lynn's mind, and then a warning sound rang out. Warning: in overload mode, system energy is rapidly depleting, and forced shutdown is expected in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Lynn's body paused involuntarily, only then realizing that the sudden increase in his control over the elements was thanks to the assistance of the smart brain. So, let's try magic. Lynn's gaze sharpened as he tightly held the blood-stained short sword in his hand. His mental power once again spread out into the air, frantically capturing the water elements. A ball of water appeared in the void, quickly condensing into shape. A first-level spell, Frost Blade. The icy blade, carrying a bone-chilling cold, shot like an arrow from the bowstring. Blaine's expression changed, and he didn't choose to confront it head-on. He angled his long sword, deflecting the spell off its course. However, this momentary pause meant that Lynn had already completed his spell preparation. Grey powder floated in Lynn's palm, then explosively transformed into a scorching fireball. That was another first-level spell Lynn had mastered, Fireball. The room's temperature rose suddenly. Both being first-level spells, Fireball was much more powerful than Frost Blade. The most critical part was that there was no way to escape in this small room. Blaine smelled the scent of death, so he suddenly kicked a broken cabinet, sending it hurtling towards the raging fireball. Then, he flipped Andre's body over and used it as a human shield. In the next moment, the fireball collided with the shattered cabinet, exploding with intense heat, filling the entire room. Lynn stared intently at the scattering smoke and dust, struggling to catch his breath. He didn't have an exact idea of the power of a first-level spell, but from the effect, it seemed no weaker than a combination of a hand grenade and an incendiary device. If he had faced it head-on, he would have been gravely injured or worse. Just as he was thinking this, a sharp long sword cut through the hazy smoke, its blade illuminated by the fire. It was aimed straight at Lynn. The speed of this strike was astonishing, and by the time Lynn realized it, the sharp long sword was nearly at his throat. Fortunately, at this moment, thanks to the connection between his neural network and the smart brain, Lynn's reaction speed had increased several times, and his body's coordination had greatly improved. He held the sword horizontally with his right hand, left hand pressed against his right wrist, and his body crouched slightly, with the sword tip supported against the uneven wall. Clang! A sharp, harsh clang echoed in the narrow room. Upon contact, Lynn felt a sharp pain in his hand, and the sword tip, supported against the wall, had deeply embedded itself in the wall. A long, slender crack had appeared on the blade. So heavy! Lynn's mind was left with only this one thought. He then let go of the sword with both hands, sank to the ground, and narrowly evaded a kicking leg with a few tumbles. A fierce wind passed over his head, followed by another dull sound. Lynn turned to look, and the fragmented wall had been dented by the kick. Wall structure under force approximately 1.75 tons, 65% chance of a North American bison collision. In an instant, a data analysis flashed through his mind, and Lynn's pupils shrank. If he had taken a direct kick, his internal organs would have definitely burst open. Body modification? Cyborg? Chi cultivation? Lynn was well aware that a normal person, even after the most scientific professional training, could never kick with such terrifying force. This completely surpassed the limits of the human body. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 6, This is my final magic. Is a character like this just a witch hunter? Are they really used to capture weak wizard apprentices like me? Lynn found it hard to believe, but in reality, the arena of combat wasn't fair. There was no matching opponents in terms of strength, and surrendering or begging for mercy held no meaning here. It was a fight for survival. Frosty Blade. Lynn raised his left hand, aiming it at Blaine. His mastery of water conjuring had become increasingly adept, and in an instant, another ice blade materialized in the air. However, his mental energy had reached its limit, and the nearby water element had been almost depleted. The ice blades he created were no longer a significant threat to his opponent. Lynn was acutely aware of this, but he had a strong desire. He needed more water. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Lynn felt as if his brain had been struck hard, as though countless silver needles had pierced him, followed by a rapid consumption of his magical power, which was converted into a large amount of hydrogen and oxygen elements and combined into a stream of water. At the same time, a strange rune was deeply imprinted in his mind. Intermediate level magic, multiple frosty blades. In just a second, several sharp ice blades appeared in front of him, raining down like arrows. Lynn's sudden burst of power exceeded Blaine's expectations. In haste, Blaine switched from offense to defense, but even with a rapid response, one frosty blade managed to bypass the sword's protection and pierced his abdomen. Blaine immediately felt a piercing coldness, and the crystalline ice rapidly spread along his abdomen. Fully aware of the mysterious nature of magic, Blaine did not dare to be negligent. He clenched the ice blade and forcefully pulled it out. Due to the unique structure of the frosty blade, its barbs were embedded deeply in his flesh. As he removed it, crimson blood gushed out. The intense pain made Blaine shiver uncontrollably, and the wound in his abdomen became a gruesome mess. More dangerously, the cold spread so rapidly that the area around the wound lost all sensation. However, Blaine's ruthlessness took Lynn by surprise. Realizing that the wound in his abdomen would affect the upcoming battle, Blaine grabbed the burning doorknob and pressed it directly against his abdomen. Ah! Ah! The scorching flames intertwined with the blurred flesh and blood. Veins popped on Blaine's forehead, and he let out a series of angry roars. Thin wisps of smoke emanated from the contact point, and the muddled flesh and blood had become partially cauterized. There was no more bleeding, and the bone-chilling cold had disappeared under the searing heat. This horrific sight left Lynn profoundly shocked. Whether it was Blaine's merciless use of a companion's corpse as a shield or his use of fire to cauterize the wound, it made Lynn realize that this was not an opponent to be underestimated. Taking advantage of Blaine's distraction, Lynn wasted no time and burst through the room's door, leaving behind his short sword. In the confined space of the room, he had no chance of winning. Blaine glanced at Andre's charred body, clenched his sword tightly, and pursued. Evening fell over the slums outside of Nordland's borders, where two figures chased and fled through the narrow, dilapidated streets. As the day grew darker, one after another, frosty blades whizzed through the air, striking the ground and walls without any pattern. Every time Lynn cast a spell, his brain would throb with pain. But at this point, he couldn't afford to think about it. If he stopped casting, his pursuer would strike him down with a sword through his head. On the other hand, Blaine, who was chasing behind, seemed to handle the situation with ease. His sharp eyes tracked the flying ice blades, and he skillfully dodged them, maintaining a calculated distance behind Lynn. Blaine was cautious. After all, this apprentice wizard had displayed an unusual level of cunning, using deceptive notes within the room, the sudden burst of ice blades and fireballs, and the mysterious magic that killed Andre. Blaine was deeply impressed by Lynn's abilities. So, even though Lynn appeared exhausted, Blaine didn't dare to act recklessly. He was like the most patient of hunters, slowly wearing down Lynn's strength until his prey fell. During this chase, the two had moved farther and farther from the city, and a foul stench filled the area. Blaine realized that Lynn had inadvertently led him to the long-abandoned lower city. Nordland's region sloped from the south to the north, with the main city built along the banks of the Yen River to the north. Over a decade ago, the Duke of Nordland, who had returned from the Holy City, was dissatisfied with the chaotic, foul-smelling appearance of the main city. He ordered craftsmen to dig a small canal to divert all the city's waste downstream into the Yen River. This, however, proved to be a great inconvenience for the impoverished people living in the lower city, who relied on the Yen River for water. But the Duke of Nordland cared little for the lives of these commoners, and over time, the entire lower city fell into disuse, with only a very small number of scavengers choosing to linger in the area. Blaine couldn't help but worry that other apprentice wizards might be hiding here. Just as he was determined to resolve the situation quickly, Lynn, who had been fleeing all along, suddenly stopped in a maze of alleys. The concentration should be enough. Lynn double-checked one last time, and the strange rune in his mind was activated in an instant. 7 frosty blades materialized out of thin air, glittering in the twilight. Forcing the conversion of a large amount of magical power into hydrogen and oxygen, the side effects became increasingly severe. Lynn felt like his brain was about to explode. His magical power had been squeezed to its limit. This was his final magic. In the next moment, the ice blades automatically split into 2 groups, shooting in random directions, sealing off all of Blaine's escape routes. Blaine's expression turned serious as he stared ahead. Even he couldn't completely block such a large number of attacks, but if he had to endure some injuries. Fortunately, these ice blades seemed to lose their accuracy, mostly passing by him. Only 3 were aimed directly at him. Is this a desperate struggle? A hint of mockery appeared on Blaine's face. During their earlier pursuit, he had noticed that Lynn's spell casting wasn't conjuring something out of thin air. There was a significant mental toll. Clearly, Lynn was nearing his limit. A slight smile curled on Blaine's lips as he precisely parried each incoming frosty blade with his long sword. However, he failed to notice a red sphere mixed in with the ice blades. Clang! The blade and the sphere collided, creating a dazzling burst of sparks. The peculiar sensation of the impact made Blaine pause for a moment, and then he realized that he had struck a piece of flint. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 7, I shall reveal the truth of this world to you. As the sword and stone clashed, brilliant sparks scattered in all directions like a spider's web. A sudden and inexplicable palpitation filled Blaine's mind. Before he could react, everything in front of him was engulfed by the leaping flames. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the quiet lower district. Nearby, Lynn was thrown to the ground by the shockwave of the explosion. At the same time, the sound of the AI interface chimed in. Energy depleted, overload mode terminated. Coughing, Lynn scrambled to his feet from the ground. He felt a profound emptiness. Consecutive spell casting had drained his magical energy. Compared to Lynn, who had been affected by the blast, Blaine, at the center of the explosion, looked much worse. When the dust settled, Lynn couldn't help but gasp. Blaine, at the epicenter of the explosion, no longer resembled a human. His right arm, holding the sword, had been blown off halfway. The exposed skin was black and red, and his chest plate was shattered, revealing the mangled flesh and pale bones underneath. What was even more horrifying was that the intense explosion had instantly depleted the surrounding oxygen. Blaine's piercing screams lasted for a dozen seconds before abruptly ceasing. Lynn felt a chill. He had heard of the power of methane gas explosions in news reports, but seeing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, especially since he had caused it himself. If Blaine hadn't been so far away and if the trajectory of his fireball spell hadn't been easy to predict, he wouldn't have risked using the methane gas explosion to lure and kill him. It was also thanks to the magical ability to manipulate the flow of air to some extent, coupled with the abundance of materials in the lower district, that he managed to achieve the required concentration for the explosion. Lynn picked up the fallen sword from the ground and cautiously checked Blaine's condition. Despite the severity of his injuries, Blaine had somehow not died immediately. Both of his eyes, stripped of their skin, stared intensely at Lynn, and he made a gurgling sound from his damaged vocal cords. "Let me send you on your way." "No need to thank me," Lynn said coldly. He couldn't help but harbor a deep resentment for Blaine, who had intruded into his home and forced him into a corner, but he had no intention of torturing him. In this state, Blaine was unlikely to reveal any useful information. In this way, death would be the best outcome for him. Lynn raised his sword and accurately pierced Blaine's heart. He watched as Blaine's body trembled violently and then fell silent. Perhaps it was the influence of his hatred, or maybe it was the remnants of his original self, but Lynn felt surprisingly little discomfort about ending a life. Instead, it was the after-effects of his previous spell casting that occasionally caused his brain to throb. Confirming that Blaine was truly dead, Lynn's tense expression finally relaxed. He staggered and leaned on his sword to avoid falling to the ground. 071. Lynn called out in his mind, but received no response. Recalling the earlier notification sound, he understood that the AI interface had likely shut down temporarily due to energy depletion. With no clear solution to this, Lynn could only wait for 071 to replenish its energy. At this moment, he was filled with confusion. What exactly was the magic used by wizards, and how could it manipulate chemical elements? And those strange runes that had inexplicably appeared in his mind just now. What left Lynn in deep contemplation was the fact that in the AI interface's overload mode, he could directly convert magic into hydrogen and oxygen. Did that mean magic could be converted into any other element? If that were the case, the mystical nature of this phenomenon would likely surpass his expectations. Come with me. I shall reveal the truth of this world to you. Recalling the words his mentor, Koru, had spoken 6 months ago, Lynn couldn't help but shudder. Perhaps that old wizard had not been deceiving him back then. It's no wonder that the original person, Carl, would abandon a stable life with food and clothing to become a wizard's apprentice. The only regret was that Carl's time learning magic had been too short, and with Koru having more than one apprentice, the teaching time was limited, and Lynn couldn't delve into more secrets. The after-effects of excessive magic consumption had left Lynn quite apprehensive. When he cast his last spell, he had thought his brain was about to explode, and his body felt as weak as if he had been seriously ill, longing for a good rest. However, Lynn knew that now was not the time to rest. Although he had dealt with 2 enemies, the commotion caused by the battle in the slums was considerable. It wouldn't be long before it reached the local Inquisition, and they would likely dispatch more people to capture him. The top priority was to find a place to hide and figure out a way to contact another wizard. Lynn looked down at Blaine's corpse and poked it with his sword. He then cut open the damaged pouch at his waist, and a small pile of coins spilled out. 1 Sika's gold coin, 7 silver coins, and over 10 copper coins. Seeing these well-made coins that hadn't been destroyed by the explosion, Lynn's mood improved slightly. As a noble's illegitimate child, Carl hadn't been particularly wealthy, and with half a year of running away from home, occasionally supporting his mentor's research, he could barely afford to eat. With this windfall, he wouldn't have to risk returning to that dilapidated house. Going back now would likely be a death trap. Lynn bent down to gather the coins when he unexpectedly found a rolled parchment among the coins. Under the scorching heat, most of the writing had become illegible. Lynn could barely make out characters like Town, Moonshine Day, Johnny, and 17 copper coins. Town. Lynn murmured to himself. Out of caution, he didn't destroy the parchment on the spot. Instead, he decided to keep the burnt parchment. He needed someone who could answer his questions, and going to Town to find other apprentices seemed like a good choice. At least it would be much more reliable than searching for the hidden wizards on his own. As Lynn contemplated his next steps, he reached down and grabbed Blaine's ankle, dragging the body toward the nearby foul-smelling inlet river. In a world where magic and sorcery existed, even the dead could not be trusted. In case the Inquisition of this world possessed resurrection magic, there was a risk of his information being revealed. The safest method was to dispose of the body along with it. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 8, Blasphemy against the gods. Bishop On's look, this is it. I saw that wizard and the witch hunter lord come out of the house a while ago, and they fought all the way here. A quarter of an hour later, in the lower town, a ragged scavenger, covered in dirt, hunched over and cautiously recounted everything he had seen to the clergy of the church. On's look remained silent, his gaze lowered to the scorched marks on the ground. The bright red blood, vaporized by the high temperature, had turned into a dark red hue. The upturned earth and the scattered remains of flesh and bone bore witness to the ferocity of the battle. The cause of such severe destruction was likely the second-tier magic spell, Flame Burst. Where's the body? On's look suddenly inquired. There were clear signs of a battle on the ground, but Brain's body was conspicuously absent. The scavenger swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. After the witch hunter lord died, the wizard threw him into the Ur River. This is blasphemy against the gods. Before On's look could respond, a middle-aged priest behind him vehemently rebuked. In recent years, thanks to the Duke of Nordland's enlightened actions, the entire downstream of the Ur River had become a true cesspool. Brain's identity was not merely that of a witch hunter, he was also a member of the Church's divine punishment force and had even consumed the elixir of the gods in advance, making him an emissary of the gods in the mortal realm. Participating in witch hunts so frequently was only to enhance his resume. But the corrupted wizard, who had brutally killed him and tossed his body into the polluted Ur River, was undoubtedly a challenge to the Church's authority. The scavenger's body trembled uncontrollably, and he lowered his head in fear. On's look tightened his grip on his staff, his anger simmering. He turned to the trembling scavenger and questioned him once again. Did you get a clear look at the wizard who killed Brain? Did anyone else intervene during the fight? I only saw glimpses from a distance, Bishop. There didn't seem to be another wizard involved. That person appeared to be just of age, with brown hair, about your height. Carl. On's look muttered to himself as he contemplated the information. Until now, he had paid little attention to this obscure wizard apprentice. After all, according to the information he had obtained, Carl had only been studying magic for about half a year and was not particularly valued by Mage Koru. He was considered the least threatening among all the targets. But it seemed that the reality might be different. Releasing a second-tier magic spell like Flame Burst, and killing 2 witch hunters in quick succession, was not something a novice in magic could achieve. Unless he possessed a powerful alchemical artifact, or was a full-fledged wizard like Koru. Several days later, on the border of Nordland, inside an inn in the town of Urr. Lynn awoke abruptly from a nightmare and jumped out of the hard wooden bed. He quickly moved to the window, peering outside to assess the situation. Seeing everything was normal, with no one coming to besiege him, Lynn finally breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since he had killed those 2 witch hunters in the slums 5 days ago, he had been constantly worried about being pursued by the Inquisition. His journey to Urr had taken him through a deliberately circuitous route, and he had even fabricated some false traces to throw off any potential pursuers. Perhaps his half-hearted counter-surveillance techniques had worked, or maybe the Inquisition simply didn't have time for a mere apprentice wizard. So far, Lynn had not encountered any pursuit teams. Nevertheless, he could only describe his journey as grueling. Accustomed to the conveniences of modern life, Lynn almost felt overwhelmed by the sudden transition to a place reminiscent of medieval Europe. After all, here, there were no cell phones, no computers, no familiar family or friends, and no hot breakfast to start the day. He had to make do with a bite of unappetizing black bread along with water. The only saving grace was that he possessed all of Carl's memories. He understood the language and script of this world, and he had decent combat skills to deter any would-be thieves, ensuring he didn't meet an untimely demise on the road. After enduring several days of hardships, Lynn had reluctantly come to terms with the fact that he had been transported to this world. This was already his 2nd day in the town of Urr. Out of caution, Lynn didn't hastily search for the whereabouts of other wizard apprentices. Instead, after discovering the marks left behind, he had discreetly returned and spent a day familiarizing himself with the terrain. He also purchased a dozen new pieces of flint and a bag of black bread. These few days of life on the run had made Lynn increasingly wary. However, after gaining a preliminary understanding of URR, he immediately realized why Johnny had chosen this place for their gathering. As a small trading town on the border of Nordland, it saw a mix of people, with merchant caravans coming and going. A few unfamiliar faces now and then wouldn't attract too much attention. As Lynn contemplated this, he reached for a nearby mortar and placed the blocky flint stones inside. With a small wooden rod, he began grinding them into fine powder. During his time in URR, apart from looking for marks and familiarizing himself with the terrain, the rest of his time had been dedicated to the creation of white phosphorus. White phosphorus was a chemical element with the formula P4, appearing as a white or pale yellow translucent solid. There were two commonly used methods to produce it. The first involved mixing calcium phosphate, silica sand, and carbon powder into a mixture, heating it to temperatures between 1400 and 1600 degrees Celsius, and then passing the resulting phosphorus vapor through cold water to solidify it into white phosphorus. The second method was to heat red phosphorus to 416 degrees Celsius while excluding air, causing it to sublimate and cool, forming white phosphorus. However, in this world without industrial systems, similar to ancient Europe, gathering these raw materials in a short period wasn't an easy task. Though 071 had shown him some ancient and convenient methods for extracting raw materials, Lynn didn't plan to use them unless absolutely necessary. Fortunately, Lynn soon stumbled upon a pleasant surprise. The surface of the flint he had used was interspersed with traces of red phosphorus. Considering that red phosphorus had been used as an efficient flame retardant in the previous century for the manufacture of matches to enhance their safety, this wasn't entirely surprising. It seemed that the indigenous people of this world had already discovered the element phosphorus, though their application was quite rudimentary. As Lynn continued to grind the flint with the wooden rod, the chunks of flint gradually broke down, removing impurities until only clusters of red powder remained. He didn't have professional equipment on hand, but the magical power at his disposal was much more convenient than scientific instruments. Mage's hand. With a thought, the fine red phosphorus seemed to respond to some kind of call, floating up on its own, and then, with the aid of basic material deconstruction, it broke down into its basic molecular state. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 9, White Phosphorus Fire and Spell Slots. Lynn was completely focused, simultaneously emptying the air around the red phosphorus as much as possible while utilizing the principle of accelerating molecular movement to increase the temperature. After about 10 seconds, wisps of white mist scattered into the air, gathered under the constraints of magic, and quickly cooled, solidifying into a semi-transparent yellow powder. This was white phosphorus. Lynn was well aware of the terror this substance held and dared not touch it with his hands. Throughout the process, he held his mage's hand spell, carefully placing the collected white phosphorus into a bag meant for storing magical materials, which had an excellent isolation effect to prevent spontaneous combustion. Completing this intricate procedure was quite a challenge for Lynn, who was still an apprentice wizard. If it weren't for the significant improvement in his control over magic due to the fusion of his spirit during the crossing, this attempt might have ended in failure. Fortunately, everything went as he had planned. Lynn secured the storage bag and remembered the horrifying scene of white phosphorus igniting the earth from his memories, sending a shiver down his spine. He hoped he wouldn't need to use it. As a modern-day person who had grown up in a time of peace, Lynn held great reverence for life. However, in this world where human life was as fragile as a blade of grass, he understood that, for self-preservation, he might have to make difficult choices. 071. Lynn silently called out in his mind after completing all the tasks. Since the shutdown of his smart brain 5 days ago, this had become his daily routine. Clearly, this time, too, there was no response. If it weren't for the slow drain of magic within his body, which was used to supply energy to the smart brain, Lynn would have suspected that 071 had disappeared completely. The smart brain was his essential tool for survival in this unfamiliar world. Just by connecting to the neural network, it significantly enhanced his cognitive abilities, allowing him to overcome many crises. Not to mention that, in that special state, he could convert magic into elements, releasing magic without having to prepare materials in advance. Thinking of his mentor, Koro, using the Tier 2 spell, Group Icy Blades, Lynn had a hunch. Being able to convert magic into elements was likely the key difference between an apprentice wizard and a full-fledged wizard. He was sure that Carl, as an apprentice, couldn't achieve this. There were no related memories in his brain. Most likely, it was the fusion of his spirit after the crossing, combined with the help of the smart brain, that briefly broke through this limitation. Lynn meditated, and the extraordinary elemental world once again unfolded before his eyes. However, his attention was now focused on the peculiar rune floating in his mind. Inside the peculiar rune were countless tiny dots and lines arranged in a highly unique way, appearing intricate and aesthetically pleasing. Lynn tentatively touched it with his spiritual power, and the rune instantly lit up. Immediately, Lynn felt his magical energy decrease by 1/10. When he opened his eyes, a rhombus-shaped icy blade appeared in his palm. This seems to be a spell slot. Lynn stroked his chin and quickly recalled the spell slots mentioned in the book Elemental Analysis. This was also an ability possessed only by full-fledged wizards, significantly increasing casting speed. Overall, the process of constructing spell slots felt somewhat like programming in a past life. You set various parameters in advance, and when needed, you press the confirm button to immediately produce the desired outcome. So, the arrangement of this rune probably meant, 1 part oxygen plus 2 parts hydrogen plus reduced molecular movement plus special configuration equals icy blade? It had to be said, this was quite scientific. Lynn curiously attempted a few other spells, but unexpectedly, no new spell slots formed. After some thought, Lynn quickly guessed the reason. To construct the corresponding spell slots, he probably needed to cast a Tier 1 spell without the use of casting materials. With that in mind, Lynn temporarily abandoned his plan to continue solidifying spell slots. Without the aid of his smart brain, he still had quite a gap between him and the full-fledged wizards. Lynn glanced outside and realized it was time to meet the other wizard apprentices. Today was Monday, the agreed-upon last day. The Drunken Spirit Tavern was located in the most bustling part of Ord Town. If it weren't for following the secret mark all the way here, Lynn couldn't have imagined that Johnny would choose this place for their meeting. And 17 coppers for a single glass of ancient Rhone wine? Wasn't that a bit steep? Lynn muttered to himself inwardly, but as soon as he pushed the door open, his brow furrowed involuntarily. The interior of the Drunken Spirit Tavern, a gathering place for lower-class folks, was quite lively. The warmth of the roaring hearth dispelled the night's chill, and the cramped space of less than 100 square meters was packed to the brim. The wooden floor was covered in wine stains and vomit, and the overpowering stench nearly overwhelmed Lynn. At the long table near the entrance, a drunken halfling spotted Lynn as soon as he entered. Seeing his young age and unfamiliar face, he boisterously shouted, "Kid, care to join us for a drink?" Lynn turned his head, examining the drunken halfling with a curious gaze. Halflings were a unique species on this continent. Their name didn't come from having half a body but from their diminutive stature, roughly half the height of an average adult. They resembled dwarves from fantasy tales in Lynn's previous world. However, Lynn didn't know much about the physical structure and genetic makeup of these halflings or how they differed from humans. Lynn's instincts as a data storage clerk were itching. Under Lynn's scrutinizing gaze, the inebriated halfling shivered uncontrollably, as if a cold breeze had traveled from the solace of his feet to his head. 5 years ago, in the Nordland, Lynn had once met the infamous decapitator, Luke. He was a ruthless thug who took delight in dismembering people into pieces. The gaze of the halfling resembled that of Luke at the time, as if Lynn were a cadaver awaiting dissection. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 10, Carl, Why Betray Us? Caw. Suddenly, a crisp crow's cry interrupted their gaze. Lynn, somewhat regretfully, redirected his attention and looked in the direction of the sound. There, a palm-sized grey crow stood on the counter, staring intently at him. The owner of the Drunken Spirit Tavern was a true Joet merchant, exuding a shrewd and pragmatic air. Upon hearing the crow's cry, he momentarily paused in wiping a glass and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and warmly greeted Lynn. A rare face indeed. Welcome to the Drunken Spirit Tavern. Is there something you need, my guest? I'll have a glass of ancient Ro wine, 4 vintages if I'm not mistaken. It should be 17 sekas copper coins. Lynn walked straight up to the counter and placed the copper coins neatly in stacks of 5 and 7 on the table. The tavern owner scrutinized Lynn, and his gaze lingered for a moment on the long sword at Lynn's waist, but his expression remained unchanged. That was last year's rate. Now it's 21 copper. Lynn hesitated for a moment, yet before he could respond, a stunning female patron at the bar pursed her lips and playfully said, "Old Hawk, are you trying to fool the newcomer? I don't recall Ro wine suddenly getting more expensive here." As she spoke, the young woman looked with curiosity at Lynn. 17 copper coins for a glass of ancient Ro wine, while not extravagantly priced, was indeed a generous order for the Drunken Spirit Tavern. Especially coming from a young and handsome man with a well-built physique, he didn't seem like the type to spend lavishly for no reason. Old Hawk paid no mind to the woman's interjection and grinned. 2 ships capsized in the harbor this year, and the ingredients for Ro wine are scarce. It's only natural the price goes up. Lynn furrowed his brow and said, "But I only have 17 sekas copper coins." The young female patron's interest in Lynn suddenly waned. It seemed he was just another pauper spending his savings for a taste of good wine. "In that case, I suggest you change your taste." Old Hawk shrugged. "Of course, if you're interested in earning some extra money, I can help you with that. Lame Lot is currently in need of someone to do private jobs for him. He's always generous with his payments." Lame Lot? Lynn raised an eyebrow. During his time investigating in Ern Town, he had heard that name more than once. The rumors about him weren't flattering. "Very well, I'm in need of suitable work," Lynn said after a moment of thought and nodded in agreement. Old Hawk swept the copper coins on the table into his pocket, asked one of the tavern's servers to temporarily take over his duties, and then turned to Lynn, speaking once more. "Follow me. Your Ro wine is stored in the cellar. I'll take it and then bring you to meet him." As Lynn followed Old Hawk without any suspicion, the onlookers in the tavern couldn't help but display a smug smile. Everyone in Ern Town knew that while Lame Lot was generous with his payments, he was also known for his ruthlessness. Many people who worked for him mysteriously disappeared, sometimes not even leaving a corpse behind. You could have money but not life. In the meantime, as the tavern patrons watched with amusement, Old Hawk led Lynn through the kitchen and into a storage room filled with flour and barrels. He stopped in front of a dirty, massive wine barrel. Click! Old Hawk pressed down on the lid of the barrel, and with a rush of liquid, the barrel slowly rotated, revealing a half-person tall secret passage beneath it. "Follow this path. The person you want to meet is inside," Old Hawk whispered, lowering his voice. He handed the lit candlestick to Lynn and impatiently warned, "Be careful on your own. Don't cause trouble for me." Lynn expressed his thanks, picked up the oil lamp, and proceeded into the dark passage. As soon as he stepped in, the massive barrels stained with wine once again rotated back into place, and the sound of the liquid being refilled echoed. The faint light from outside vanished, and the passage was plunged into darkness. Lynn could only see a dim path ahead, and the air still carried the scent of inferior quality wine. Lynn continued down the dim corridor, his guard up and his mind constantly reviewing information about several fellow apprentices. Due to his mentor, Koru, who had been constantly on the move over the years, there was no fixed place for him to stay, and he wouldn't keep all the apprentices close by. After all, having too many unfamiliar faces suddenly appearing in a city would draw unwanted attention and hinder their ability to conceal their identities. So, the original Karl's knowledge of these individuals was quite limited. He had only met them a few times and knew their names and faces to some extent. The only one he was somewhat familiar with was Johnny, who had sent him letters before. Of course, this familiarity was one-sided. To put it simply, the original Karl had some teenage infatuation towards Johnny. As one of Koru's most promising students with high magical talent, Johnny was just one step away from becoming a full-fledged wizard. After Koru's death, he had become the de facto leader of their group of apprentices. However, this one-sided infatuation wasn't likely to be of any help to Karl. As Lynn continued to ponder, the narrow dark passage ahead gradually widened. With the dim candlelight, Lynn suddenly realized that this dark passage was leading to a dense forest outside Ern Town. Even though it was deep into the night, the sky wasn't as dark as expected. Silver moonlight filtered through the leaves of the forest, casting a soft glow on the solid earth, making it appear as though it was covered with a sheer veil. Lynn felt the magic within him become more active. This must be a Monday, he thought. Through the dense trees, Lynn could faintly see the sparkling stars in the sky and the massive moon. According to Karl's memories, this unique celestial event occurred only once a year and lasted for about 3 to 5 days. But Karl's memories didn't mention that moonlight could affect magic. That made sense, Karl had only become a wizard 6 months ago. As Lynn was thinking about this, a series of hurried noises suddenly echoed through the area. More than a dozen solidified magic missiles shot out from the dense trees surrounding him, blocking his escape routes. A trap? That thought immediately crossed Lynn's mind. In the next moment, he reacted swiftly. With his left hand free, he flipped it over, and a grey powder fell into his palm. It was the remaining material for his spell, the ember of red flame. Lynn threw it with force, and the tiny particles ignited instantly, creating a scorching wall of fire in front of him. However, his hastily used spell, the lesser fire wall, couldn't withstand the combined effort of several apprentice wizards. The magic missiles almost instantly penetrated the wall of fire. But Lynn had already achieved his goal. The heat and chaos caused by the fire disrupted their aim, and their magic missiles scattered, striking the trees and the earth behind him. Seeing 4 figures in dark robes closing in on him in a semicircle, Lynn silently drew his long sword, while simultaneously opening a pouch containing phosphorus. He was ready for a fight. His preparation for battle involved using a small amount of phosphorus, and he didn't have much of it, but now wasn't the time to hold back. However, before Lynn could make a move, a cold voice spoke ahead of him. "Karl, why did you betray us?" "Hello there. We've just hit the fantastic milestone of 10 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community." Chapter 11, The Land of Wizards. The sudden question left Lynn momentarily puzzled. As a few figures approached, Lynn immediately recognized the leader, the person he had been searching for, Johnny. The young woman, cloaked in black robes, appeared to be around 20 years old. She had unique silver-gray hair and bright, gem-blue eyes. Johnny had grown thinner since their last meeting, a result of constant evading and hiding. A sickly paleness now marred her complexion. "I don't understand what you mean, Johnny." Lynn's tone was unwavering, his memories confirming that Karl had not betrayed them in any way. At most, Karl might have harbored some thoughts, but that shouldn't have necessitated hiding in the slums, fearing for his life. "Where did you get that sword?" The grey-haired witch continued her questioning, her eyes fixed on the long sword Lynn held. Lynn then noticed that Johnny had been staring at the hunter's long sword in his hand. He realized where the problem lay. This is a weapon commonly used by witch hunters. A burly wizard apprentice named Buck exclaimed, his emotions running high. Of course, it's my trophy. Is there a problem, Buck? Lynn replied calmly, though he was breaking into a cold sweat. He had unwittingly been carrying around what was essentially a ticking time bomb for days. But it was understandable, he had left his personal short sword back at the slum's hideout, and it wasn't wise to just throw away a readily available weapon. More importantly, Carl's memories contained no information about witch hunters carrying standard weapons. Considering that Lynn had encountered no trouble in recent days, it seemed that very few people knew about this detail. However, it evidently didn't escape the old hawk from the Drunken Ghost Tavern. No wonder they had hesitated and offered excuses when he tried to buy Galrath wine. The information about him possessing a witch hunter's longsword was probably passed on by Old Hawk to Johnny's group. Your trophy? Are you saying you killed a witch hunter and took his sword? Buck sneered. Carl, if I remember correctly, you couldn't even master the most basic elemental spell, Frostblade. You'd be better off with a more plausible excuse. As lackeys of the church, witch hunters were the cream of the crop, highly skilled and usually operating in small teams. Even seasoned wizards found them formidable opponents. For Lynn and the other apprentices, simply surviving an encounter with a witch hunter was considered a stroke of luck. Sometimes strength isn't everything, Buck, Lynn shook his head. Besides, the last time we met was 4 months ago, right? As he spoke, Lynn extended his hand, manipulating the hydrogen and oxygen in the air to swiftly create a diamond-shaped ice blade, a bizarre yet strangely beautiful form. The other wizard apprentices present were taken aback, not by the unfamiliar shape of the ice blade, but by the incredible speed at which Lynn had cast the spell. In their world, before becoming full-fledged wizards and gaining access to memory slots, rapidly performing complex spells presented a significant challenge. Real combat didn't wait for you to finish casting your spells, and most apprentices were considered good if they could prepare a spell within 2 seconds. Lynn had compressed the entire process into about a second, opting for pure speed, even if the shape of the ice blade wasn't the perfect Crow configuration. Nevertheless, it was enough to capture everyone's attention. Furthermore, I don't think the church would make a wizard a witch hunter and provide them with such a weapon, Lynn continued before the others could recover from their surprise. Buck was left speechless. The church had a strict policy of not letting any wizard they suspected of demon corruption become a witch hunter, let alone equipping them with a witch hunter's weapon. This was seen as blasphemy against the gods. The other apprentices also realized the gravity of Lynn's argument and softened their hostility. Johnny, however, remained vigilant. She turned to one of the apprentices, Dove, and asked, "Have you checked the surroundings, Dove?" Dove, her voice trembling, responded, "No one has surrounded this place." With the confirmation, Johnny then turned to Lynn and apologized, "I'm sorry, Carl, but the situation is urgent, and we had to be cautious." "So you're only suspicious of me and ready to kill without evidence?" Lynn questioned. "I assure you, the magic I used was just a test. No one would want to harm their comrade," Johnny explained earnest. Lynn was briefly taken aback, then rummaged through his memories to recall that Kent was Korra's third disciple, the only one of the wizard apprentices who was absent. He couldn't believe that Kent had met his end. On the same day our teacher was captured by the church, the guards of the Nordland territory launched an attack on Kent's hiding place. Afterward, Buck, Barton, and Will were also pursued. Only Dove, with her unique abilities, managed to evade the attack beforehand, Johnny explained. "Unique abilities?" Lynn asked, raising an eyebrow. He instinctively glanced at Dove, who seemed incredibly young, probably around 13 or 14. She was considerably shorter than him, her face adorned with sparse freckles, her hair disheveled. She was feeding a few grey crows in a corner. Lynn quickly recalled the crow cries he had heard in the tavern and guessed that she possessed some kind of animal controlling magic. I suspect someone has leaked our information. That's the only way the church could have found our hiding place so precisely, Johnny said with a worried expression. How many people are supposed to know our hiding place? It should be just a handful of us, right? Lynn asked, getting to the core of the matter. Johnny pondered for a moment and then shook her head. In normal circumstances, only a few of us should know. Could it be our teacher? Buck hesitated and asked. Absolutely not. Johnny shot back firmly. Buck immediately fell silent. Lynn didn't dwell on this issue too much. Instead, he asked the second question that had been on his mind. So, what's our plan from here? Lynn was starting to regret seeking out these apprentice wizards. He had hoped that, even though they were pursued by the church, they would have a stable internal organization. He believed that even if he couldn't find another full-fledged wizard to join him, they would still be a valuable asset. However, it didn't seem so now. If Johnny didn't have a reliable plan to evade the church's pursuit, he would look for an opportunity to leave the group. Solo action was much safer than sticking with a group of rookies. Buck and Wool also looked at Johnny, and even Dove paused her feeding of the crows in the corner. During the time they had been pursued by the church, they had asked the same question multiple times, but Johnny had always evaded giving a clear answer, insisting they wait until everyone was present. Johnny didn't hide this time and answered promptly, "We will take a boat to cross the Misty Sea and head to the Wizard's Land, Green Rill." Does Wizard's Land actually exist? Will, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked. I've heard that beyond the Misty Sea is a dead land, and those who set sail never return. Yes, I've been there with my mentor. It's a land exclusively for wizards, with no presence of the church or witch hunters. Everyone can freely study magic there. Johnny stated firmly. That sounds as wonderful as the Holy Land of A.K.A., Barton muttered softly. He couldn't imagine a world where wizards weren't hunted and could practice magic freely. It was like a dream. Just so you know, A.K.A. doesn't like wizards. Dove, who had been squatting in the corner, spoke softly, interrupting Barton's fantasies. So, how do we get there? Will asked eagerly. Johnny hesitated for a moment but then replied honestly, the town of Yule is close to the Nordland Territories port. We can take a boat from there. I believe Lame Loud will help us. Loud. Lynn was somewhat surprised. The owner of the Drunken Goblin Tavern, Old Hawk, had also mentioned this name. Rumors had it that Loud had been a pirate in his youth, earning quite a reputation, until he lost a leg in an attempt to raid a merchant ship. He had narrowly escaped death by pretending to be dead. However, this event turned his fortunes, and Loud had surprisingly become a legitimate businessman. He now controlled the liquor trade in Yule and the port, making him the biggest kingpin west of the Nordland territory. Lynn immediately realized that the so-called liquor trade was just a cover. Loud's true business was likely to maintain contact between the Wizard's Land and the outside world. Anyway, we have to act quickly. The road to the Wizard's Land will only be open for 5 days this year, as indicated by the stars, Johnny said as she outlined the plan. Lynn and the others listened carefully, committed the plan to memory, and, when finished, Johnny created a fireball to destroy the drawing she'd made on the ground. Let's end it here for tonight, Johnny said, looking at everyone as the fire flickered. Finally, she added, Dove, you're in charge of the night watch. Tomorrow, Carl will carry you on our journey. Why me? Lynn couldn't help but feel a little annoyed that he was singled out. Were they targeting the newcomer? Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 12, Lynn, I can handle this. After a night of relentless pursuit, everyone in the room was exhausted. Following Johnny's briefing, they all went their separate ways to rest. Lynn was no exception. She picked a reasonably decent room, half-closed the broken door, and didn't mind the dust covering the wooden bed. She lay down immediately. Throughout the past week since her arrival in this world, Lynn had kept her guard up, even when sleeping. She was afraid that guards would burst in at any moment. Now, she could finally relax a bit. Green Reel. Lynn murmured the name of the wizarding city Johnny had mentioned. Unlike Will and the others, who were skeptical, Lynn didn't find it strange at all that a group of magic-using wizards had gathered to study magic intensively. In fact, she thought it was perfectly normal. On the other hand, the Church's theological approach was quite strange to her. For Lynn, going to the wizarding city was an excellent choice. In a place that valued magic and knowledge, she could better utilize her skills without worrying about being captured one day. In the Seikastian Empire controlled by the Church, she couldn't even find a place to farm and tinker with technology in peace. If some divine intervention were to target her, there'd be no reasoning with it. Even if she managed to create antimatter weapons, there was no guarantee she could defend against it. After weighing the pros and cons, Lynn temporarily abandoned her plan to go alone, but a sense of unease still lingered in her mind. She didn't believe that the sense of danger she had felt in the forest was a mere illusion. Johnny, Dove, Will, Buck, and Barton. Their images flashed through Lynn's mind. In the 6 months since she had become an apprentice wizard, her relationships with these people were superficial, with no personal grievances or grudges. This made it unlikely that the attack was due to personal vendettas. As for who could have done it, Lynn thought for a moment, and she could rule out Johnny. Not because of the small affection she had for her, but because Johnny had the least suspicion. As the apparent leader of the group and the one who had proposed the escape plan, if Johnny had betrayed them, it was better for Lynn to escape as soon as possible. Next was Dove. Her ability to control animals was crucial, serving as the team's eyes and ears. If someone like her changed sides, it would be a nightmare. The parchment Johnny had mentioned was also written by Dove, and the message had been delivered by her ravens. If either of them was compromised, Carl might have died before Lynn even arrived. Lynn was hesitant about the remaining 3, Buck and Barton, the twins, who took care of each other and could potentially deceive Johnny and the others. She knew very little about Will, who was a descendant of some count within the Seikastian Empire. Lynn closed her eyes and recollected every detail of her interactions with the other apprentice wizards. Then, she thought about the hidden passage in the Drunken Ghost Tavern, Old Hawk, the Wizarding City, Lame Loud. A vague guess flashed through her mind. Lynn suddenly opened her eyes, sat up in bed, and a sense of inexplicable coldness gradually overcame her. Click! At that exact moment, the door's hinge creaked, and the half-closed door was pushed open. Already on high alert, Lynn instinctively drew the long sword from her waist and slashed it in the direction of the door. When she saw who it was, her sword froze in mid-air. Johnny. Lynn was somewhat surprised. The silver-haired witch was holding her right hand in front of the sword's edge. It was then that Lynn noticed that the young woman was wearing a pure black leather glove with many intricate and mysterious inscriptions on its surface. It seemed to be some kind of alchemical item. Did you have a nightmare? The silver-haired witch furrowed her brows lightly, not quite understanding why Lynn had such a strong reaction all of a sudden. After a brief pause, she explained further, I knocked on the door a moment ago, but you didn't respond. Lynn nodded, she sheathed her sword, and curiously asked, It's so late, is there something you need? My teacher mentioned this to me earlier. He said that when you master the first-tier magic spell, Frostblade, I should give this to you. Johnny looked melancholic as she took out a thick book about 2 fingers thick from her pocket and handed it to Lynn. The cover was inscribed with the words Basic Magic Compendium in a rough common tongue. Lynn curiously took the book and opened it. The entire book was made from coarse parchment paper. On the first page, the first type of magic was recorded, Magic Missile. Like Basic Matter Disruption, Magic Missile was also a 0-tier magic spell of a special category. Its power was weaker than Frostblade and Fireball, but it had the advantage of being a pure magical creation, requiring no preparation of casting materials and having no upper limit on control. In theory, as long as you had enough magic power, creating hundreds of magic missiles at once was not impossible. Of course, having a large quantity wasn't enough. Any wizard had a limited amount of energy. An apprentice wizard could control 2 or 3 missiles at most without becoming distracted in combat. But there was a solution to this problem. Lynn flipped through the pages. On the second page of the Basic Magic Compendium, there were numerous curved diagrams and many complex heal-ram formulas below. After careful study, Lynn roughly understood what Johnny was trying to convey. To surpass the control limit of magic missile, you needed to establish a 3-dimensional coordinate system in your mind with yourself at the center and preset the flight path of the magic missiles. The flight path could not only be straight but also curved. In other words, the caster could create a vast, overwhelming, and difficult to block barrage attack from different directions and angles. This involved linear and curvilinear equations in 3-dimensional space. Lynn stroked her chin, thinking that this task didn't seem too difficult. Since magic missile was purely a magical creation and was minimally affected by gravity, one only needed to consider inertia and wind speed. Seeing Lynn's keen interest in studying the pages, Johnny couldn't help but offer a reminder. These are magical formulas created by the great wizard Heal-Ram. They can further enhance the power of magic missile, but for us at our current level, it's still too difficult. You'd better not waste too much energy on it. I'll keep that in mind. Lynn quickly scanned the pages again, confirming that her thoughts were accurate. She then closed the book and casually replied. Johnny saw that Lynn was being somewhat dismissive and sighed in resignation. She remembered being just like Lynn, fascinated with these intricate formulas when she first started with magic. It was only after hitting a wall that she gained some self-awareness. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 13, The Perfect Moment is Tonight. Tonight, you should get some rest early. It'll take us several days to reach the Wizard's City by ferry, and we'll have plenty of time to study new magic, Johnny advised Lynn. Seeing that Lynn was not convinced, she offered this reminder before turning to leave. Wait. Johnny. Lynn tucked Basic Magic Primer into his arms and suddenly thought of his earlier suspicion, so he spoke up. What's the matter? Is there something else? The silver-haired witch stopped in her tracks. Are you sure no one else knows the location of our hideout besides us? Lynn asked again. Are you suspecting that someone among us might have defected to the church? Johnny's expression grew serious, and she understood Lynn's concern. She had the same suspicions, but after hesitating for a moment, she shook her head and said, That's impossible. Before you arrived in Ur town, we spent a whole week in this village. The dangerous tasks of gathering information and procuring supplies were assigned by drawing lots, she explained. She had taken this opportunity to test each and every one of them, and so far, they hadn't encountered any pursuit from the church. That was the best proof. Lynn wasn't surprised by this, he was more direct in his response. Have you ever thought that maybe the church's first target isn't us? Lynn knew that for an insider, silent compliance meant only one thing: working towards a bigger gain. Johnny was momentarily stunned, wearing a puzzled expression on her face. Lame loud. The route to Green Realm, that's the true target of the church. Lynn said, enunciating each word. He didn't know what kind of relationship the drunkard Hawk and Cora had that made them willing to help apprentice wizards like them, but one thing was certain. A hidden passage directly leading outside the city was not specifically built for them. In other words, drunkard Hawk was very likely a spy placed by the wizards in the Nordland province, and helping them sail to Lord was undoubtedly more important. Lynn could imagine how many wizards had entered the Seeka's empire through this route over the years, and how many cargo-laden ships had set sail from Nordland's ports to reach the wizard's city. In comparison, Capturing a few apprentice wizards like them was inconsequential. It was probably just a way to appease the Duke of Nordland's emotions, handled as a side issue. This might explain why they were relentlessly pursued by the church outside, yet they had been safe upon entering Ur town. With Lynn's prompt, Johnny immediately understood the situation, and her expression changed. In this light, the church probably already knew their movements but was biding its time, waiting for them to act, and then capturing everyone in one fell swoop. Thinking about this, Johnny felt a chill down her spine. At this moment, they were like birds walking into a trap, just waiting for the hunter to raise his slaughter knife. Johnny remained silent for a while but couldn't come up with a solution. "So, what should we do?" she asked, but after posing the question, the young girl didn't expect Lynn to have any answers. In this hopeless situation, where even trust among themselves was nearly impossible, how could these apprentice wizards escape the intricately woven net of the church? However, Lynn spoke up. "It's simple. We wait." "Wait." Johnny was surprised by Lynn's response. "You just revealed the plan about the fairy and lord to them. We're leaving tomorrow, and by then, everyone will be watching each other. So, tonight is the best time to send a message," Lynn stated firmly. Squeak, squeak. When the moon's radiance passed the 13th star, Will awoke to the sounds of rats scurrying. The dry straw on his hard wooden bed felt like needles and blades against his back. Struggling to sit up, Will noticed 3 or 4 rats gathered around a half-eaten piece of dark bread near his discarded robe. Their long tongues hung from their mouths, and their dark, clawed feet left imprints on the blue fabric. "Damn you filthy creatures," Will fumed. He kicked the bread aside, cursing fiercely. It took several minutes for him to calm down, during which he reluctantly picked up his robe, carefully pushed open the door. The corridor leading to the hall was pitch black, with no sign of anyone around. At this hour, except for Dove, who was on night watch duty, everyone should be resting. Will didn't dare linger and swiftly crossed the hallway, entering a secluded storage room. He turned around and closed the door behind him. The old wooden door creaked and groaned, a testament to the mercenaries who had violently broken in. All the locks in the manor had been damaged, and the storage room was a chaotic mess, with dusty wooden boards covering the floor, and a few chairs and cabinets strewn haphazardly. Will knelt down, anxious, and started to clear away the clutter piled up in the corner, revealing a dusty floor with an enigmatic rhombus-shaped pattern etched on it. Back when they were apprentices selecting their specialized fields, Johnny had chosen elemental magic, Dove had opted for psychomancy, and Will had mastered alchemy. By boat, the harbor, Lord. Will edged each character into the center of the magical circle, then placed the magic stones on the 4 circular patterns within. Faint, radiant light gradually emanated, extending along the lines of the magic circle. Just as the radiance was about to enshroud the entire magic circle, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air echoed in the silent room. A frost blade was pinned firmly to the edge of the magic circle, and the brilliant magical light instantly dimmed. "Who's there?" Will was startled, and he sat down on the floor, his eyes filled with fear as he looked towards the direction the sound had come from. The partially open room had already been forcefully entered. In Johnny's eyes, there was a mix of disappointment and confusion. "Why are you betraying us, Will?" The hot-tempered buck strode forward and grabbed Will by his collar, landing a punch on his face. "Answer me." "Why?" Will sneered, then suddenly pushed Buck away, wiping the blood from his mouth. He spoke with an agitated expression. "You're asking me why? I am Will Isk, the second son of an imperial count. If it weren't for that fool Cora, I would have been living in the Isk estate, attending lavish high society gatherings, enjoying delicious meals, and being served by servants. In the future, I would have inherited a portion of my father's lands and become a baron in the Sika's empire. But now? Every day, we're stuck eating the same wretched bread as the peasants, sleeping in filthy ruins infested with rats." Will screamed hysterically. "I've had enough. Korra is a madman, a devil. He taught us demonic knowledge and turned us from highborn nobles into a bunch of insects cowering in the shadows. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 14, The Caged Bird. Have you all forgotten your own identities? Will shouted loudly. Before we became wizards, we were all noble children of the Seeka's empire. Buck and the others exchanged glances, falling into silence. They had all experienced what Will had gone through. That feeling of falling from heaven to hell was indeed unpleasant. In the midst of the silence, Lynn suddenly spoke, "You should understand, Will, the Church will never change its treatment of us based on our identities." As a monotheistic faith, the Church's most fundamental belief was in the creationist doctrine. The legendary deity, Elra, had created everything in the world and brought the elixir of life, giving life to the once barren and desolate land. Therefore, everyone was expected to obey the Church's rule. Wizards, who sought to decipher the laws of the world and gain power from them, naturally became the Church's arch-enemies. After all, this was undermining the very foundation of the Church's religious authority. "This time is different!" Will exclaimed excitedly, looking at everyone present, appearing almost insane. "Johnny, Carl, Buck, the Church's primary target is not us. As long as we sincerely repent, Archbishop Onlook and Duke Noland will surely forgive our sins." "You're crazy, Will." Johnny sighed. "From the moment we chose to become wizards, there was no turning back. Once they chose to become wizards, magic would forever flow within them, a symbol of evil and shame in the Seeka's empire. If Count Isk knew that his second son had become a wizard, his first reaction would undoubtedly be to disown him and cast Will out of the family. In other words, they could never return to their previous lives." "I'm not crazy, I know exactly what I'm doing," Will said coldly, turning to Dove, who had remained silent, and from the hidden pocket of her robe, he took out several magic stones. Suddenly, without warning, he scattered them towards Johnny and the others. "Johnny, be careful!" Dove screamed, her spiritual vision allowing her to see the hidden runes inscribed on each magic stone. As Dove's voice rang out, several magic stones exploded in mid-air, and sharp shards rained down like locusts. The grey-haired witch remained unchanged in expression. She raised her right hand, her fingers tapping like playing a harp, and the runes on her gloves lit up in succession. A faint flame appeared at her fingertips, and then it rapidly expanded, engulfing everything in front of her in just 1 second. This was a higher-level magic, Flame's Touch. At the moment Will threw the magic stones, he had already planned his escape route. He rolled in a desperate manner to avoid the searing flames and was about to jump out of the wide-open window. But Lynn's actions were quicker than his. A diamond-shaped ice blade shot out, piercing Will's ankle directly, causing his airborne body to lose balance and fall to the ground. A piercing cold spread up his ankle, and Will immediately felt his right leg go numb. He leaned against the wall, panic-stricken, about to say something, but a slender magic missile flew straight into his eye sockets and exploded. Crimson blood mixed with brain matter splattered, dyeing the wooden floor crimson. Lynn immediately turned to look in the opposite direction, and Johnny, incredulous, questioned Dove, "What are you doing, Dove?" When she used Flame's Touch, she intentionally reduced its power to leave a survivor and extract some information through interrogation. "It's too late, I can only kill him," Dove cried out, her hands clutching her head in fear. "Outside, there are at least 100 guards, we're surrounded." Hearing this, Johnny rushed to the window and used a fireball spell to illuminate the dim night. In the explosion of flames, Lynn saw from a distance a group of armored guards, bearing crossbows, silently crossing the dense forest, heading towards them. The leader, holding a staff and clad in a white and gilded robe, gazed at Lynn from a distance, illuminated by the firelight. "It's Archbishop Onlook of the Noland domain. We're done for." Barton immediately recognized him and fell into despair. He hadn't expected that the Archbishop of the Noland domain would personally lead the pursuit to capture a few wizard apprentices. Lynn glanced at the dim alchemical array on the ground. They should have stopped the spell from being cast earlier, which meant... The eyes of everyone on the scene involuntarily turned to Dove. "It wasn't me, it wasn't me." The 14-year-old girl frantically shook her head, her face filled with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. The chaotic situation and the imminent church pursuers made Johnny, who was already on edge, feel a wave of dizziness. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to calm down, speaking in a low voice. "Listen, things aren't as bad as they seem. There's a wide drainage canal in the basement of this estate that leads directly to the river outside. We can escape from there." As she spoke, Johnny turned her head and used a pleading look to signal Lynn to keep an eye on Dove, as she didn't know who else she could trust. 1 minute earlier, in the dense forest outside the town of Uru, over 100 neatly uniformed guards were slowly advancing under the cover of the trees. Priest Aaron, accompanying the troops, looked at the castle looming in the distance and asked in confusion, "Archbishop Onlook, according to the plan we previously set, shouldn't we have waited for these wizard apprentices to arrive in the harbor town before taking action?" For this caged bird operation, they had mobilized a large number of people to monitor the entire town of Uru. Their intention was to use these apprentice wizards to trace the heretics who had abandoned the faith of the Master and lead them all to hell. Now, they were taking the initiative, which undoubtedly disrupted all the efforts they had made earlier. Aaron, a skilled hunter, not only needs to learn how to set clever traps but also to know when to close the net, Archbishop Onlook responded in a deep voice. "A sturdy cage may hold clumsy ostriches, but if a griffin happens to be trapped inside, it can break free and tear the hunter to pieces. Remember, excessive greed will only make you lose everything in your hands." The essence of the caged bird operation was their absolute control. No matter how these apprentice wizards struggled, they couldn't escape the trap they had set. However, Blaine's death had made Archbishop Onlook feel a hint of unease. The presence of a formal wizard among Korra's apprentices completely disrupted his plans. Having dealt with the followers of these heretics many times, Archbishop Onlook was well aware of how formidable formal wizards could be. Their magic was diverse, and a slight oversight could lead to instant death. In the battle in the Noland domain, capturing a formal wizard was no easy task, especially considering Korra sacrificed herself to protect one of her apprentices and stayed behind. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 15, The Battle Inside the Castle. In comparison, it was undoubtedly wiser to take the initiative while the situation was still under control. If they could capture a few key figures, they might extract valuable information. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Archbishop Onlook," Priest Aaron said, carefully pondering the situation and bowing respectfully. "Everything is guided by the Lord," Archbishop Onlook replied casually. Suddenly, as if he sensed something, without any visible movement, several radiant arrows materialized in the void, instantly pinning 4 grey doves about to take flight to a tree. 3 seconds later, a dazzling fireball shot out from a nearby estate, illuminating the sky. Archbishop Onlook lifted his head, his magically enhanced sight piercing hundreds of meters, passing through the open windows of the 3rd floor, and he saw Lynn and the others gazing outward. Brown hair, medium build, handsome features. That was the wizard named Carl, the one who had killed Blaine. "Everyone, advance at full speed," Archbishop Onlook commanded without hesitation. Since they had been discovered, there was no need to hide any longer. The guards, who had been moving at a leisurely pace, immediately switched to a sprint, and the clanging of armor resounded as they surged towards the central fortress from all directions. 7 years had passed, and the manor's gates were violently flung open once more. Guards armed with swords and shields formed groups of 10, surrounding the entire castle methodically. Aaron led several squads, heading straight for the direction where Lynn and the others had been. As they traversed the long and wide corridors, the guards at the forefront had just entered the main hall when they emerged one by one, their faces filled with fear. Unfortunately, they were too slow, and several scorching fireballs, like meteorites, rained down on the crowd. Soon after, a series of violent explosions occurred, and the orderly and tightly knit formation turned into a chaotic sea of people. Ah! Accompanied by the piercing screams, blood splattered, bodies were flung, and the thick scent of blood filled the air. Even though the participants in this encirclement were elite soldiers selected from the Nordland army, each fully armed, they still instantly fell into disarray in the face of powerful magic. Fall back as a formation, and archers, prepare to fire. The only calm one on the battlefield was Aaron, who raised his staff high and shouted, "Don't panic, Ira is with us." The disordered troops quickly regained their composure, restoring order. The white glow in everyone's eyes shone brightly, and the inexplicable courage filled their minds. This was the magic of the first circle fear removal. Under Aaron's command, the shield-bearing guards placed their sturdy shields in front, advancing with large steps, while the guards behind them drew their crossbows in unison. Long-range volleys had always been the best way to deal with wizard apprentices. The tortoise-shell-like shield formation greatly reduced the effectiveness of ordinary magic, and magic missiles couldn't penetrate it. Even the powerful fireball spells couldn't produce significant results. The dense rain of arrows forced the group of wizard apprentices to retreat, and they were forced to take cover behind walls. The slowest to react, Barton, was accidentally struck by a crossbow bolt in the back and tumbled to the ground in disarray. "Barton!" Buck urgently called his brother's name, rushing forward and struggling to help Barton up. Waiting for the right moment, Aaron issued orders once again, dozens of strong crossbows all pointed at the two of them. As the crossbow triggers were pulled, a multitude of arrows poured down like a meteor shower. Second circle high-level magic frost barrier. Johnny decisively stood in front of the two, raised his hand, and a transparent water screen appeared in front of them. In an instant, it solidified into an icy crystalline wall. Bang! 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 The dense sound of impacts echoed in succession, and icy crystal shards scattered on the ground as the continuous rain of arrows broke through the frost barrier. 3 arrows were aimed straight at Johnny. Johnny, who had just completed an overspeed spell using Magic Hand, didn't have time to create a second ice wall. Behind her were Buck and Barton, the two brothers. No escape. Johnny clenched her lips, forcibly stopping her evasive movements, and held the hilt of her sword with no certainty that she could intercept all the arrows coming her way. At that moment, 3 magic missiles flew in from the side, accurately shooting down the arrows. Johnny was momentarily stunned, unable to fully grasp the joy of escaping the peril. Then, she saw 7 more magic missiles flying past her, curiously not following a straight path but taking a bizarre curved trajectory, easily bypassing the shield wall's protection, and heading directly for the guards behind holding crossbows. A brief moment of chaos caused the continuous arrow rain to temporarily cease. Johnny, Buck, and Barton took the opportunity to hide behind a low wall, looking in astonishment at Lynn and Dove standing beside them, a thought flashing through their minds. When did Dove become so powerful? But they quickly realized that it wasn't Dove who had acted, because the next moment, a full 12 magic missiles condensed in the void and floated beside Lynn. Magic bullet barrage. With the thought, Lynn sent more than a dozen missiles hurtling toward the guards. Seeing the strange magic, Aaron immediately commanded the shield-bearing guards to gather, layering their shields without leaving any gaps, forming a semicircular protection for the crossbowmen behind. However, what surprised everyone was that these dozen or so missiles, without any prior agreement, bypassed the shield wall and flew towards the rear. Did they miss their target? Aaron thought to himself, but quickly dismissed the possibility. If only 1 or 2 magic missiles had gone off course, that might be plausible, but if they all deviated from their path, it could only mean that their initial target was never here. Aaron abruptly turned around, and almost simultaneously, the 12 missiles hit the weathered pillar behind. In the billowing dust, the 7-meter-high pillar toppled straight down. "Spread out, get away from each other!" Aaron shouted hoarsely, raising his staff high and casting the only protective divine spell he possessed, sanctified word, shield. But it was clear that it was a futile effort. The bright white shield had just formed and was instantly shattered by the massive stone pillar. Over 10 shield-bearing guards and crossbowmen who hadn't had time to disperse were buried beneath the fallen pillar. When Aaron turned around again, Lynn and the others had already vanished. After much hesitation and numerous glances at the guards trapped under the pillar, crying for help as they bled, Aaron clenched his teeth and said, "Leave half the men behind to rescue them. The rest follow me." Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 16, Fire Magic Isn't Meant to Be Used Like This. Meanwhile, Lynn and the others were making their way to the castle from the other side, underground. Everyone was well aware of the pressing time. Barton, injured as he was, had even refused Buck's assistance. After a hasty makeshift bandage for his back wound, he gritted his teeth and followed the rest. In that moment, Lynn was still replaying the details of his spell casting in his mind. Magic missiles, as a fundamental zero-tier spell, wasn't particularly difficult to learn or use. The real challenge lay in presetting the trajectories for each missile. Lynn hadn't joined the first wave of counterattacks with Johnny and the others. He had been preparing his spells. Unless 071 assisted him with targeting, controlling 12 magic missiles simultaneously was his limit. Their power was roughly equivalent to a higher-tier first circle spell. "Are you really Carl?" In the midst of the silence, Buck couldn't help but ask. "Of course," Lynn nodded. "But when did you master the heal ram formula?" Johnny was also very curious. She had handed Lynn the book Fundamental Magic for All just over an hour ago. It didn't make sense that he could learn it so quickly, did it? "Just a little while ago," Lynn casually replied. Then he suddenly remembered that he had only been studying magic for half a year in his original body. He thought he might be coming across as too confident and quickly added, "My teacher explained the principles of this formula to me before. It didn't seem too difficult." "Not difficult?" A perplexed expression crossed Johnny's delicate face. If it was so easy, why had she spent several months trying to grasp it herself? Buck and Barton were convinced that their mentor, Cora, must have given Carl some extra help. "Dove, report the enemy's positions and distances." Lynn changed the subject and looked at the silent girl by his side. Although her killing of Will raised suspicions, they had no choice but to rely on her abilities in this crisis. "Enemies are everywhere, and it seems like they're trying to surround us," Dove said, her body trembling with fear. "What about Archbishop Onlook? Where is he?" Johnny suddenly inquired. "I don't know. My psychic sensing can't detect him," Dove almost burst into tears. "In that case, find a place to gather as many enemies as possible and deal with them first," Lynn calmly analyzed. Apart from the still unused Grand Archbishop, the biggest threat to them right now was the rain of arrows from the crossbowmen. If they were in an open area, a few volleys of crossbow fire would kill at least half of them. "Are you serious, Carl?" Buck's eyes widened in astonishment. They didn't even have time to escape right now, and Lynn was thinking about gathering the enemy for a counterattack. It sounded like a fairy tale. Lynn didn't reply but instead looked at Barton, who was struggling with his bleeding back. Buck then realized that they were still carrying a wounded member who couldn't move well. It wouldn't be long before the enemy surrounded them from all sides, and once that happened, there might be no escaping at all. "How confident are you?" Johnny asked directly. "That depends on how many types of magic you guys have mastered," Lynn declared decisively. With Dove's perception and Lynn's coordination, guards from several directions nearly converged on the group of wizard apprentices in a side hall of the castle simultaneously. A total of 6 squads of guards had gathered, with the mysterious and unpredictable Grand Archbishop Onlook stationed at the entrances and tending to the wounded. All of them were now assembled. Even though they outnumbered the enemy, Aaron, who had just suffered a severe setback at the hands of Lynn, didn't dare to be complacent. He ordered the guards to advance using a shield wall and crossbow formation, and then worked alongside other priests to cast supportive divine spells. Fear nullification, sacred blessing. 2 consecutive beams of white light shone. The shield bearers, now brimming with courage and vitality, boldly advanced with their thick shields. In front of them, Buck stood alone, barring the way for the numerous shield bearers. He lifted a counter that weighed several hundred pounds from the ground, his already muscular arms swelling once more. With superhuman strength beyond the limits of a human body, he hurled the heavy counter forward. Kill them all! The heavy counter collided with the dense wall of shields, producing a tremendous muffled sound. Then, the solid stone floor underfoot suddenly sank. This was the result of Johnny and Barton, who were hiding in the shadows, working together to cast a first circle spell fossilized to mud. The sturdy armor had ceased to protect and, upon impact, the legs of the shield bearers, who were standing on fine sand, immediately lost balance. The once neatly aligned shield bearers fell to the ground, all out of place. Though it was a combined spell of 2 wizard apprentices, the range of its impact was still limited. Behind them, the crossbowmen had already raised their crossbows, and more than 40 sharp crossbow bolts glinted ominously, aimed at Buck. "Please, Dove, be quick!" A bead of cold sweat slid down Buck's forehead as he silently prayed in his heart. This moment was the difference between life and death. Fortunately, Dove didn't disappoint him. Just as the crossbow triggers were about to be pulled, an indescribable shrill sound echoed through the castle. Soul wail! Everyone present felt as if their brains had been struck with a heavy hammer, losing all control over their bodies in that instant. Injury was sustained on both sides, and the enigmatic nature of psychic magic was unmistakable. The range of the soul wail's effect was extremely wide, but its magical power consumption was incredibly intense. It was forced to stop after only 2 seconds. Dove's figure wavered, almost falling to the ground. Johnny and the others felt a sense of unease. They had done everything they could, collectively buying them 5 seconds and gathering all the enemies together. For Lynn, this was enough. Pale yellow phosphorus powder was already suspended in his palm, rapidly expanding into a huge fireball nearly half a meter tall. The yellow-white flames didn't seem particularly remarkable, but all the wizard apprentices and priests present couldn't help but shiver with a deep sense of dread. However, this massive fireball didn't target Aaron and the others, it flew into the air and disintegrated, with sparkling embers trailing behind, like a beautiful fireworks display in the sky. Buck's face turned ashen. He couldn't help but suspect that Dove's soul wail just now had interfered with Lynn's spell casting. You see, fire magic had always been concentrated for effective use. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 17, The Devil's Power, Flames from Hell. Could it be that all our efforts have been in vain? Under the watchful gaze of Buck, a shower of starfire soon rained down upon them all. Sacred word, shield. After breaking free from the effects of the soul shriek, Aaron immediately cast a protective divine spell. A pure white shield materialized in the void, and the scattered starfire dots began corroding it, leaving behind small craters. Is this the power a weakened magical residue possesses, even reducing its strength by 100-fold? If the giant fireball had hit him directly earlier, Aaron was sure he wouldn't have been able to stop it. Just as he marveled, a series of shrill and agonizing screams echoed through the castle. Aaron turned to look, and he was left dumbfounded in place. Compared to the priests who practiced divine magic, the guards had yet to recover from the shock of the soul shriek, and tiny starfire dots were already sticking to their armor, shields, crossbows, and exposed limbs and faces. The horror of white phosphorus fire was soon revealed in the next moment. The faint flames, upon contact with the material, rapidly spread. Leather shoulder pads and gloves were burned through with gaping holes. The yellowish-white flames, as if attracted to flesh and blood, directly penetrated the skin beneath. Ah! A shield-bearer frantically beat at his chest, trying to extinguish the spreading white phosphorus flames. However, the result of his actions was that his arm also ignited, and in a matter of a few breaths, half of his body had turned into a torch. His companions fared even worse. Tiny flames fell directly into the gaps in their armor. The 1000-degree heat caused them to scream in agony, and they forcibly tore off their armor, then thrust their hands into their bodies, only to pull out a bloody, flaming chunk of meat. Flesh and corpses were the best nourishment for white phosphorus flames, and the fire quickly spread. A burning sea of fire, billowing white smoke, and grotesque, terrifying soldiers, this scene was as if hell had descended to the mortal world. Devils, this must be the power of devils, flames from hell. The terrifying sight completely shattered the elite guards of Nordenland, and the magic spell Banish Fear had lost all effect. A priest who had managed to avoid the flames' onslaught screamed himself hoarse, threw away his staff, and fled without looking back. Joni and the others, who were equally stunned, almost forgot Lynn's advice to hold their breath and use magic to extract oxygen from the air. What kind of magic is this? Buck shivered deeply. Just getting a little closer, he could feel the pain as if his bone marrow were burning. This is fireball magic. You guys don't know it. I just made a slight modification. Lynn noticed the astonished looks on everyone's faces and explained. This is considered a slight modification? Buck's expression became quite strange, as he thought Lynn's understanding of the term might be different from his own. Joni, on the other hand, was beginning to suspect if Lynn had already broken through the heavy barriers and become a full-fledged wizard. But Lynn had only been exposed to magic for half a year, and that seemed a bit too exaggerated. Plus, their teacher Cora had always been destitute, so where would he get the money to purchase a source of magical power? Compared to the intricate thoughts of Johnny and Buck, Barton's ideas were straightforward. He realized that when these apprentice wizards united, they could be so powerful. Barton even believed that, if they all worked together, facing the church's pursuit might not be as difficult as they thought. Just as he was thinking this, a dazzling white light appeared in the distance, breaking through the flames barriers and heading toward the group of wizard apprentices. Distracted, Barton only saw his brother, Buck, urgently opening his mouth to say something, and then he felt as if a powerful force had slammed into his body. His frail form was torn apart in mid-air, somersaulting several times, and then he plummeted to the ground, becoming lifeless in an instant. The sudden turn of events left Johnny and the others with frozen expressions. Buck's face contorted gradually, and he shouted hoarsely. "No, Barton!" Lynn acted as soon as the white light appeared. 12 magic missiles circled around him, drawing eerie, curved arcs in the air as they shot towards the end of the corridor. In the end, over a dozen magic missiles were blocked by an invisible wall, and all they could see were the ripples when they collided. Lynn's heart sank instantly, his gaze fixed on the other end of the sea of flames. He understood that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived, and their strength exceeded his wildest expectations. Suddenly, a melodious hymn resounded within the castle, and an invisible power gradually enveloped the whole area, causing a light rain to fall even within the enclosed indoors. This was the third circle divine magic, Song of Life. The green raindrops contained an incredibly potent divine power, gradually suppressing the hellish flames. The unrelenting and nearly all-consuming white phosphorus fire rapidly subsided, and Archbishop Onlook, dressed in a white and gilded robe, walked in at a leisurely pace. "Your Grace!" Aaron, who had escaped the Starfire's coverage by luck, shouted excitedly, though his words concealed a hint of resentment and hatred. The timing of Onlook's appearance was so clever that Aaron couldn't help but suspect that this archbishop had been watching them all along. Clearly, he and the elite guards of Nordenland were nothing more than tools for testing the opponent's strength and trump cards. Aaron's heart grew ice-cold halfway through, understanding that after this incident concluded, he, as the on-site commander, would undoubtedly face severe punishment. Onlook paid no attention to Aaron, surveyed the ground strewn with casualties, and the guards whose wills had been completely shattered. Then, his pupils contracted. Because the flames that had been extinguished once were showing signs of reigniting immediately after the divine magic song of life had ended. This was white phosphorus fire. As long as there was still oxygen in the air and something to burn, it would not stop. Do not linger, retreat. After Lynn's feigned magic missile attack failed, he made a choice without hesitation. The giant fireball he had prepared, with a casting time exceeding 5 seconds, had consumed most of the white phosphorus he had created. The remaining amount was insufficient to defeat the Archbishop, who was now unleashing powerful divine magic. Johnny and Dove also understood the terror of Onlook. Despite their deep sorrow for Barton's death, they knew that at this moment, the only chance for survival was to escape. But Buck, who had lost his younger brother, had gone mad. He roared with anger, picking up a relatively intact guard's corpse from the ground as a shield and charged towards Onlook. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 18, Praise to Allah, the Light of the Holy Spirit. Don't be reckless, come back, Buck! Johnny shouted loudly. Buck paid no heed and lunged forward with a ferocious expression. Praise Allah, Holy Light Impact! Archbishop Onlook slowly incanted, casting a second-tier divine spell. Dazzling white light erupted once again. This time, the body that stood as a shield in front of him was directly turned into a bloody mist, and the terrifying shockwave sent Buck flying effortlessly. Archbishop Onlook raised his staff to continue his spell casting to deal a fatal blow. In the critical moment, Dove intervened. A sharp, piercing screech, like the sound of death echoing from hell, momentarily disrupted Archbishop Onlook's actions, but only for a moment. Flames touch. Phosphorus, fireball spell. Lynn and Johnny, who had covered their ears in advance, simultaneously unleashed their most potent magic. 2 scorching flames surged toward Archbishop Onlook, forcing the Archbishop to switch from attack to defensive magic. Third-tier divine spell, Holy Barrier. An invisible barrier stood in front of Archbishop Onlook, effortlessly fending off the assault of the flames. However, the white phosphorus flames clung to it, slowly but steadily corroding the surface of the invisible barrier. Roar! Buck, who had been severely injured and knocked down moments ago, stood up again. His bloodshot eyes and his increasingly bestial features were even more apparent. At this moment, Buck, like a giant bear standing upright, charged into the burning sea of flames. His hair and robes were quickly engulfed by the white phosphorus flames. The pain of being burned at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees was enough to make anyone go mad, but Buck paid no heed. From the moment he used the magic transformation spell as an apprentice wizard, the process of his transformation had become irreversible, and breaking Archbishop Onlook's protective divine spell by his own strength was an impossible feat. Johnny, Cora, you go first. I'll stay behind to avenge Barton. Buck roared while smacking his hand against the holy barrier in front of him. Ripples appeared on the invisible barrier, and Archbishop Onlook used a divine spell to send Buck flying. We're going. Lynn glanced at Buck, covered in white phosphorus flames, without hesitation. There was no way to save him now. After knocking Buck away, Archbishop Onlook stood in front of the only exit. Having suffered so many losses, he would not easily let Lynn and the others escape. Repent before the great Lord, followers of the devil. Archbishop Onlook raised the episcopal staff in his hand and chanted loudly. Praise Allah, Holy Spirit's light. A dazzling light wave, emanating from the staff as its center, spread out in a semicircular shape. It was unstoppable and unavoidable, as the divine spell's range covered most of the side chamber. However, Lynn was not a person without an escape plan. In fact, he had prepared for an escape strategy in case of a crisis before entering the side chamber. Lynn, Dove, and Johnny simultaneously pressed their hands on the ground. Zero-tier magic, basic material deconstruction. The solid floor instantly cracked, and 3 fine cracks spread like a spider's web, finally connecting. Before the terrifying white light arrived, the ground beneath their feet had already collapsed. The failed Holy Spirit's light passed through the collapsed cavity and struck the wall behind it, causing a series of explosions that soon reverberated through the castle. After the dust and debris settled, Archbishop Onlook's expression became quite ugly as he looked at the collapsed cavity inside the side chamber. Roar! A hoarse roar came from the side. Due to being thrown out by the earlier attack, Buck was not within the reach of Holy Spirit's light. However, at this moment, he had already lost his human appearance and transformed into a robust giant bear, with his skin still covered in white phosphorus flames. Under the burned flesh, you could vaguely see his white bones. Even so, Buck continued to charge forward, fueled by his thirst for revenge. Archbishop Onlook frowned. He didn't have time to waste on a dying wizard apprentice. He extended his hand, and the fallen sand and stones quickly gathered and combined with the shattered armor on the ground to create 2 huge stone statues, each standing at 3 meters tall. This was a second-tier divine spell, Summon Guardian of the Spirit Realm. After the 2 stone statues were assembled, they separated. One of them swung its fist and knocked the giant bear Buck down, while the other jumped into the collapsed hole in the ground. Thankfully, this place isn't too high. With the falling debris as a cushion, Lynn, with the combined effort of the 3, successfully used the basic material deconstruction to break through the ground and reach the castle's basement. Lynn looked around. It seemed like a weapons storage room, with numerous weapons and swords piled on racks around them. In addition, there were many empty crates, probably where treasures were stored previously but had been taken by the castle's owner when he fled. After confirming the environment, Lynn immediately turned his attention to his 2 companions. Johnny was in relatively good condition, with severe magical exhaustion being his main issue. However, Dove was in a different state. After using Soul's Scream twice in a row, she, despite being a rare psychic, could hardly stand. "Johnny, how far is it from here to the underground canal?" Lynn asked. "Follow this path, keep going, and we should be able to reach it in no more than 3 minutes, Johnny replied, helping Dove to her feet. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly made up his mind. "Next, we can split up. You lead Dove, and I'll try to divert Archbishop Onlook." Johnny was well aware that they couldn't outrun Archbishop Onlook. Continuing like this would inevitably lead to capture. Although he had expended a considerable amount of magic in the previous battle, Dove could still cast 2 more upper-tier first-tier spells with the help of magic hands. This could buy them some time. The silver-haired witch lowered her head, and her red lips had traces of blood from biting down. She had promised her mentor Cora that she would safely bring everyone back to the land of the wizards. But now, Kent was dead, Will was dead, Buck and Barton had fallen right in front of her, and she couldn't do anything. "You might be a little late with that suggestion," Lynn said, looking up. In just that moment, there were already violent explosions from above, followed by a colossal stone statue, about 3 meters tall and clad in armor, crashing down from the hole above. "Let's go." Lynn grabbed Johnny and Dove by the arms, pulling them out of the falling debris zone and shouting loudly. He had been forced to use the white phosphorus flames, originally meant for covering their escape, to save Buck before. His magical energy was now depleted by more than half. Facing Archbishop Onlook once again, he had no chance of winning. The massive and heavy guardian of the spirit realm fell to the ground, causing the entire floor to tremble. Then it stretched its stone arms and took large strides toward the 3 of them. Lynn's expression tightened, and he was about to evade when a warning sound suddenly rang in his mind. "Warning! Detected severe illegal activities by the agreed target, suspected of using chemical weapons to cause mass casualties, of a highly heinous nature. The criminal acts have been recorded. Before the federal police arrive, you will have one opportunity for an online statement. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 19, Time for Closure. Warning. No signal. Warning. Not connected to the network. Please find a signal source promptly. Lynn's face displayed a mix of astonishment and joy. After reading the message and understanding its content, the corners of their mouth twitched involuntarily. What a ridiculous AI! I don't need an online narration. Turn off the warning sound and report the remaining energy. Lynn silently commanded in their mind. Remaining energy, 19.5%. Significant increase in energy density detected in the vicinity, with an estimated increase of 1% in energy reserves per hour. So fast! Lynn couldn't help but be surprised. An increase of 1% per hour meant the energy would be full in about 4 days. But it had been 5 days since the system was last shut down. Lynn glanced at the smart brain's notification once more. A significant increase in energy density? It couldn't possibly be related to the castle beneath their feet. It could only be the influence of Monday. Cora. Lynn was contemplating this when Johnny's shout interrupted their thoughts. A 3-meter-tall spirit guard rushed towards them, wielding a sledgehammer, ready to strike. Entering overload mode, 3 seconds. Lynn didn't turn around but silently uttered in their mind. In the next moment, a massive influx of data streamed into Lynn's mind. With a powerful leap, they used the reaction force to soar into the air, narrowly avoiding the heavy sledgehammer. Then, they landed on the stout arm of the spirit guard, pulled out a sharp witch hunter's sword, and embedded it into a crack in the statue's neck, pinning it firmly to the wall behind. However, this strike clearly couldn't completely shatter the statue. Lynn didn't force it and, after temporarily restricting the spirit guard's movement, deactivated the overload mode. They swiftly grabbed Johnny, who hadn't reacted yet, and continued their escape. The smart brain's energy was now less than 20%, and it needed to be conserved for more critical situations. The group ran like mad, and after about 10 seconds, the sound of the giant statue's footsteps trembling the floor rang out again. Dove, who was holding onto Johnny's arm, trembled continuously, sobbing softly. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Johnny. Carl. You knew from the beginning that Will had betrayed us, didn't you?" Lynn glanced at Dove with certainty. Tonight, when tracking Will, Lynn had sensed that something was amiss. Will's behavior on his way to the storage room was too peculiar. Dove, who was on night watch, had probably been using the Grey Jays to monitor the entire castle. However, Will showed no vigilance at all and didn't even glance around the windows or corners. This was clearly irrational, unless Will was confident that there would be no consequences even if the Grey Jays discovered him. "Can you tell me the reason?" Johnny asked, gripping Dove's delicate hand tightly. She couldn't believe Dove would do something as treacherous as this. Dove's nose twitched as she spoke with a tearful voice, her tone choked with emotion. 3 nights ago, when it was Will's turn for night watch, she released the Grey Jays for patrol as usual. But to her surprise, she discovered that Will was secretly reporting the situation here to the church through an alchemical array. "Why didn't you tell us about this?" Johnny asked. "But Will had already discovered me. He said the church knew my identity. If I dared to tell you, my parents, my brother, and sisters would all be bound to the stake and burned to death." Dove's face showed a look of fear, and she sobbed as she spoke. Johnny fell silent. For apprentices like them, family safety was indeed a significant concern. That was why in their situation, it was a taboo to inquire about each other's true identities. They couldn't even be sure if they were using real names. "Clearly, he lied to you. Perhaps Will didn't know your true identity, or maybe he intended to take all the credit himself," Lynn calmly remarked. From Will's hands-on approach, it was apparent that his words were likely just a ruse. Otherwise, he could have used this to manipulate Dove into doing more for him. Of course, it was also possible that Will planned to keep all the credit for himself. The more he did, the more the church might see his sincerity and pardon him as a faithful follower of the church. Do you want to survive, Dove? I have a method that might deal with Archbishop Onlook, Lynn suddenly asked. Before Johnny could respond, Dove, her eyes brimming with tears, nodded. Yes. She didn't want to die. Then tell me everything you know about magic. I need to know the principles and methods of their use, Lynn said bluntly. What are you planning? Johnny asked, surprised. I think it's not too late to start learning from now on, right? Lynn said seriously. Now that 071 had been restarted, it was time to bring things to a close. Chased all the way and having witnessed the deaths of Buck and Barton, Lynn was now burning with anger. But, was there really time? Johnny couldn't believe it, but after hesitating for a moment, he began explaining. Touched by flame, fossil to mud, icy veil, minor, fiery grasp. As Korra's most valued disciple, Johnny mastered a dozen or so first-tier spells, while Dove knew very few, only 2 highly specialized spiritual spells. It was said that only a few apprentices with spiritual talents could master them. Considering the urgency of time, Lynn didn't get greedy. They selectively memorized a few and began practicing them in their mind with the help of the smart brain. Lynn's composed appearance also infected Johnny and Dove, boosting their confidence in defeating Archbishop Onlook. As the three advanced, the sound of rushing water reached them from the front, and the gentle breeze carried a hint of moisture. What they saw was a rapidly flowing underground river. The turbulent water gushed from underground continuously, passing through a long tunnel, directly leading outside the castle. Holy light impact! Lynn and Johnny hadn't reached the riverbank yet when a white light shot out from behind them. Icy Veil X2. Johnny and Lynn exchanged a glance and simultaneously raised their hands. 2 walls of ice crystals shot up from the ground, jointly blocking this second-tier divine spell. The 2 walls of ice crystals disintegrated instantly, and the shards fell like hail. Now, what do we do? Johnny asked anxiously, looking at Lynn. The escape route was right in front of them, but once they were swept into the swift current, they would have no means to resist Archbishop Onlook's attacks. It's simple. Lynn glanced at Johnny and, without warning, took the girl's sword off her waist. To Johnny's surprise, Lynn pushed her directly into the swift current. The cold river water engulfed her nose and mouth, quickly soaking her entire body. Johnny keenly felt the massive inertial force of the swiftly flowing water, forcefully pulling her toward the exit. Through the blurry curtain of water, Johnny vaguely saw Lynn's mouth moving as if bidding a final farewell. Then, a heavy object was thrown in her direction. Dove, who was in a panic. Watching the two being carried away by the current, Lynn wasn't particularly concerned about the safety of the 2 witches. After all, a wizard who could control oxygen wouldn't drown in the water. Lynn simply added the unspoken second part in their mind. It's simple. Just don't get in my way here. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 20, Deconstruction Record Mimicry. Such a touching scene. Archbishop Onlook's figure appeared at the other end of the corridor, accompanied by a massive spirit realm guardian walking in step beside him. Watching Johnny and Dove being carried towards the exit by the rushing current, Onlook had no intention of stopping them. After all, the wizards standing in his way would not let him succeed. If the scene were a bit different, this would almost be a reenactment of the Battle of Nordland. I believe you may have misunderstood something. Lynn turned around, his gaze piercing, fixed on Archbishop Onlook standing at the end of the corridor. He extended his right hand, and a trace of white phosphorus remaining on the surface of his pouch was separated by the influence of the mage's hand. First, it needed to be recorded. Recalling Johnny's earlier explanation, Lynn instantly entered an overload mode and cast a Tier 0 spell, basic material deconstruction magic. The fine white phosphorus powder rapidly disintegrated, returning to its basic molecular state. Then came the magic mimicry. A large amount of magic flowed into his palm, just like cell division. The white phosphorus suspended in his hand multiplied, eventually surging into a huge fireball. Deconstruct and record an element, then mimic it with magic. This was the essence of how a true wizard could cast spells without materials. Typically, mastering an element would take weeks or even months, but with the immense computational power provided by the intellect engine, Lynn reduced this time to just 3 seconds. A new rune was quickly etched into his mind, the white phosphorus fireball spell. Looking at the fiery sphere in Lynn's hand, Archbishop Onlook halted his advance. Having witnessed the terrifying power of white phosphorus, he naturally didn't dare to underestimate it. He immediately employed his most potent protective spell, the sacred barrier. An invisible barrier, as strong as a fortress wall, stood before him. However, Lynn's white phosphorus fire bypassed it and crashed into the entrance behind. A violent explosion erupted in the next moment, accompanied by a burst of rising flames. The entrance behind them was now engulfed in the horrifying white phosphorus blaze. Archbishop Onlook was taken aback for a moment, but once he realized Lynn's intent, his expression became extremely grim. It was evident that the wizard in front of him didn't just want to protect his companions and let them escape. By sealing off his retreat, it meant he was preparing to eliminate him right here. Very well. Realizing this, Archbishop Onlook's anger flared up. The massive spirit realm guardian at his side made heavy strides and charged forward. Lynn, standing before the spirit realm guardian, was like a mantis trying to stop a speeding car. But Lynn's expression remained calm, with no intention of dodging. He was silently counting in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Mud to stone. Just as the spirit realm guardian rushed to him, about to deliver a powerful punch, Lynn bent down to evade and pressed his palm to the ground. The solid ground instantly transformed into soft sand. The massive, heavy stone statue lost its balance as it stepped onto the soft ground and tumbled into the fast-flowing water behind. The massive water spray had not yet hit the ground when it disintegrated into the most basic elements. Then, infused with magic, it condensed into dozens of shimmering ice blades, speeding away at an unimaginable pace. Taking advantage of the terrain, Lynn used a Tier 2 spell for the first time, Group Frost Blades. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Archbishop Onlook couldn't react in time, and the spirit realm guardian sank beneath the water, while the ice blades, swift as flying locusts, collided with the sacred barrier. How could a Tier 2 offensive spell triumph over a Tier 3 defensive divine art? Lynn quickly provided the answer as dozens of frost blades precisely struck 3 specific points on the invisible barrier. Ripples spread across the intangible surface, accelerating as they went, first forming hairline cracks, then swiftly expanding until the invisible barrier shattered. This was breaking point with pinpoint accuracy. Archbishop Onlook's face completely changed, and he couldn't help but take a step back, raising his staff and using his second Tier 3 divine art, Divine Light of the Spirit. The dazzling light emitted an aura of death as it spread forward in a semicircular fashion. Just 5 minutes ago, Lynn had fled from this very spell in a sorry state, but he was no longer the same. White phosphorus, Flame Demon's hand. Lynn raised his hand, and the terrifying white phosphorus flames ignited once again, forming a colossal hand resembling an ancient demon. This hand clashed with the blinding light wave. This ordinary Tier 1 advanced spell, in Lynn's hands, unleashed unimaginable power. The blazing fire surged into the sky, causing the entire castle to tremble violently. In the white smoke and the glare of shattered stones, Archbishop Onlook faintly saw something shining in mid-air. Upon approaching, he realized it was a sword, and the sword-bearer, Lynn, was already right in front of him. Clang! The sharp long sword collided with the gilded staff, emitting a sharp and unpleasant thud. What was the best way to deal with a priest who could use divine arts? Close combat, of course. But Lynn quickly realized that his accumulated experience from games and novels didn't apply this time, because Archbishop Onlook effortlessly blocked his full-strength attack with just one hand on his staff. Could this be what they called a close combat priest? Cold sweat formed on Lynn's forehead. He lowered his head to evade Archbishop Onlook's powerful strike. Feeling the whistling sound created by the staff passing above his head, Lynn estimated that this strike had an impact force of at least 1.5 tons or more. This reminded Lynn of the witch hunter he had encountered earlier. Were all the church's members human-shaped dinosaurs? Fortunately, due to years of a luxurious lifestyle, even though Archbishop Onlook had taken divine elixirs, his close combat skills were still far from satisfactory. Combat wasn't just about brute strength. After 3 or 4 exchanges, Lynn instantly calculated the staff's landing point. His long sword pierced in at a clever angle, leaving a fierce gash on Archbishop Onlook's chest. Archbishop Onlook was both shocked and furious. He didn't hesitate to use a Tier 2 divine art, Holy Light Impact, even though the two were in extremely close quarters. Dazzling white light erupted, and Lynn and Archbishop Onlook were both blasted away by a powerful shockwave. Lynn, with a weaker physique, was sent flying more than 10 meters away. However, at the moment of casting the divine art, he had created an ice shield outside his body to mitigate most of the impact, preventing himself from falling into the swift-flowing river behind. On the other side, Archbishop Onlook had directly taken the blow from his own divine art. His splendid gilded robes were torn and tattered, and the grotesque wound on his chest ruptured once again. Holy word, shield, divine blessing, dispelling fear, sacred barrier, wall of light. In the face of successive life-threatening situations, the terrified Archbishop Onlook didn't even tend to his injuries first. Instead, he cast one protective divine art after another, turning himself into a turtle shell. Hello there! We've just hit the fantastic milestone of 20 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 21, Shaking the Gods When You Can't Beat Them. Warning, energy remaining at only 3%, the system will forcibly shut down in 15 seconds. Disable overload mode. Lin Yun said without hesitation, upon hearing the warning in his mind. It had been 5 days of complete silence since the last shutdown of the AI brain. Lin Yun had no intention of going through that again, and the previous battles had depleted nearly 90% of his magical power. However, despite the daunting difference in power, a faint smile graced Lin Yun's lips. He had gained the upper hand in this battle. White phosphorus, a forbidden weapon in modern warfare, had a terrifying quality apart from its ability to burn everything. It was its insidious toxicity. This was precisely why he had sent Dove and Johnny away and instructed everyone to hold their breath during the fight. It was to prevent them from succumbing to the poison. However, the situation was different when facing Archbishop Onlook. The widespread use of white phosphorus, fireball art and Hand of the Flame Demon aimed to fill the enclosed space with toxic gas. Close quarters combat would exhaust Onlook's stamina and manipulate the air, forcing him to inhale the poisonous gas more intensely. It had been about the right amount of time, and even a genuine humanoid dragon would find it extremely challenging to endure until now. As Lin Yun had expected, Onlook, who was hiding in the turtle shell, had noticed the weakening sensations throughout his body. He felt dizzy and feverish, and his vision was gradually blurring. It seemed like his strength was being gradually sapped away. What kind of magic was this? In an instant, Onlook thought of the four-ring magic known as the Harvest of Death. This terrifying magic could turn an area into a forbidden zone for the living in a matter of seconds. But if the opponent was a great wizard capable of using four-ring magic, it meant that he was already dead during their confrontation. So it could only be poison. Onlook immediately realized this possibility. For example, the three-ring magic toxic domain could create a large area of yellow-green poison mist with very distinctive characteristics. Now, it was too late to cast the dispelling magic for the poison. Lin Yun was not about to let go of the most vulnerable moment of his enemy. He immediately pushed all his remaining magical power into it. Magic, barrage. In an instant, 36 magic missiles floated in the air. Lin Yun even reactivated the 3-second overload mode, quickly adjusting their trajectories. Facing Onlook's turtle shell-like tactics, Lin Yun had no intention of confronting it head-on. Instead, he chose to evade the most challenging holy barrier using the flexibility of the magic missiles. He attacked from the weak points and sent this Nordland leader and archbishop straight to hell. After 25 years, Onlook once again felt the impending sense of death. At this life-or-death moment, Onlook appeared strangely calm. He had no doubt that he would die today, but before that, he could do one last thing: send this devilish disciple, who was young but already a three-ring wizard, straight to hell. Great Lord of the Stars, Goddess of the Moon, Creator of the Earth and Life, your humble servant prays here and offers up this body. I beseech the projection of the Supreme Lord to descend upon this place. Onlook chanted fervently, and with each verse, his face aged by a year. His skin became wrinkled, white hair hung down from his forehead to his eyes, and his voice grew lower and more hoarse. In a trance, it was as if a sacred hymn resonated in the enclosed underground space, gradually overshadowing Onlook's voice. In no time, the entire space began to shake violently. God! Summoning! Ritual! Lin Yun exclaimed, barely managing to utter the words through clenched teeth. Upon arriving in this otherworldly realm and discovering that the priests of the church possessed true divine magic, the thing that Lin was most worried about and least willing to face was the god-summoning ritual. The beings referred to as gods were not to be underestimated, even if it was just a projection that couldn't carry much power. A single gesture from it could flick you to death. Shaking the gods when you can't beat them. Is this still a human? Lin inwardly cursed and launched the preset magic missiles without daring to look back at Archbishop Onlook's fate. He promptly jumped into the swift underground river behind him. More than 30 magic missiles followed their original path, avoiding the sturdy holy barrier, and hit Onlook directly, colliding with a mysterious force. The successive explosions were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. The underground space, which had endured countless trials, quickly disintegrated. Huge, multi-ton stones continuously detached from the ceiling, crashing down to the ground and into the river, engulfing everything in rolling smoke and dust. At this moment, Lin had been swept into the turbulent water. Being a land dweller who had lived in the central region of the Federation for years, Lin had no experience in swimming. His nearly depleted magical power and physical strength had stripped him of any chance to struggle. He could only allow the strong current to pull his body downward relentlessly. However, there was not a trace of worry on Lin's face. In his previous life as a data archivist, he knew very well how a non-swimmer could survive in fast-flowing water. First and foremost, he needed to remain calm, that was the foundation of everything. Then, he needed to make full use of the buoyancy of the water itself. As everyone knows, the density of the human body is greater than that of water, and the gravitational force exerted on it is greater than the buoyancy, which is why people gradually sink when they fall into the water. However, before he jumped, Lin had already taken a deep breath. Then, he relaxed his body as much as possible, adjusted his center of gravity, and increased the contact area with the water's surface by lying on his back. This way, as long as he held his breath and reached a slightly calmer area in the water, he would naturally float on the surface. Based on this theory, Lin maintained a very standard supine posture. Even as his body slowly sank, he paid it no mind, thinking it was just the influence of the water current. But as the depth of his descent increased, a hint of panic crept into Lin's heart. Could it be that my backstroke posture isn't standard enough? 071? What's going on? Lin couldn't help but shout in his mind. The AI brain's prompt tone sounded immediately. According to Section 32, Article 7 of the Federal Diving Safety Guidelines, beginners practicing diving should not carry heavy objects, sir. Lynn glanced down at the steel longsword hanging from his waist and then continued sinking to the riverbed. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 22, Sorry, Aliens Have No Rights. As the evening descended and the fading glow of the setting sun painted the sky, Lynn had been adrift at sea for almost a day. Since the troublesome longsword had been borrowed from Johnny, Lynn had hesitated to part with it. Instead, he had spent 2 hours learning to swim and doggy paddle under the guidance of his smart brain. 071, next time we encounter a situation like this, you should alert me in advance, Lynn said, struggling to swim and avoid colliding with the protruding rocks ahead. In accordance with Directive Target 17 hours, 23 minutes, 50 seconds ago, the warning tone has been disabled. Well, then turn it back on for me now. Lynn blurted out without thinking, and immediately regretted it. You have an unprocessed criminal record. Do you wish to make an online defense statement? Lynn sighed in resignation, almost facing the projected divine being. He couldn't help but wish that a federal officer would fly him out of this wicked medieval realm. Perhaps he'd even receive a substantial reward for being the first to discover extraterrestrial life on a planet. But, alas, this fantasy was destined to remain unfulfilled. Before his time travel, the range of federal spacecraft was limited to the solar system and lacked the capability for interstellar travel. Furthermore, there was no signal, which was odd. Lynn, who understood the logic of his smart brain's operation very well, suddenly spoke. 071, based on the current information, identify the star I'm on. The planet has been detected to possess an unknown energy called magic, and it is beyond the signal tower coverage of Uranus. The current location is predicted to be in an unknown galaxy outside the Milky Way, Orion Arm, the solar system, and it cannot be determined if it's in the same universe. In that case, please describe the definition of protecting extraterrestrial life in the Intelligent Management Act, Lynn inquired again. The Intelligent Management Act contains no provisions for the protection of extraterrestrial life. 071's response was concise. As the federal exploration of the cosmos had yet to discover extraterrestrial civilizations, there was no need for any provisions in the Intelligent Management Act to protect extraterrestrial life. So, you mean that aliens have no rights, right? In fact, I haven't committed any crimes. Lynn said earnestly. The high-speed operation of the smart brain seemed to stutter for a moment. After consuming 1/1000th of its energy for computation, it provided an answer. The logical chain is valid, and the criminal record has been erased. Hearing this, Lynn finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that, no matter what he did in the future, he wouldn't be bothered by annoying warning tones anymore. After all, federal law couldn't reach this otherworldly realm. Lynn secretly resolved that when he became a full-fledged wizard, capable of freely using magic, he would research whether he could modify this artificial intelligence. Just as Lynn was lost in thought, a sea of twinkling lights appeared on the vast expanse of water. As he got closer, a towering city wall came into view, and the previously seen lights turned out to be bonfires used for illumination on the battlements. After a day of drifting on the water, Lynn's mood was slightly excited as he finally saw something different. However, he decided not to approach recklessly. Instead, he opted to land nearby and explore this place tomorrow. The commotion from the battle outside the town of Yule had been quite substantial, and not all the people had been annihilated. The news had likely spread by now. Lynn had no doubt that the entire Nordland territory was under strict martial law. His hair color, age, and physique were all distinctive signs that could easily get him arrested if he didn't do some kind of disguise. Therefore, Lynn changed his swimming style from effortless backstroke to less proficient doggy paddle as he prepared to make his way to shore first. Just then, something heavy dropped from the towering city wall in front of him. Accompanied by a dull thud, a splash of water shot high into the air. Ripples on the water's surface gradually expanded, indicating that something was struggling beneath. A person. Lynn's pupils contracted slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he swam over swiftly. Although it seemed like a crime scene, he happened to need someone to answer some questions. Water splashed everywhere, and the clear lake had already been stained red. Lynn became even more certain of his earlier suspicions. Before he could provide any rescue, a hand reached out from the lake bottom and tried to pull him down. This was a common stress response for drowning victims and could sometimes drag rescuers down with them. Fortunately, Lynn didn't have to worry about oxygen and was able to swim to the shore while holding onto the other person's collar. An hour later, inside a natural cave outside the city, a roaring fire gradually lit up, providing both illumination and dispelling the night's chill. During the interval while his clothes dried, Lynn turned to look at the young man he had rescued. This young man appeared to be around 18 or 19, with an ordinary face and hair color strikingly similar to his own. What made Lynn sigh in frustration was the deep scar on the young man's chest, which seemed to be the result of a knife wound that pierced his heart. Had he known, he might have left him alone. He had put in so much effort and, after all, ended up saving a lifeless body. Lynn shook his head in resignation but still went through the routine of searching the body. After all, this was likely a noble's offspring, and who knew what valuable items he might find. 3 gold coins, over 10 silver coins, a few exquisite trinkets, and a book with no name on the water-damaged cover were all the young man had in his possession. For a noble's offspring, this seemed quite meager, but for Lynn, it was an unexpected windfall. In the Sekus Empire, a copper coin could buy a dark loaf of bread, which, along with water, could provide a meal's sustenance. The exchange rate between silver and copper coins fluctuated around 1:80, and the exchange rate between gold and silver was over 100, even higher in times of war. After all, gold was considered a rare element throughout the universe, with very limited reserves. However, since these items were still with the body, it was unlikely that the motive for the murder was simple robbery. Lynn tossed the coins in his hand. He wasn't a professional detective, but after examining the wound on the victim's chest, his expression suddenly froze. Then, he mimicked holding a dagger with his right hand and tried to stab himself in the chest at a similar angle. The angle of the wound was exactly the same. This is suicide? Lynn immediately realized this possibility. After thinking for a moment, he reached for the book he had overlooked and gently lifted the water-damaged pages. The writing was scribbled but deep, as if it had been carved into the paper. Perhaps without me, everything will get better. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 23, The Diary of the Inept. Training, it's always training, no matter how many times I try, I can't make it through the selection. Why do you look at me with those hopeful eyes, Father? It's that time again, in the July of the 824th year of the Holy Calendar, the third night selection. Against Tyrol, defeated in 27 seconds, once again. Do you hate me, Ivana? I can understand your feelings, a failure like me stealing your opportunity. If only things could be reversed, why not? Perhaps, I shouldn't exist at all. Time flowed slowly, and the fire in the cave flickered until the last bit of dry wood was consumed. The sudden darkness interrupted Lynn's thoughts, and with a wave of his hand, the piled twigs and fallen leaves levitated and nestled into the firewood, which now sparkled with starry flames. In the next moment, the crimson flames leaped again, and Lynn flipped through the diary in his hand. No, to describe it as a diary might not be quite accurate. This was the record of an ordinary noble youth, one without exceptional talents, who documented his hidden fears, self-doubt, resentment, and pain on these pages. Lottie Pedral. Lynn pronounced the youth's name. There was no doubt that this was a classic case of too much expectation driving someone to madness. But what he saw was even more complex than that. Lottie's father was a baron in the Sika's empire, the kind of nobility that had long since fallen from grace, with only a title to their name. They were the sort who had to rely on their dwindling savings to maintain a semblance of noble stature. Just like every set of parents who hoped their child would rise to greatness, Baron Pedral had placed all his hopes for family revival on his son's shoulders. Noble offspring like them, if they could pass the night assessment before the age of 20 and remain steadfast in their faith, were eligible to become priests or clerics, which was undoubtedly the best way to change the fate of their family. For this reason, Lottie had been subjected to rigorous training from a young age, with the goal of becoming a member of the clergy through the knight's assessment. The Pedral Baron even spent a fortune to hire formal knights to hone Lottie's combat skills. However, Lottie's talents were lackluster, and no amount of hard work could change that. In the entire Nordland region, there were only 3 slots for priests and clerics each year. Many aspired for those positions, and among them were individuals who were more dedicated, more talented than Lottie, and even more influential. Thus, from the age of 16, all he received were repeated disappointments. Faced with the disparity between his family's expectations and the harsh reality, Lottie gradually became introverted, almost silent, to the extreme. His younger sister, Ivana, was the opposite, possessing decent talent. She had mastered swordsmanship not weaker than Lottie's through continuous observation and sparring with formal knights. However, for Baron Pedral, Ivana's displayed talent was merely a small surprise. In the Sika's empire, there were precedents of noble women, but those were usually exceptional cases where male heirs were absent. Otherwise, daughters were typically tools used for political marriages to enhance family influence. Investing significant resources in their upbringing was not a wise decision. After all, the preservation of the noble bloodline was fundamental. Selecting a female as the heir meant the risk of losing everything the family had accumulated. Lottie, unable to bear the pressure and expectations, was probably trying to force Baron Pedral to make a decision with his own death. In Lynn's view, Lottie's choice was undoubtedly a foolish move. He had some understanding of these noble personalities. From the description of Baron Pedral's character in the diary, it was clear that upon hearing of Lottie's death, he would only be concerned about whether he could still produce another son or adopt a promising heir from a collateral branch. Ivana would forever be the last resort. As for individuals like the previous host, Karl, who were bastards, they were in an even more pitiful situation. Unless the family line was about to end completely, they wouldn't get anything. The diary, spanning over 100 pages, was quickly turned to the last page. Lynn was somewhat touched by the experiences of this noble youth, but what truly caught his attention was a term mentioned in the diary. Useless ones. Lynn muttered to himself. He had thought he would no longer hear that term in this new world. After all, even a farmer tilling the fields here had some value in their exploitation. Lynn let out a slow breath, reorganizing his scattered thoughts, and then turned to look at Lottie's lifeless body. Since he had accepted the young man's belongings, he should take the time to give him a proper burial. 071, how much energy reserve do we have now? Lynn inquired in his mind. Remaining energy, 12.3%. Energy concentration is continuously decreasing. Estimated increase in energy reserve, 1% every 10 hours. As expected. Lynn checked the faintly lit sky and wasn't surprised by this. Just as he had guessed, the moon's phases affected the activity of magic. After a night of rest, his stamina and magical energy were almost back to their peak. From Lottie's diary, Lynn also gained a crucial piece of information. He was in the harbour town of Nordland, which meant that the underground river in the castle directly flowed into the misty sea. Unfortunately, he had sent Johnny and Dove away ahead of time to deal with Archbishop Onlook, so he couldn't be sure where the 2 witches had drifted to. If they were proficient swimmers, they could land anywhere, unlike him, who was left drifting along with the current, slowly learning to swim. In the absence of communication, finding two living persons in the entire Nordland region wouldn't be easy. Avoiding the church's pursuit was also a significant problem. Lynn pondered for a long time, and a name suddenly popped into his mind: Lame Loud. Regardless of where Johnny and Dove were headed, if they were planning to make their way to the land of the wizards, they would inevitably arrive in the harbor town. Lynn needed to find a way to contact Lame Loud. So, all he needed to do now was to find this person. Lynn stood up and looked at the towering city walls in the distance. The only problem left was how to safely enter the harbor town. 071. Retrieve information about disguise and transformation techniques, preferably those that can be done with simple materials. Lynn glanced at Lottie, whose physique and hair color were remarkably similar to his own. Perhaps he could temporarily borrow the young man's identity to deceive the guards of the harbor town. If he remembered correctly, besides basic disguise techniques, the foundations of universal magic in the book also had a spell that could handle this situation. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 24, The Gang and the Harbor Town. The harbor town lay to the east of the entire Sekus Empire, renowned for its proximity to the vast Sea of Mists. Thanks to the temporary calm brought about by the effects of Monday, the deadly whirlpool known as the Eye of Death had stilled. Countless cargo ships, laden with spices and ores, were now able to sail directly to the capital city of the Sekus Empire, Vinyl. This was the busiest time for the harbor. However, this year was somewhat different. To capture the devilish cultists causing chaos in the Nordlands territory, the entrance to the harbor town had extra guard posts. Caravans had to line up and endure inspections amid a chorus of complaints. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Lynn, who was skillfully disguised, felt somewhat nervous. He continued to adjust his voice, attempting to mimic the struggling and shouting he had heard during the rescue last night. It wasn't a particularly challenging task. The essence of sound was nothing more than waves propagating through mediums like air, causing vibrations in the eardrum. 071 had already recorded Lottie's vocal characteristics. All Lynn had to do was imitate it. Now, it was time to test his composure. With mixed feelings, Lynn, adopting the most natural demeanor, crossed the line of waiting caravans, nodded at the guards, and stepped into the harbor town. A few stationed guards hesitated but did not dare to intervene. Who was that just now? Priest Adon, stationed at the checkpoint, noticed Lynn's departure and furrowed his brows, asking. That was his lordship Lottie, the son of Baron Pedral. He's been quite generous to the church in recent years, probably to ensure Lottie's smooth passage through the knighthood test. I remember him a bit, the guard truthfully replied. On the other side, Lynn, who had successfully entered the harbor town, was now drenched in cold sweat. At the moment he passed the guard post, he even prepared for a physical altercation. Fortunately, everything went as planned. His current identity was the legitimate son of a hereditary baron. While it might not mean much in all of Nordland, in the small harbor town, this status offered him significant advantages. Having passed the most challenging test, Lynn was able to ease his guarded posture somewhat. However, the unfamiliarity of the harbor town soon became a headache. He had to spend a considerable amount of time wandering the harbor, silently committing every location to memory, all while pretending to be familiar with the surroundings. After hours of wandering, Lynn carefully entered a shop with a circular emblem on its facade. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the emblem of Lame Loud's gang, known as the Gang of the Ships. The shop's owner was an elderly halfling. As Lynn stepped inside, he was busy moving a large barrel of heavy yellow-black ore to the other end of the room. Due to his short stature, the heavy iron barrel pressed against the halfling's face and constantly swayed as he walked. The small pieces of ore on top quickly tumbled to the ground. Seeing this scene, Lynn stepped forward to lend a hand, and together, they piled the ore from the large barrel into a corner. "Thank you so much, guest." The elderly halfling, speaking with a pronounced nasal tone, vigorously wiped his dust-covered hands on his pants before turning to Lynn and said, "All right, let's get down to business. Welcome to Bill's little shop. I mean, what can I help you with, Lord Lottie?" After getting a good look at Lynn's appearance, the halfling Bill's casual attitude immediately turned obsequious. He practically lunged toward the counter and retrieved several ornate boxes from a drawer, each containing red and blue gemstones. "You can have a look at these, they're the finest goods this year, and we also have a whole shipment of exquisite spices that you won't find anywhere else," Bill rambled on. Lynn, on the other hand, waved his hand with a lack of interest, interrupting the halfling's words. "I'm not here to buy anything. Quite the opposite, I have a valuable shipment that I want to send through the Sea of Mists to reach Vinyl. I heard that you have the ability to arrange a ship for long voyages and ensure the safety of the cargo, is that right?" Lynn asked tentatively. Of course, everyone in the harbor town knows the reputation of the gang of the ships, and even those vile pirates wouldn't dare to intercept our vessels. Bill puffed out his unruly beard and assured Lynn. But renting an entire ship for cargo transport requires a lot of crew and guards. Bill cautiously observed Lynn's reaction, ready to determine the price based on his expression. This was a golden opportunity to make a big profit. "Money is not a problem," Lynn said without hesitation, tossing out a substantial sum. Then, with Bill's exuberant expression, he changed his tone and continued, "However, this shipment is of utmost importance. I need to meet Loud in person, preferably face to face." Bill's expression became somewhat hesitant. "What? Do you think I'm not qualified to meet Lame Loud?" Lynn furrowed his brow and his tone grew stern. No, Bill shook his head frantically. He definitely didn't dare to say that. After a moment of hesitation, Bill looked around and cautiously said, "In fact, very few people in the gang of the ships know the entire truth. Mr. Loud is currently not in the harbor town." "How convenient," Lynn clearly hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing the halfling in front of him with a suspicious look before asking, "Do you know where he went?" Bill smacked his lips and helplessly said, "I'm not sure. Normally, around Monday, Mr. Loud stays in the harbor, but this year seems to be an exception." Lynn stared at the elderly halfling for a while, then suddenly spoke, "Forget it. If Loud isn't here, I'll seek help elsewhere." The elderly halfling immediately became anxious. "Lord Lottie, maybe you should reconsider. While Mr. Loud is not in the harbor town, I can contact Rabble for you. He is Mr. Loud's most trusted subordinate and can handle all matters for the gang of the ships. I've said it already, this cargo is extremely valuable. I need to speak with Loud personally. Notify me when he returns," Lynn said, ignoring Bill's continued calls as he walked out of the shop. Outside, on the well-kept docks, dozens of massive sailboats were moored. Dock workers in grey attire were busy moving crates filled with goods from the decks to the wooden platforms by the docks, amidst the noisy hubbub of the crowd and the overseer's shouts. Lynn surveyed the bustling scene of the harbor town, his mind filled with doubt. In recent days, this was the busiest time for the harbor, and according to Johnny's description, the passage to the land of the wizards would briefly open. It was the only chance each year to transport goods to the land of the wizards. At such a critical juncture, Loud should not be leaving. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 25, Son, Learn to Exercise Restraint. Where did the problem arise exactly? Lynn pondered continuously. Using his noble status as an introduction, he had planned to meet Loud through a trade, considering it the quickest and safest way. However, he unexpectedly hit a roadblock at the very first step. This left Lynn somewhat perplexed. He even began to wonder if Loud had received some unfavorable news, prompting him to hide deliberately. If that were the case, things might get complicated. Finding someone who wanted to remain hidden was not an easy task. While Lynn was contemplating this, the crowded harbor abruptly descended into chaos. Amidst a series of screams, a finely decorated carriage rushed through the narrow road towards them. Which noble family is being so ostentatious? Lynn furrowed his brow, ready to step aside. But the carriage stopped right in front of him. In no time, a well-dressed, tall, slender middle-aged man descended from the carriage and bowed politely. "Finally found you, young Master Lottie. Please, come with me immediately. Lord Pedral has something very important to discuss with you." Faced with this unexpected invitation, Lynn almost didn't react, but after a moment's recollection of Lottie's diary, he quickly determined that this person before him was the steward of the Pedral estate. A bead of sweat appeared on Lynn's forehead. This identity was only meant for temporary use, as a way to enter the harbor town and secure a meeting with Lame Loud. He never expected the real master to show up at his doorstep. And even faster than he had anticipated. To go or not to go? Countless possibilities flashed through Lynn's mind. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, under the steward's respectful yet unwavering gaze, Lynn nodded and drew aside the curtain, taking a seat in the carriage. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The stagnant carriage slowly began to move, navigating the muddy road of the harbor. The constant swaying made Lynn somewhat uncomfortable. "Before entering the mansion, you'd better tidy up a bit. If Lord Pedral sees you like this, he'll be quite displeased." The carriage curtain was lifted again, and the tall, slender steward reminded Lynn, gazing at his hands. Lynn lowered his head and noticed that his hands were covered in a yellow-black powder, most likely from when he had helped the halfling Bill move barrels. "Wait a minute." Lynn suddenly raised his hand and sniffed it. "This scent is reminiscent of sulfur?" Pedral Manor stood in the northwest part of the harbor town, perched on the most bustling street. The imposing dark iron gate towered over the entrance. As the carriage glided through the gate, Lynn quickly noticed something hidden beneath the surface. Sparse weeds extended from the gaps in the stone pavement, and the flower beds along the road had withered halfway due to lack of maintenance. But it was to be expected, the Pedral estate hadn't hired a gardener to tend to the flower beds for a long time. After a brief wash, Lynn was led by a servant to the front hall of the estate. Baron Pedral was already seated at the table, which was adorned with a deep red tablecloth. Sitting at the same table was a brown-haired teenage girl, about 16 or 17, who stared at him with an inexplicable gaze, presumably Lottie's sister, Ivana. Lynn silently observed and took a seat at the only vacant spot. On the table in front of him lay a steaming plate of steak and a few unidentified leafy greens. Clearly, this was to be his dinner for the evening. Compared to water-soaked black bread, this was considered quite sumptuous. "Where were you, my son? I intended to find you last night, but you were nowhere to be found in the estate," Baron Pedral inquired disapprovingly after Lynn had taken his seat. His gaze, however, shifted to the tall, slender steward who had entered with them. "I found the young master at the harbor docks," the steward responded without averting his eyes. Baron Pedral's face immediately darkened. He spoke sternly, "I should have reminded you, Lottie. It's fine to relax, but never spend the night in such disreputable places, mingling with dirty harlots." Lynn was left speechless. "So, you thought I went whoring, hey?" What made it even more uncomfortable was that he couldn't easily retort. He couldn't say that your son didn't return home last night, he probably drowned himself in the sea, could he? Anticipating Lottie's expected response, he hung his head, remaining silent. "I don't want there to be a next time." Baron Pedral's tone was quite severe. After a pause, he continued, "Furthermore, in the next few days, all of you need to be cautious. Harbor Town has not been peaceful lately. I heard that Archbishop Onlook recently took a large contingent to your town to apprehend those devil-worshipping cultists. The losses were severe, out of 100 elite guards, only a little over 10 returned alive. Not only that, even Archbishop Onlook himself was seriously injured. These wizards are really that powerful. Ivana, who had shifted her gaze away from Lynn, asked in astonishment. It should be noted that in the entire Sika's empire, though it was ruled by kings and lords, the real authority lay with the church. Or rather, with the great lord of the stars, the goddess of creation, Ira's emissary on earth. And figures like Archbishop Onlook in the Northern domain were undoubtedly the voice of the gods. The stark contrast of seeing such a significant figure fail in the pursuit of wizards made Ivana temporarily unable to accept it. These wizards have been corrupted by demons and possess unimaginable magic. They are not easy to deal with, Baron Pedral said, shivering involuntarily. A year ago, he had met Archbishop Onlook, and the man appeared to be roughly his age, maybe even a bit younger. But tonight, when they met again, he saw an elderly man in his 80s or 90s. He couldn't fathom what kind of magic could transform the powerful archbishop into such a frail-looking figure. What Baron Pedral couldn't imagine even more was that one of the key players in this story was sitting silently at his side, calmly cutting into the steak with knife and fork. For Lynn, the fact that Archbishop Onlook was still alive was somewhat unexpected. He thought, given the circumstances, the bishop had only 3 possible outcomes. Either he was poisoned, crushed to death, or sacrificed to complete that ritual. Or could it be that the so-called projection of Ira saved him? However, it was apparent that the rescue wasn't quite complete, given that Baron Pedral mentioned that he was seriously injured. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 26, The Imprisoned Devil Worshippers. Baron Pedral noticed that Lynn and Ivana remained silent and anxious for a long time. After some thought, he spoke to reassure them. You don't need to worry too much. According to Archbishop Onlook, most of the devil worshippers have been executed, and the church has secretly stationed 3,000 guards in the port town. 3,000? Lynn's eyebrows furrowed. That seemed like an excessive number for a small town like the port town. In times of peace, towns like this usually had only a few hundred troops stationed. The sudden influx of so many troops raised suspicions. Lynn couldn't help but wonder if Lame Loud's identity had been exposed, and the church was planning to wipe out the entire gang. Father, what does Archbishop Onlook mean? Is he preparing for war? Lynn inquired cautiously. Baron Pedral shook his head. It should have nothing to do with war, but I have limited information. I've heard that on his way back to the port town, Archbishop Onlook captured a wizard's apprentice who had escaped before. They're currently imprisoned in the port town and scheduled for a public execution on Monday. Upon hearing this, Lynn's expression became grave. Could it be that Johnny and Dove had been captured? Lynn couldn't help but consider this possibility. When he had parted ways with the 2 witches, their conditions were far from ideal. He couldn't even be certain if they had stayed together amidst the swift currents. If the church had immediately organized a large-scale search after the recent battle, there was a chance they could have been caught. Father, do you know who these imprisoned devil worshippers are? Lynn couldn't contain his urgency. He quickly added, I've heard that witches are usually very beautiful. Is it true? Nonsense. Who told you that? Baron Pedral scolded. These are all rumors. Listen to me, under no circumstances should you be associated with these devil worshippers in any way. In the Sea-Coast Empire, wizards were an absolute taboo. These devil worshippers possessed numerous strange magical abilities and had caused chaos everywhere, akin to living disasters. Under Baron Pedral's stern reprimand, Lynn reluctantly suppressed his doubts for now. It wasn't the time to ask questions. After delivering a few more harsh words, Baron Pedral returned to the main topic. This time, to deal with these devil worshippers, 2 priests lost their lives in battle. While that's certainly a cause for mourning, it's also an opportunity for us. In other words, there will be at least 5 slots available in this year's night assessment. At this point, Baron Pedral looked at Lynn with great anticipation. The formal assessment was just 2 months away, and if Lynn could successfully pass it, there might be a chance for the Pedroel family to rise once again. After we finish eating, you and Evina should spar again. I want to see how much progress you've made over the past few months, Baron Pedroel said straightforwardly. Spar again? Lynn couldn't help but glance at Evina, who was sitting across from him at the dining table. The young woman wore a fitted black dress with a slightly open neckline, revealing her fair neck and collarbone. Her shoulder-length hair was pulled back, leaving only a red ribbon to cascade down her shoulder. She looked quite composed, but her eyes were ice-cold, as sharp as knives. Maybe I should hold back a little this time, Lynn thought silently. After all, apart from having had an absolute advantage in terms of strength and stamina a few years ago, he had never defeated Evina once. On the contrary, the gap between them seemed to be widening rapidly. His best record so far was losing within 23 moves. Right here. After dinner, Baron Pedroel led the two to the practice grounds in the backyard of the estate and gestured for them to begin. Lynn changed into a training uniform and assumed the standard sword-fighting stance. However, the moment Baron Pedroel spoke, Evina had already dashed over. So fast. Lynn's pupils contracted, and he only had time to block her incoming strike with his wooden sword. But unexpectedly, when their wooden swords clashed, a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal resonated. The young woman shifted her body, and her dress swayed as she executed a whip kick. Lynn tried to dodge, but Evina was faster. She followed up by spinning her wooden sword, sending Lynn's wooden sword flying before bringing hers down from above. The sharp sound of the wind in Lynn's ears made him sense a hint of danger, which meant that her attack was far from holding back. If he got hit, it wouldn't be a simple injury. Right hand up at a 37-degree angle, grab the wrist, take the sword back. Lynn's gaze became serious. Thanks to his brain's analysis, he almost instantly identified the flaw in her attack. Faced with her vertical strike from above, he chose to meet it head-on instead of dodging. That's enough! Baron Pedroel bellowed, interrupting Lynn and Evina's duel. Both of them stopped simultaneously. Lynn's right hand extended forward, and his wooden sword was now hanging above his head. Baron Pedroel first gave Evina a harsh glare and then turned to Lynn, clearly irritated. Lottie, what's gotten into you? Concentrate during battles. If you stay in this state 2 months from now, you won't even pass the first round of the night assessment. Lynn silently retracted his hand, realizing that he had underestimated her strength. Even though Lottie referred to himself as a useless in his diary, he had undergone more than a decade of rigorous training. Evina, who could easily defeat him, was undoubtedly stronger. Get back to your positions and continue. Baron Pedroel said darkly, his expression extremely displeased. Evina remained motionless, as if she hadn't heard Baron Pedroel's words. Lynn took a few steps back, intentionally creating some distance. At the same time, the notification from his brain sounded in his mind. Do you want to activate overload mode? No. Lynn didn't hesitate to decline. This wasn't a life-or-death battle, and there was no need to waste energy here. Although the brain's analytical function was useful, its effectiveness ultimately depended on his own abilities. Evina wasn't like Archbishop Onlook or the witch hunter he had encountered before. She was far from reaching the level required to overwhelm him. This was merely a suitable whetstone. The battle quickly resumed, and with the foundation laid by his original self, along with the experience from numerous life and death duels, Lynn successfully blocked Evina's surprise attack. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 27, Are you finally going to attack me, my brother? Ding ding. In the evening, in the backyard of the Pedroel Manor, Lynn struggled to defend against the relentless attacks of a young girl, Johnny, who continuously pressed on. Despite being mentally prepared, Lynn found Johnny's ruthlessness surprising. She showed no mercy, striking for vital points with every move. It felt less like a practice and more like a life and death battle. After the 21st exchange, the brown-haired girl once again struck horizontally, causing Lynn to lose his grip on the wooden sword. They had fought several rounds, battling for nearly an hour. Both Lynn and Johnny were on the verge of exhaustion. Their arms and shoulders hidden beneath their clothing were covered in bruises, and their energy was almost depleted. Lynn, not skilled in close combat, couldn't break Johnny's record. Baron Pedro L., who was observing, didn't seem too concerned. He could see that Johnny's swordsmanship had improved, which was the whole point of the exercise. What made him even happier was that Lynn had finally taken his advice to heart. During the fight, Lynn was no longer as clumsy as before, he fought with more determination. "Stop now, it's over for today," Baron Pedro L. waved his hand and put an end to the fight. His gloomy expression finally revealed a hint of a smile. "Well done, my son. You've finally made some progress. If you continue to practice and refine your skills like this, you'll have a 70% chance of passing the knight's examination." This year, there were 2 extra slots in the knight's examination, so the standards were likely to be lowered. Plus, he had made some generous donations to the priests of the church, so he should be able to negotiate a bit. With these thoughts in mind, Baron Pedro L's mood improved, and he turned to address Johnny. "Johnny, your swordsmanship is excellent, but you can take a break from practicing it in the future and focus on other areas. The Duke of Nordland's son is indeed obsessed with swordsmanship, but if you appear too dominant, it may not sit well with him." Baron Pedro L. earnestly advised Johnny on how to use her shared interest to gain the Duke's son's attention and protect his fragile ego. He was quite satisfied with his daughter. She not only had exceptional looks but also had outstanding swordsmanship talent. If she could use this as an opportunity to marry the Duke of Nordland's eldest son, the family would have a chance at revival. Listening to Baron Pedro L's words, Johnny gritted her silver teeth, her delicate face filled with frustration and resentment. However, Baron Pedro L didn't notice Johnny's expression. After giving his guidance, he left. Considering the chaos caused by those devil worshippers, many important figures who were rarely seen in the port town had appeared. This was a great opportunity to make a good impression. After the Baron left, Lynn looked at Johnny, a bit pityingly. To have such strong swordsmanship at the age of 16, Johnny had clearly put in a lot of effort. She probably wanted to earn her father's approval and change her destiny. Unfortunately, Baron Pedro L always saw his daughter as a tool to curry favor with the powerful. Perhaps Johnny's situation would improve once Lynn left. Lynn thought for a moment, then put away his wooden sword and prepared to offer a few comforting words, fulfilling his duty as an older brother. He remembered from the diary that Lottie cared a lot about this sister. However, before Lynn could speak, Johnny raised her head and coldly said, "Are you finally going to make a move on me, my brother?" When the radiant light of the full moon once again illuminated the night sky, a bewildered Lynn returned to his room under the guidance of a servant. Despite thinking about it the whole way, he couldn't quite grasp the meaning behind the young girl's final words. Who would have thought that even in a small baron's mansion, relationships could be this complicated? "Never mind, it's not my business to meddle in," Lynn shook his head helplessly. He was merely temporarily assuming Lottie's identity, not a family mediator. Otherwise, he'd have a massive headache. In comparison, he was more concerned about what Baron Pedro L had mentioned, the devil worshippers captured by the church during their return journey. Lynn couldn't be sure whether it was Johnny, Dove, or perhaps both who had been captured by the church. But one thing was certain, Archbishop Onlook, who had suffered greatly at Lynn's hands, was prepared for a showdown. He had secretly stationed a guard of 3,000 soldiers inside and outside the town, most likely to deal with Lynn. Lynn guessed that in a few days, the church would announce the public execution of devil worshippers, probably on Monday, to lure him into rescuing them. Lynn couldn't help but shudder when he thought about rushing into the church's trap with no preparation. Without a doubt, if 1,000 crossbowmen fired in unison, he would turn into a pincushion instantly. Planning an early jailbreak seemed like a good idea since he could use his shape-shifting magic and disguise skills to infiltrate. As long as he knew precisely who had been arrested and in which prison cell, Lynn was confident he could rescue them. Then he would have to figure out how to escape from the port town. The more Lynn thought about it, the more overwhelmed he felt. He wasn't truly Carl, and he had no emotional connection with Johnny and the others. Still, after going through life and death together, he felt compelled to help if he could. 071, is there anything that can help me go up against 3,000 elite soldiers? Lynn asked in his mind. The next moment, a long list appeared in his mind. Dongfeng 180 missile, plasma railgun, antimatter bomb, high-energy beams, intergalactic long-range warship. I only have a few days. Give me something more realistic. Lynn sighed. If he could produce these items, he would have already kicked the Pope off the throne and transformed this dark, otherworldly realm into a bright medieval one. With this request, the lengthy list was condensed into a few lines, and Lynn was quickly drawn to an image in particular. He immediately thought of something he had seen in a store in the port town but had forgotten. After some contemplation, Lynn had a plan. However, it was clear that he couldn't handle everything on his own. It would be best to find some reliable allies. Lame Loud. The familiar name leaped into Lynn's mind once again. He was the most accessible help in the port town, deeply involved with wizards and highly unlikely to betray Lynn. The remaining challenge was how to flush out this cunning old fox. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 28, The Empty Box Trap. The next day, Lynn, who had spent the night without sleep, woke up early. He casually picked a fancy-looking empty box and tucked it under his arm before leaving his room. In the spacious training ground outside, the constant sounds of sharp strikes filled the air. Lynn turned his head and saw his sister, Johnny, who had been here for quite some time. The young girl wielded a wooden sword, delivering rapid and precise strikes to the vital points of a target. There was no hesitation in her movements, and tiny beads of sweat slid down her forehead and neck. Lynn couldn't help but admire her diligence. Considering the unpleasant events from the previous night, he didn't bother with a greeting and walked straight over. He didn't notice that Johnny, who had been diligently training behind him, had stopped and was now watching him with a complex expression. Why? How could she remain so composed after what had happened last night? Johnny's face displayed a puzzled expression, but when she recalled Pedroel's words, her gaze turned resolute. She gripped her sword tightly and struck horizontally, shattering the sturdy wooden target in front of her. Lynn, who had already left the mansion, was unaware of what had transpired there. After purchasing some necessary supplies in the market, he returned to the harbor shop he had visited the day before. Welcome to Bill's. Oh, it's Lord Lottie. The elderly halfling greeted him in the usual manner, but as soon as he recognized Lynn, he immediately became excited and approached him enthusiastically. About the shipment you mentioned yesterday, we can discuss it again. There's no better partner for cooperation in the whole port town than the ship gang. Lynn didn't rush to respond. He looked around the shop, feeling somewhat disappointed, and said, "What? Is Mr. Loud still reluctant to meet me?" Bill hurriedly explained, No, I'm sure Mr. Loud is very eager to meet you. Unfortunately, he's not in the port town right now. Even if we use the fastest messenger Raven, it would take several days to relay the message. If Lord Lottie is concerned about security issues, the ship gang can offer goods of equivalent value as collateral. Bill, the halfling, patted his chest like a drum. Lynn pretended to hesitate for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Well, if that's the case, I can accept, for now." Who's in charge of the ship gang now? Of course, it's Labol. Please wait for a moment. I'll call him. Bill, the halfling, said as he hurriedly left the shop and called over a dock worker. He whispered a few words and then returned, eagerly standing on a small stool to pour fruit wine for Lynn. Lynn took the glass but didn't drink. He gestured toward a pile of iron barrels in the corner of the shop and asked, "What are these?" "They're worthless yellow ore, dug up by a group of prospectors from a barren hill near the port town. They've filled up a whole ship with it," the halfling Bill said with frustration. These minerals were usually only purchased by herbalists, but this year, the yellow ore market in Viknil had saturated. In other words, they had to stockpile these minerals until next year when they could sell them. "If Lord Lottie is interested in these yellow ores, I can offer you a cost price. A whole barrel costs only 19 copper coins, and it's said to be quite effective for worm repellent." The halfling Bill rubbed his hands and enthusiastically promoted. "No, I've just never seen them before. I'm just curious." Lynn shook his head, replying calmly. As they chatted, a tall, muscular man with a few gang members entered the shop. "It's a great honor, Lord Lottie. I heard from Bill that you have some very important matters to discuss with me." Labol walked in, a genuine smile appearing on his meaty face. "Yes, I'm planning to rent a large ship to transport some very important cargo," Lynn said. While taking the matter seriously, he took out an exquisite box from his sleeve and placed it on the table. "This is a sample. I need a private place to talk to you." All the people in the room unconsciously focused their attention on the palm-sized exquisite box. Halfling Bill secretly speculated whether there might be some extremely rare gemstone inside the box. However, he quickly dismissed the thought when he considered that Lynn needed a large ship to transport it. Labol, who stood nearby, appeared solemn. Unlike Bill, he had been a member of the ship gang for over a decade and occasionally assisted noblemen in handling unsavory matters. For instance, Duke Nadlan had been secretly trafficking an addictive soul-shattering herb. If the church were to catch wind of it, the small fry like them would likely be held accountable. Of course, risks and rewards coexisted. If the cargo was delivered successfully, the profits from this single ship would suffice for the ship gang for half a year. "No problem. We can discuss it in a private room." Labol's mind was racing, but his smile grew even warmer. Lynn put away the box and followed Labol out of the shop. They crossed over half the street, finally stopping in a seemingly ordinary house. Labol, acutely aware of the importance of secrecy, left a few gang members to guard the entrance and took Lynn alone to a well-hidden underground chamber. The room was spacious, with only a few rudimentary tables and chairs, but it was impeccably clean. Observing how Lynn had been scrutinizing his surroundings since they entered, Labol felt more confident in his assumptions. He smiled reassuringly and said, "Please, have a seat, Mr. Lottie. This place is very safe and quiet, and there won't be any disruptions from outsiders. Since that's the case, I can rest easy." Lynn also smiled, pushing the box he held towards Labol, gesturing for him to examine it. "You can take a look before we discuss further." Labol, a mix of nervousness and excitement, placed his hand on the box, wondering what kind of contraband it might contain. Soul-shattering herb? A heimstone? Hopefully, it's not some idol of an evil deity. I heard that nobles in the Sika's empire in the west are quite fond of those strange things. However, as soon as he opened the box, Labol's expression froze instantly. Because the box was completely empty, there was nothing inside. Was he tricked? Labol immediately sensed something was amiss and instinctively reached for the dagger hanging from his belt, but it was already too late. The moment he opened the box, Lynn had entered a brief overload state. His right hand quickly and accurately grabbed Labol's elbow, bending the entire arm at the most precise angle. Accompanied by a dull dislocation sound, excruciating pain overwhelmed Labol's mind. But before he could cry out, his entire body was slammed to the ground, his neck gripped with force. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 29, This is Simply Devilish. The sudden, unexpected attack caught Labol completely off guard, leaving his mind in a daze for a moment. He was filled with anger and fear, and he finally managed to speak up, questioning with a mixture of fury and apprehension. "Lottie, what are you doing? The ship's gang has never provoked the Pedroel family before. Remember, the harbor is our turf. I advise you to think carefully." Rabol's threats were forceful, but before he could finish speaking, Lynn swiftly grabbed his other arm and then threw the burly man, now curled up like a shrimp, to the ground. "I'm asking you, answer me. Do you understand? Cooperation is in everyone's best interest." Lynn crouched down, staring at Rabol and speaking directly. The towering man was already drenched in cold sweat from the pain. He clenched his teeth and remained silent, fixating his gaze on Lynn as if he could swallow him whole, his thoughts racing, yet he couldn't fathom why the son of Baron Pedroel had attacked him. Could it be that some fool from the ship's gang had accidentally offended him? Just as he pondered this, Lynn's voice resounded. "The first question. Your name?" Rabol stared with wide eyes, feeling deeply insulted. "Wasn't it obvious enough? Answer." Lynn's voice was cold and emotionless. After waiting for 2 seconds, he swiftly drew a dagger from Rabol's waist and decisively stabbed it into Rabol's right hand. Rabol!" The burly man screamed hoarsely, not wanting to lose his precious right hand over such a foolish question. Lynn's actions continued without pause. Under Rabol's terrified gaze, the dagger was thrust into the gap between his closely clenched fingers. "You have only 1 second to answer each question, no second chances," Lynn said coldly and proceeded with the next question. "Gender?" "Male." Rabol replied through gritted teeth, regarding the man before him as nothing short of a lunatic. "Place of birth?" "Well, your hometown." Lynn continued to ask Rabol a series of questions, starting with the straightforward ones and then progressing to more tricky ones. The questions ranged from the daily tasks he performed to the ship's gang's trade goods and routes. If Rabol hesitated for even a moment, Lynn would break one of his fingers. In just a few minutes, 6 of Rabol's fingers were broken, and the pain left him in a daze. "All right, since you can't even remember which foot you stepped out of your house with 3 days ago, I'll ask you a simpler question." Lynn sighed in resignation, and then his tone changed. He suddenly asked, "Where is Lame Loud?" "In." Rabol was about to answer reflexively, but in the next moment, he stopped and shook his head, looking terrified. I don't know. I told you, cooperating would be in everyone's best interest." Lynn sighed in resignation as well. In fact, he wasn't skilled at interrogations, and he had crammed all the little he knew last night. But Rabol clearly had no intention of talking, so Lynn had to resort to more radical methods. Lynn's gaze sharpened. The ship's gang was originally formed by a group of reformed pirates, and according to Rabol's confession, they engaged in various illegal activities in addition to their legitimate maritime operations. These activities included pretending to be pirates and raiding ships, human trafficking, smuggling contraband, murder, and more. If this were his previous life, the things Rabol had done would have been enough to enrage the public 100 times over. "Do you know about the art of flaying?" Lynn asked in a leisurely manner. "Flaying?" Rabol shivered and listened as Lynn continued. "First, you make an incision below the spine, splitting the skin on the back into 2 halves. Then, you slowly cut along the grain of the muscles. The action has to be swift, completed before the target dies from blood loss." Lynn provided a vivid and detailed account of a gruesome ancient torture method from a foreign land, including details like how to make the cuts, how much blood would flow, and how each step needed to be completed within minutes. Rabol was now on the ground, trembling with fear. He had no doubt that the madman before him would actually flay him alive. He stammered, "My lord Lottie, I truly don't know where Leader Loud is." "Is that so? But I heard that you were Lame Loud's most trusted subordinate." Lynn sneered. "In truth, Mr. Loud doesn't trust anyone. Rabul explained in a terrified, uncertain tone. I only know that he left the seaport town 3 days ago. If you're not willing to talk, that's fine. We have plenty of time to play. Lynn stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Last night, while researching interrogation techniques, he had come across many interesting yet non-lethal methods. Now was the perfect time to give them a try. Half an hour later, Rabul was nearly broken, both mentally and physically, under the dual torment. He was now willing to divulge every detail to Lynn, even admitting to smuggling an entire ship's worth of goods and disguising it as a shipwreck. However, when it came to Loud's whereabouts, Rabul remained clueless. After experimenting with various methods to break his spirit, Lynn had to admit that Rabul was likely not pretending. According to the information Rabul provided, Loud had left the harbor town 2 days ago, which coincided with Archbishop Onlook's attack on Ern Town with his men. Furthermore, the Ghost's Tavern, where Lynn had been, was raided on the same day by the church, and Old Hawk had gone missing ever since. It was highly likely that it was during this time that Lame Loud received a warning and went into hiding. Only a handful of high-ranking members of the ship's gang knew that he was not in the harbor town. It seems that your most trusted assistant is nothing more than a decoy. Lynn sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Rabul indeed knew many of the ship's gang's secrets, but when it came to the secret transportation of goods to the wizard's land, his knowledge was extremely limited. He only knew that on Mondays, Loud personally oversaw the transportation of several large ships, but he had no idea where these ships were headed. Lynn pondered for a while. Loud's caution and cunning had taken him by surprise. Loud might have already prepared for the possibility of high-ranking members of the ship's gang betraying him or being captured. However, Loud alone couldn't sail across the sea. There must be some more core figures within the ship's gang responsible for this. The other peripheral members acted as cover, following Rabul's orders and being abandoned as pawns in times of danger. Lynn recalled the names and backgrounds of the ship's gang's leaders and members he had learned from Rabul. Every one of them seemed like a potential spy planted by Loud. As he contemplated, a thought suddenly popped into Lynn's mind: if he couldn't find Loud, why not make Loud come to him instead? Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 30, Conflict and City Guards. With this in mind, Lynn looked down at Rabul and asked, in the harbor town, who do you have the most trouble with? It's Blackhand Bob. Rabul didn't understand why Lynn was asking this, but he spilled the beans about their conflict. Very well, lend me your clothes. Lynn didn't hesitate and forcefully stripped Rabul of his attire. The burly man instinctively thought the demon in front of him was about to use a cruel skin-stripping spell on him, so he desperately pressed his body to the ground, resembling a young girl being assaulted. In the end, Lynn had no choice but to knock him out and, after changing into his clothes, stared at Rabul's face and used a transformation spell. This was a shape-shifting spell he had learned from fundamental magic studies, capable of altering a wizard's external appearance. Buck, who had died at the hands of Archbishop Onlook, had once used this magic to transform into a giant bear, briefly delaying his opponent's actions. However, this kind of magic wasn't foolproof. It required a deep understanding of the creature to be transformed into, and it had various risks associated with it. Fundamental magic studies documented many cases of wizards failing to learn shape-shifting magic, making mistakes, being unable to return to their original form, or suffering fatal backlash from magic. One could say that wizards daring to learn shape-shifting magic were a bold and fearless bunch. Fortunately, Lynn's knowledge of biology was excellent, and 071's database contained complete three-dimensional models of the human body. Skin, muscles, blood, internal organs, even the internal cells, were all crystal clear. This knowledge minimized the chances of unexpected situations. Of course, compared to Lottie, who had a strikingly similar body type, age, and hair color, Lynn disguised as Rabul was only about 90% identical. but it was enough to deal with unforeseen circumstances. Lynn casually wiped some dirt on his face, tied up Rabul, who had fainted, and stuffed him into a sack in the basement. Then, he headed outside. "Damn it, Bob!" Lynn cursed as he stormed out the door. Several guards on duty saw Lynn's furious appearance and cautiously asked, "Did it not go well, Boss Rabul? A whole shipload of goods, and they only want to pay 60 Sikas gold coins." Lynn raged. "It's all because of that scoundrel Bob. He had already contacted the Pedroel family before us. To snatch our business, Bob is willing to transport their goods at an extremely low price." Upon hearing this, the workers present were all filled with righteous anger. After all, a single round trip of a large ship at sea cost at least 50 Sikas gold coins, not to mention the crew's expenses at sea. Wasn't this a waste of everyone's time for such a small amount of money? Black Hand Bob and his workers had always been at odds with the ship gang, but usually, it was limited to secret sabotage. However, this time, they had gone too far. They were willing to take a loss just to snatch their business. It was downright nauseating. "Let's go, gather the men, and find him." Lynn waved his hand and shouted loudly, rallying dozens of people to march towards the docks. At the same time, on a massive sailboat, Black Hand Bob was berating a few lazy workers with his long whip. When he saw Lynn storming in with anger, he frowned and grumbled, "Rabul, why did you bring so many people here?" Lynn couldn't be bothered with small talk and punched him directly, knocking Bob to the ground. The workers on the sailboat stood frozen in place, but Lynn's crew had already charged forward, followed by a series of blows with clubs. The previously calm dock turned into chaos, with cries and smashing sounds echoing non-stop. Finally, a shrill cry rang out after a few minutes. The city guards are here." The hands of Lynn and the workers on the ship came to a halt simultaneously. About a dozen guards, armed with blades and clad in armor, had surrounded the large sailboat. Lynn raised his hands, signaling everyone to cease resistance, his expression devoid of any worry. Because Captain Terrace of the Harbor Town Guards was an old acquaintance of Rabul. The last time they had some missing cargo, Terrace had profited handsomely. "What's going on here?" Terrace strode onto the sailboat, taking in the scattered cargo on the ground and the workers lying in disarray. He turned to Lynn with an impatient tone. "Lord Terrace, these people inexplicably barged in, overturned the stored cargo without any reason, and even resorted to violence against us." Bob, who had lost a tooth in the scuffle, shouted angrily. He felt wronged and couldn't fathom why he had been attacked. "It's just a minor disagreement, Lord Terrace, and many present can testify that Bob was the one who struck first." Lynn took a few steps forward, his smile brimming with goodwill, and slipped a small bag of coins into Terrace's hand. Over 100 ship workers on the dock joined in the uproar, drowning out any feeble protests from Bob and his companions. In the harbor town, the Black Hand's influence was far inferior to that of the ship gang. If not for Bob having an Imperial Count as his backer, Lame Loud would have kicked him off the docks a long time ago. Arrest them all. When it came to the tensions and friction between the two major factions in the harbor town, Terrace was well aware. After weighing Lynn's sincerity, he quickly categorized this conflict as a brawl. According to the laws of the Sikas Empire, those causing a public disturbance received 10 lashes. Ouch, that bastard really hit hard. Half an hour later, Lynn walked out of the dock, his brow furrowed in annoyance. He had overestimated Rabul and Terrace's friendship. When Terrace had taken action, he showed no mercy, applying full force to those 10 lashes. Lynn could only hope that he hadn't suffered those lashes in vain, as he had done everything he could. Given Lame Loud's cautious and cunning nature, Lynn guessed that he wouldn't be hiding too far away. He would be keeping a close eye on the happenings in the harbor town. What Lame Loud feared the most was drawing the church's attention. So, he had planned this conflict to attract the city guard's presence, and then controlled its intensity, keeping the cause of the conflict related to the faction's interests. If everything went according to plan, this matter would soon reach Lame Loud's ears. As the top figure of the ship gang in the public eye, no one but Lame Loud himself could manage him. So, it was easy to anticipate what his next move might be. It might be possible that one of Lame Loud's trusted subordinates would convey a reprimand. Still, the most likely scenario was, "Boss Rabol, Mr. Loud has an important matter to discuss with you. Please follow me," a plain-looking ship worker suddenly whispered in his ear a few minutes later. "All right, I'll go right away." A sly smile curved on Lynn's lips. As expected, it had arrived. "Hello there. We've just hit the fantastic milestone of 30 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community." Chapter 31, I've Come to Rescue You. Under the guidance of the boatman, Lynn left the bustling harbor and traversed several streets until they reached an abandoned, run-down house in the northern part of the city. "Please come in, Lord Raybell. Mr. Loud is waiting for you inside," the boatman gestured, inviting Lynn to enter. Lynn nodded and pushed open the door, only to discover that the dilapidated exterior was but a facade. The interior of the house was an entirely different world. The walls were built with heavy stone blocks and adorned with precious oil paintings and sculptures, giving the place an air of elegance, and the faint scent of perfume filled the air. In stark contrast to this elegant setting, burly men wielding large axes stood on either side of the room, eyeing Lynn like a lamb being led to slaughter. Lame Loud, his wooden leg clearly visible, stood by a long table. He appeared to be around 50, with a head full of white hair and a thin, hunched figure. His most striking feature was, of course, his wooden prosthetic leg. Upon seeing Lynn, Loud's anger welled up, and he scolded him vehemently, "Raybell, have you gone mad? I've told you not to cause any trouble for me recently. But today, you got into a brawl with Bob at the harbor over a cargo shipment. Do you know that the church is likely to have noticed us by now? 2 batches of sea vessels have been confiscated in the past 3 days. Loud chastised him, deeply troubled. However, he soon realized that something was amiss with the Raybell standing before him. Despite his reprimands, there was no fear or panic in his demeanor. Instead, Raybell was steadily approaching him. "Wait! You're not Raybell." Loud's thoughts raced, and he realized this. With a look of shock, he took several steps back and ordered the guards by his side in a loud voice, "Stop him." Only Loud's most trusted guards were allowed into this room, so upon hearing the order, they, along with the burly men around, didn't hesitate and raised their axes, attacking Raybell from all sides. "Initiate overload mode, time is 3 seconds. Just a moment before the axes struck, Lynn silently chanted in his mind. In an instant, the positions and movements of everyone in the room were displayed as data in his mind. Lynn effortlessly sidestepped one of the burly men's attacks, disarmed him, and then kicked him away. He swiftly turned and struck another guard in the stomach with the back of the axe, before charging forward, defeating the remaining guards. During this brief moment, Loud had managed to flip over the long table in his path. His wooden prosthetic leg was incredibly agile, more so than a real leg. With a whooshing sound, he covered a considerable distance in just a few steps. Lame Loud was surprisingly fast. This spectacle left Lynn momentarily stupefied, but he quickly snapped out of it. He raised his hand, and several sparkling ice blades materialized in the air. At the same time, Loud felt the intimidating presence behind him, but he paid it no mind, for the secret passage was right in front of him, within arm's reach. However, the ice blades were faster. The one that had been launched earlier struck his prosthetic leg, causing him to lose balance and fall to the ground. Then, another icy blade flew and embedded itself in his robe. "Keep running." Lynn closed in step by step, coldly instructing. He had spent the past few days putting in a lot of effort to find Loud and wasn't about to let him escape easily. Lynn quickly realized that his words might sound somewhat like those of an antagonist, but he changed his tone and explained, "In fact, I've come to rescue you, Mr. Loud." Lame Loud, feeling the chill around him and looking at the seemingly friendly Lynn, nervously swallowed a mouthful of spit. Well, he would have to trust him for now. After a friendly exchange, the previous misunderstanding was resolved. Loud called a few of his subordinates to clean up the somewhat messy room, and then invited Lynn to take a seat. "Wizard, is there something specific you came to discuss with me?" Loud inquired cautiously. "Of course, I've come to rescue you," Lynn declared without hesitation. "As far as I know, the church has secretly dispatched 3,000 guards to Harbor Town, and they seem to be targeting the Dockside Guild." "That may not be the case." Loud shook his head, as he had also received this information but did not share Lynn's judgment. Just 3 days ago, the Archbishop of Nordland and his forces launched an attack on the town of Yule and encountered a powerful wizard. It was only after paying a heavy price that they managed to drive the wizard away. These 3,000 guards are likely here to guard against that wizard. At this point, Loud suddenly looked at Lynn, and a speculation emerged in his mind. "Yes, I was the one who fought against that archbishop," Lynn nodded, not hiding the fact. Seeing Lynn admit it, Loud couldn't help but be amazed. Based on the information he had received earlier, Archbishop Onlook managed to drive off the wizard but suffered from severe, incurable injuries himself. Rumors had it that the place where they clashed had been turned into a white wasteland, and the horrifying blaze had not been extinguished to this day. This illustrated the immense power and mystique of this magic. Could it be that he was sitting across from a grand wizard? No, that was highly unlikely. Loud quickly dismissed this notion. He had witnessed the power of grand wizards before. A grand wizard could even temporarily freeze the cataclysmic vortex known as the Eye of Death with their full power. If Lynn possessed such power, Archbishop Onlook would have been the one to flee. Given this, Loud immediately deduced that Lynn was a powerful wizard of the Third Circle. Unaware of Loud's thoughts, Lynn continued to explain. "If you think that the church is making all this noise just for me, that would be foolish. Archbishop Onlook's real goal is to find the route to the wizard's sanctuary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to come to Harbor Town. Furthermore, I've received information that on his way to Harbor Town, Onlook captured several wizard apprentices. They are all disciples of Korra and are well aware of this route and its connection to the Dockside Guild. The church has not yet taken action against them, most likely because they haven't extracted enough information from them." "I don't have much time left for you," Lynn said solemnly. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 32, We Have No Other Choice. Listening to Lynn's words, Lame Loud's expression changed abruptly. He silently cursed Korra in his heart for revealing such vital information to a few apprentices, implicating him in the process. He didn't believe Lynn was deceiving him, given that the actions of the church in recent days were a clear signal. It was precisely due to this concern that he had chosen to observe the situation from the shadows, ready to flee at any moment, but he hadn't expected to be exposed. The Dockside Gang has been operating in the harbor town for many years, and their information network should be quite extensive. "Do you know who the church has captured?" Lynn inquired, his voice tinged with anticipation. Lame Loud hesitated, then shook his head, replying with some frustration, "The Dockside Gang is under intense scrutiny right now, and my knowledge is limited. I'm afraid the Archbishop has blocked the information. Only the town's priests have the authority to access such classified information." Corrupting and controlling a priest was no easy task. They possessed powerful divine magic, unwavering faith, and no shortage of wealth, making them formidable adversaries. So, even though the Dockside Gang had been operating for decades in the harbor town, Lame Loud always kept a safe distance from these individuals, avoiding any connections with the church's clergy. Lynn's brow furrowed, taken aback by the revelation that Lame Loud was as clueless as he was. This was completely unexpected. "Wizard, are you planning to rescue the captured wizard apprentices?" Lame Loud tentatively asked. "Indeed, that's important for you as well, isn't it?" Lynn replied nonchalantly. "It's going to be challenging. The town is swarming with guards, and they might not even be imprisoned at the harbor. Even if we miraculously manage to rescue them, we won't be able to escape the town," Lame Loud argued. "It would be easier to eliminate them. The difficulty would be much lower. Since the other person knew the dockside gang's secrets, making them disappear seemed like the simplest solution. In this dark, otherworldly realm, a single life didn't hold much value, especially when it involved the secrets of the wizard's territory." Lynn wasn't surprised by Lame Loud's ruthlessness. In this grim world, a single life was expendable, and this was closely tied to the secrets of the wizard's territory. However, Lynn didn't share the same perspective, and he sneered as he replied, "Mr. Loud, are you still under the illusion that once this matter is over, the dockside gang can continue to prosper in Harbor Town without any repercussions?" Since Archbishop Onlook had chosen Harbor Town as their base, it undoubtedly meant they had discovered some clues. Even if Dove and Johnny were to die now, sooner or later, they would trace it back to Lame Loud. After all, most of the town's cargo transport was connected to the dockside gang. Lame Loud's face became increasingly grim. He naturally understood this, but he had been unwilling to admit it. In all, he had spent a full 2 decades in Harbor Town, and it could be said that all of his efforts and investments had been poured into this place. "You're a clever person, Mr. Loud. Our only way out now is to cross the Sea of Mist on a ship and head to the wizard's territory. Otherwise, with what you've done, no matter where you hide, the church will find you," Lynn stated bluntly. "Taking a ship now allows you to salvage a portion of your accumulated wealth. But if you wait for Archbishop Onlook to act, you might not even survive." Lame Loud cast a deep, searching look at Lynn, as if he wanted to say something but ultimately sighed in resignation. "It's too late to set sail now. The harbor town has already tightened control over incoming and outgoing cargo ships. Today, 2 large vessels were supposed to transport goods to the imperial capital, but they were both seized." "So soon?" Lynn paused for a moment, realizing that the situation was worse than he had imagined. However, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "But you must have a solution, right?" During his time in the harbor town, searching for this sly old fox, he had been bewildered by various pieces of information, some true and others false. If it weren't for the formidable illusion magic that allowed him to disguise himself as the leader of the dockside gang, he wouldn't have been able to flush Lame Loud out. This cautious individual couldn't possibly be unprepared for the day when the harbor would be sealed. Lynn swiftly considered the various pieces of information he had gathered in the past few days. Since the harbor was in a semi-blockaded state, during this period, the only ships allowed to leave freely were the warships responsible for patrolling the waters. Sanctus, Celestial, Watcher, which one of these ships has your people? Lynn curiously asked. Lame Loud's expression twitched for a moment, as he didn't expect Lynn to figure this out. He even suspected that one of his trusted confidants had betrayed him. He could only reluctantly admit, "It's the Celestial." Impressive. Lynn was astonished by Lame Loud's abilities. To actually have the confidence to take control of a warship. He had only intended to test the waters earlier. Lame Loud retorted with frustration, "It's not as simple as you think. Even though the captain of the Celestial is under my command, the ship has to report and undergo inspection every time it departs or returns. If it deviates from its course, it'll likely be spotted by the lookout posts. On the Sea of Mist, their warships could only rely on archery or close-quarter combat with boarding, while the enemy's ship had priests on board. With a few divine spells, even the sturdiest warship could be torn to shreds. Moreover, large-scale personnel and cargo transfers weren't easy tasks. You don't need to worry about that. They won't have time to bother with us when we cross the sea. Lynn said confidently. I have a plan, and if it goes smoothly, no matter how many military units there are, they won't pose a threat. However, I need the dockside gang's assistance. Lynn looked at Lame Loud, waiting for his response. The dockside gang consisted of over 1,000 ship workers, even though they were a ragtag group. If they could be put to good use, it would be a formidable force. You better not rely on them to fight against the church's guards. Lame Loud sighed. While the dockside gang had many members, most of them were just trying to make a living under his command. Dealing with gang fights on a regular basis was one thing, but if they were thrown into battle against a regular army, it was likely that half of them would turn against him before the fight even started. Don't worry, I only need you to do some small tasks. Lynn took out a piece of parchment from his sleeve and slid it in front of Lame Loud. Can you gather these items? The more, the better. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 33, Have you ever seen the beauty of fireworks? Lame Loud curiously took the parchment from Lynn and skimmed through it, an expression of surprise appearing on his face. It wasn't that what Lynn was looking for on the parchment was exceptionally valuable. Quite the opposite, the parchment contained a list of readily available materials, even some items considered worthless. Can you tell me, what's the purpose of these things? Loud asked, thoroughly perplexed. Lynn didn't give a direct answer but instead suddenly asked, Mr. Loud, have you ever seen the beauty of fireworks? What's that? Loud frowned in confusion and shook his head. It's something that can send the entire town guard soaring into the sky. I guarantee it'll be the most spectacular sight you've ever witnessed. Lynn said with a smile. Loud's expression froze, his face filled with disbelief. Initially, Harbor Town had an 800-strong guard, and Archbishop Onlook had brought 3,000 elite guards from the northern lands. He couldn't fathom any force that could obliterate such a massive army in a short time. Could it be related to the materials needed for a potent alchemical array? Loud immediately considered this possibility. Korra had once told him that some wizards proficient in alchemy could amplify the power of certain spells through an array. If that were the case, they might have a fighting chance. With this thought, Loud lost interest in probing further, as the secrets of magic were typically closely guarded by wizards. Besides these materials, I also need a map of Harbor Town, the patrol routes of the town guard, and most importantly. Lynn paused and continued gravely, I need to know the appearance, personality, and daily routines of every clergy member in Harbor Town, the more detailed, the better. Loud contemplated for a while, without immediately responding. Maps and patrol routes were easy enough to obtain, but uncovering the secrets of the priests wouldn't be an easy task. Sometimes, to survive, one has to pay a price, isn't that so? Lynn reminded. All right. I can provide you with all that you've asked for. But I need to know how you plan to rescue that wizard's apprentice, Loud finally agreed. The harbor was sealed off by the church, and creating sufficient chaos was necessary for a successful escape. The rescue mission was a part of that plan. Lynn no longer withheld information and explained the entire plan, with the specific role the dockside gang would play being the most detailed part. After listening to Lynn's account, Loud couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. However, the relief was that the most dangerous part of the rescue operation was Lynn's responsibility. The dockside gang was only tasked with providing assistance, and, most importantly, it didn't require his personal involvement in most scenarios, meaning he would mostly be in a safe zone. So, here's to a fruitful partnership. Lynn extended his hand casually, and Loud didn't hesitate to shake it. Their palm-to-palm contact was brief, but it left a faint tingling sensation, causing Loud to instinctively withdraw his arm and inspect it. He found a fiery mark on the back of his hand. What's the meaning of this? Loud demanded, covering his hand, his tone stern. Lynn retrieved his hand with a casual smile and replied, "I've heard from Rubber that you never trust anyone around you." "That's a good habit," Loud retorted. "Well, it just so happens that I'm the same," Lynn replied with the expression of finding a kindred spirit. Loud's face darkened, and in his mind, he was already planning to give Rubber, that scoundrel, a good talking to. The sight of the fiery mark on Loud's hand reminded him of the horrors outside Ur town. He had sent an intelligence operative who had accidentally caught a few embers and was subsequently sentenced to death. Even jumping into the river couldn't save him from the devouring flames of hellfire. "By the way, your subordinate Rubber is left in a secluded house within the port. It's the dockside gang business, and I won't interfere," Lynn said as he rose to his feet, bidding farewell. After Lynn's departure, Loud's suppressed emotions finally erupted, and he angrily swept valuable vases and utensils from the table to the floor. The guards outside heard the commotion and rushed in, standing in bewilderment as they watched their leader lose his temper in the room. After several minutes of venting, Loud, out of breath, sat back down and looked at the guards in front of him. "You, go and bring Rubber back to me immediately. I'm going to skin him alive." Lame Loud gritted his teeth. As Lynn left the dilapidated house, the midday sun hung high in the sky. Successfully convincing Lame Loud and gaining the assistance of the entire dockside gang had lifted a great burden off Lynn's shoulders. At least now he didn't have to go it alone, and there was a good chance of rescuing Dove and Johnny. As for the magical mark he left on Loud's hand, it was merely a ruse and had no real effect. However, Lynn was aware that the recent battle outside Ur town had already demonstrated some of his capabilities. This was undoubtedly a form of deterrence. People like Loud would never trust him, even if he spoke the truth. Instead, they would believe that their lives were in his hands. This was precisely what Lynn wanted to achieve, as when the real action began, the most critical parts needed to be handled by him personally. Loud would always remain behind the scenes, and the risks on both sides weren't balanced, a significant concern in their collaboration. So, some balancing measures were necessary. In the following 2 days, the news of the public execution of Devil's disciples by the tribunal, scheduled for after Monday, had spread throughout the entire harbor town. Almost everyone was discussing the topic. Lynn reaffirmed his previous assessment. Aside from sparring with Ivana in swordsmanship during the day, he spent the rest of his time dealing with the materials that were transported to him. Within 72 hours, he had released the basic material deconstruction spell thousands of times, and he was on the brink of exhaustion. Each time he returned to the mansion, the Baron's steward would cast a strange look at him. Unable to resist one day, the steward advised him not to deplete his body at such a young age. Lynn brushed off the advice casually, as he couldn't find a better explanation for why he was out all night. After all, it was Lottie who would ultimately suffer the embarrassment and disgrace. The smooth progress of these events was largely due to the fact that Baron Pedral was often absent from the mansion, busy attending various noble banquets. It was a good thing to show his face in front of these important figures. In the midst of this orderly bustle, Harbour Town welcomed the final night of Monday. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 34, My Brother, You're in My Way. As the night fell completely, the bustling port town was bathed in a serene and tranquil atmosphere. A pristine full moon rose above the sea's horizon, casting a soft, silvery glow that seemed to drape the entire harbour town in a fine, shimmering veil. At this moment, Lynn stood on the rooftop of the Pedral estate, gazing down upon the entire town. It felt unusually peaceful today, as if not a single insect's chirp could be heard. This abnormality made him sense a hint of danger in the air. Report energy reserves, 071, Lynn silently inquired in his mind. Energy remaining, 40.2%. Unfortunately, it's still a bit low. Lynn thought to himself. The full moon tonight had increased 071's energy reserves by about 30% in 4 months, which was remarkably fast, but it could only sustain an overload mode for about 200 seconds. In this state, he could unleash the full power of white phosphorus flames. Despite his unease, Lynn had no intention of changing the plan. Tonight was their only chance to rescue Dove and Johnny. After all, the passage to the land of the wizards only opened on Mondays, and tomorrow was the scheduled public execution. Lynn took out the diary belonging to Lottie and placed it on the table. After today, he could no longer stay in the harbor town, and the identity of Lottie would have no relation to him. This diary would serve as Lottie's final message to Baron Pedril and Ivana. Though he didn't expect it to change anything, it was the only thing he could do. After packing his belongings, Lynn walked out of the room alone, recalling the information gathered by the Guild of Ships. Yadan, a recently transferred priest in the harbor town, Archbishop Onlook's right-hand man, a noble by birth, and the champion of the previous Nordland Knight exam, possessed formidable sword skills. Most importantly, Yadan had a very predictable routine. He would go out at this exact time every night, his destination unknown, presumably to attend some noble's evening banquet. As for the rescue plan, Lynn had considered several approaches, and the smoothest one was to directly capture and replace Yadan. This would not only allow them to extract information about the captured individuals, their location, and other critical details, but also make use of Yadan's role as the Archbishop's right hand. When the full moon hung high in the sky, the dockside gang crew would create chaos at the harbor, driving away all unrelated individuals and igniting white phosphorus powder prepared in advance, causing uncontrollable hellfire. Once it spread, even hundreds of garrison troops wouldn't be able to quell it, and it was one of his signature spells. At that point, Archbishop Onlook would likely intervene personally to extinguish the flames or capture Lynn, possibly mobilizing his elite guards hidden in the shadows. The cargo piled up on the docks had already been discreetly replaced by the dockside gang with specialized black powder. Once ignited, it would send both the warships docked at the harbor and the arriving reinforcements into the sky in an instant. If they could kill Archbishop Onlook in the explosion, that would be the best outcome. Even if they couldn't, the Archbishop wouldn't return anytime soon. Meanwhile, Lynn could use Yadan's identity to access the location where Johnny and the others were held. With the harbor town in chaos, he could falsely convey the Archbishop's orders and transfer the prisoners to a safer place. Once they were out, Lame Loud's trusted subordinates would be there to pick them up. Of course, this plan relied on everything going smoothly. There might be countless unforeseen circumstances along the way. Perhaps the worst-case scenario would be Archbishop Onlook choosing not to act and allowing the hellfire on the dock to spread rapidly. In that case, Lynn would have to step in to quell the flames to prevent the involvement of numerous innocent residents. If left uncontrolled, the entire harbor town would be engulfed in a sea of fire. Lynn continued to mentally calculate the possible events that might unfold. Suddenly, an unpleasant creak echoed closer and closer, emanating from the corridor ahead. Alert, Lynn immediately halted his steps and looked up. Soon, he spotted the figure at the end of the corridor. A brunette girl stood in the shadows, holding a slender blade that trailed on the ground. Her red and black attire appeared eerie under the moonlight's silver glow. "Ivana, what are you doing here?" Lynn asked in confusion. "Her room should be on the second floor." "Why?" The brunette girl spoke softly. "Why is it that no matter how hard I try, no matter how excellent my performance, Father will never acknowledge me, while you, who couldn't even pass the knight's exam, fail repeatedly but always effortlessly obtain everything I desire?" Ivana lowered her head, her words filled with suppressed anger. She clenched her teeth, seemingly struggling to contain her fury. However, her expression soon returned to a calm demeanor, and her tone became icy. "My brother, you're the obstacle to my progress." Lynn's pupils contracted. Just as Ivana's words fell, she had already rushed forward with her slender blade. Clang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of clashing metal, Lynn drew his steel longsword from his waist to parry the incoming blade. It was clear that the girl possessed greater strength and speed than during their practice sessions, indicating her true strength. In Ivana's amber eyes, a cold and murderous glint flashed as her slender blade, like a streak of cold light, slashed through the air once more. You always have this carefree attitude. Tell me, why haven't you told father about this? She continued. You know very well that I've always wanted to kill you. With each sentence, Ivana's blade swung faster, her gaze complex as she stared intently at her brother. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 35, Too Insignificant, Ivana. Lynn parried Ivana's attacks, still not answering her questions. Because he was utterly confused by the complex relationship between these two siblings, Lottie's diary didn't mention this at all. The clash of sword blades echoed through the silent manor. If this were any other time, it would have surely alerted the butler and servants, but right now, there was no one in sight. That's why Lynn refrained from using the overdrive mode or resorting to magic just yet. Is it very strange, my brother? Father isn't at the estate tonight, and I've led all the servants away. They'll only know that the devil worshipper the church is hunting broke into the manor tonight. Ivana appeared to be driven to madness, her sword relentlessly striking against Lynn's, as if she needed to vent all the built-up anger and frustration. Lynn's expression became odd, for the wanted devil worshipper the church was after seemed to be him. Boom! During a brief pause in their battle, an abrupt explosion rang out in the distance. Through the window on the third floor, a faint fire glimmered on the western side of the harbor town. Why would this happen so quickly? Lynn's expression changed abruptly. It wasn't time to act yet. Could it be that the members of the ship gang couldn't wait and had already taken action? Where are you looking, my brother? Seizing Lynn's distraction, Ivana launched a spinning strike that sent his long sword flying, embedded firmly into the gap in the wall. Then the brown-haired girl raised her sword once more, this time for a downward strike. Die! Murmuring to herself, Ivana's amber eyes locked onto Lynn, yet his face revealed no trace of fear. Why? Why was he not afraid of death? A hint of hesitation and doubt crossed the brown-haired girl's face. Over the years, no matter how terrible her attitude had been, this man before her always looked at her with an extraordinarily compassionate gaze. But she never needed his pity. What she wanted, she'd take for herself. A myriad of thoughts flashed through the girl's mind, while on the other side, Lynn sensed the threat and extended his arm. In that instant, it was as if the first time they had fought was replayed. Only this time, there was no one to stop them, and with a sharp gust of wind, the slender blade had reached above Lynn's head. However, Lynn's movement was even quicker. His right hand extended, seemingly at an unusual angle, and grabbed Ivana's wrist holding the blade. Then, he exerted a twist, and a faint sound of a dislocated bone resonated through the silent corridor. Outside the window, the moonlight intermingled with the rising flames, creating a devilish picture. Lynn took advantage of this and raised his leg, sending a fierce kick towards Ivana's abdomen. Thud! With a dull impact, the girl's body arched backward and crashed heavily against the wall. How was this possible? Struggling to get back up, Ivana's lips slowly oozed a trace of blood. She couldn't afford to be concerned with the pain in her right wrist or abdomen. She looked at Lynn with an expression of disbelief. She had used her full strength and had been easily knocked down. Ivana found it difficult to accept this reality, and her undamaged left hand once again lunged with the sword. Sorry, Ivana, but my time is limited. Lynn dodged Ivana's horizontal slash, took the slender blade from her, and then delivered an elbow strike that knocked her down once more. Finally, he swung the blade towards her fair neck. Ivana's pupils contracted, and she could only watch as the silvery blade came closer and closer, her mind going blank. Am I going to die? The girl slowly closed her eyes. Recalling all the effort he had put in, only to have his fate determined by a duke's son, he found it particularly laughable. Perhaps seeking release through this would end his suffering? Ding! The soft sound of a sword's tip touching the floor echoed in Ivana's ears, and she opened her eyes in confusion, seeing Lynn behind her, taking out a piece of leather rope to bind her hands and feet. "You're not planning to kill me?" Ivana stared at her familiar yet unfamiliar brother, puzzled by his actions. "No need to do that. After tonight, you won't see me again. I think that should suit you well," Lynn casually explained, dragging the rope that had been prepared for Yadin, and tossing Ivana into his own room. He wasn't really Lottie, and he couldn't handle such a complex sibling relationship. But since Lottie had chosen to end this karma by taking his own life, Lynn didn't plan to interfere. He also understood where Ivana's resentment came from. She struggled but couldn't resist her predetermined destiny. She had been born to be a sacrifice for the Pedrer family's revival. However, she had clearly targeted the wrong source of her resentment. What truly tormented them both was the stubbornness of Baron Pedrer and the ignorance of the feudal system in the Sika's empire. Since she had cleverly sent away the housekeeper and servants from the mansion, she could take some time to reflect on her actions. After tonight, everything about the Pedrer family would no longer concern him. Lynn turned to leave, but Ivana's voice sounded once again from behind. "Why do you have such power but can't pass the knight's examination or even a sparring match with me? Are you pitying me?" Ivana maintained her last vestiges of pride, asking in a tone mixed with shame and anger. "Too insignificant, Ivana?" Lynn turned his head to look at the disheveled and bewildered girl on the floor. "Your talent in swordsmanship is excellent, far better than anyone I've ever seen. However, your vision is limited to the small harbor town, and you're fixated on inheriting the title of a baron that even the territory can't hold. Beyond the harbor town is the Nordland domain, beyond Nordland is the Sika's empire, and beyond the empire, there is a much broader world." Lynn muttered softly, realizing that this world held the existence of magic and divine arts, along with countless secrets waiting to be explored. "Forget it. You probably can't understand," Lynn said, shaking his head before Ivana could respond. For most of the world's inhabitants, a town, a village, a family was everything, and this matter had nothing to do with him. "Can't understand?" Ivana gazed at Lynn's departing back with a complex expression, until the door was firmly closed. The girl fell silent for a while, then suddenly lowered her head and bit into the leather rope binding her hands, struggling to break free. However, the rope was made of a tough material, and biting it with her teeth was futile. In her struggle, her legs hit a nearby table leg. A black book that had been left on the table fell to the ground, rolling to Ivana's side. The words on the pages were hastily written, but Ivana recognized her brother Lottie's handwriting immediately. "Perhaps, without me, everything will get better." Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 36, The Battle of Harbor Town. Midnight, within the town of Harbor, people who had been peacefully asleep were abruptly awakened by the fierce blaze and the cacophonous cawing of crows. "Fire, it's on fire! Help, someone save me!" After more than a decade of peace, the residents of Harbor Town, suddenly under attack, descended into chaos. The streets were filled with panic, and screams echoed in every corner of the town. At this moment, Lynn stood on the rooftop of a small house, her eyes scanning the direction where the flames raged. This was the magic at work, a spell known as Tix Farsight, granting a wizard the precision of a griffin's keen eyesight in a short span. During the days Lynn had spent in Harbor Town, aside from gathering intelligence and concocting black powder, she hadn't neglected her magical studies. She had thoroughly devoured the book Foundations of Universal Magic she had brought along. "Is it Johnny and Dove?" Lynn muttered to herself as she gazed at the flocks of grey crows in the distance and the figures dancing in the firelight. Had they managed to escape ahead of time? Wait! Lynn soon noticed something amiss. The two witches' states didn't seem like they had suffered torture. Perhaps, they hadn't fled but were preparing to infiltrate Harbour Town's prison to rescue someone. This possibility immediately crossed Lynn's mind, causing her to furrow her brows. Before tonight's operation, he had considered dozens of unexpected scenarios and even foreseen that the church might set traps within Harbour Town, waiting for him to fall into them. But he hadn't anticipated Archbishop Onlook to boldly broadcast their actions without capturing anyone first. The Archbishop was undoubtedly taking a risk, betting that these few wizard apprentices couldn't find each other. Otherwise, the public witch hunt ceremony scheduled for tomorrow would be a complete farce. In a world where true gods existed, a public witch hunt ceremony, if faked with a few prisoners posing as witches, was nothing short of blasphemy. Evidently, Archbishop Onlook had guessed correctly. While Lynn had managed to avoid the trap, Johnny and Dove had unwittingly walked into it. However, if the two witches weren't captured, then who had leaked information about the ship gang? Archbishop Onlook's personal presence in Harbour Town, enforcing the port closure and taking action against the ship gang, couldn't be faked. This was one of the reasons he believed that these two might be arrested. Deep in thought, the cawing of crows in the sky above Harbour Town grew weaker. This signified that Johnny and Dove were close to exhaustion. Lynn didn't rush into action because there were only a few hundred guards surrounding the two witches. Archbishop Onlook and his 3,000 elite guards hadn't entered the scene. This, too, was a bait, and Lynn was the big fish that Archbishop Onlook wanted to catch. 071, in our current state, what are our chances if we confront them head-on? Lynn silently asked in his mind. His greatest trump card was the massive stockpile of black powder he had hidden at the docks. By exploiting the information gap and the convenience of magic shaping, he could lure Onlook and the others there and blow them to the heavens. But now, it seemed like achieving that goal would be incredibly difficult. Estimated win rate falls below the safety threshold. As per the agreement, extraterrestrials should not be considered protected targets. According to the Federal Citizen Life Safety Act, your priority should be self-preservation. Lynn fell silent for a moment and then asked, "So, do you know why Johnny and Dove are risking their lives to enter Harbour Town?" 97% likelihood, they've come to rescue you, sir. So, you knew, 071. Lynn gazed at the distant flames, speaking to himself in his mind. Sometimes, extraterrestrials are human too. Meanwhile, inside the church of Harbour Town, Archbishop Onlook was lost in thought as he gazed at the chaos in the town. The distant screams and cries made the attending priests turn pale, but Onlook appeared oblivious, turning to his side to address Aiden. "How have the interrogations been progressing these last few days?" he asked. "Reporting, Your Grace, there seems to be a powerful psychic magic placed in Hawk's brain. I've tried several methods but couldn't break through that barrier," Aiden explained apologetically. A few days ago, while Archbishop Onlook led the elite guards to chase the devilish cultists, Aiden and his team had launched an assault on Urtown. Following the information they had received from Will, they had gone to the Drunkard's Tavern to capture the old Hawk, who had not managed to escape yet. However, what disappointed Aiden was that there was some kind of psychic magic protecting Hawk's mind. When he tried to extract information using divine arts, he almost turned the man into a simpleton. The only thing they had gained was some information about Harbour Town, found in a secret room in the Drunkard's Tavern. "No matter, we'll soon have a new source of information," Onlook said casually, showing no intention of blaming Aiden. "Your Grace, should we consider increasing our forces? If we continue like this, those two wizard apprentices might escape our control," Aiden cautiously asked as he looked at the commotion to the west of Harbour Town. Due to someone's move to ignite the town's granaries, most of the stationed guards had been dispatched to put out the fire, leaving only 2 priests and 300 guards in charge of the pursuit. Continuing like this might endanger more and more civilians. Aiden swallowed the latter part of his sentence silently. He had always disagreed with Archbishop Onlook's decision to set the battlefield within Harbour Town. This only put the defenseless townsfolk in danger. Now is not the time to act, Aiden. Onlook's weathered face took on a hint of severity as he gazed at the priest before him, speaking again. Momentary mercy will only lead to more terrible disasters. The hellfire that burns outside Urtown has yet to be extinguished. If we can't capture the wizard named Karl this time, the terrifying scenes may replay in every corner of the Nordanian territories. Merciful Lord will forgive our mistakes. Onlook looked back at the flames over Harbor Town, chanting with a raspy voice. May their souls return to the sacred land, receiving eternal protection. May their spirits not fall into the abyss of the devil. The priests in the church also showed a compassionate expression and soon joined in singing a melodious hymn, wishing that the townspeople who died in this conflict, suffering boundless hardships in life, would find new life in the Lord's sacred ground. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 37, The Turn of the Tide. The melodious hymns echoed over the church, intertwining with the chaotic scenes in the seaside town, creating an eerie atmosphere. Adrian, amidst it all, felt as if his soul was being cleansed by the hymns, recalling the teachings from the Holy Scriptures. Life and death weren't as important as they seemed, everywhere was the Lord's pasture, and these townspeople's sacrifices were simply an early return to the embrace of the Lord. After the hymn ended, Archbishop Onlook surveyed the crowd and spoke softly, "The great eternal God, Ella, will be with us." Perhaps it was the words of the Archbishop, or perhaps Ella's radiance had already reached this remote town, but outside the church, the chaos was rapidly subsiding. Surprisingly, Archbishop Onlook approached the window, looking down at the northwestern side of the seaside town. The flames that had been burning above the granary had been extinguished, and the townsfolk were being orderly evacuated from the battle zones. He couldn't directly see the two wizard apprentices, but based on the trajectory of the ravens in the sky, Archbishop Onlook quickly deduced that the two were in trouble and were being driven away from the densely populated area. It seemed like their destination was the town's harbor. "Who's in command on the front lines now?" Archbishop Onlook asked in amazement. "It should be Pastor Danny and Pastor Albert," Adrian replied. The Archbishop pondered the usual performance of these two pastors and didn't remember them having such outstanding leadership skills. Could it be a judgment made by some captain of the town guard? With that thought in mind, Archbishop Onlook couldn't help but develop an appreciation for their talents and sent a guard to inquire. 3 minutes later, a guard entered, casting a strange glance at Adrian and then gave a peculiar response, reporting to Archbishop, "According to the militiaman responsible for evacuation, it's Pastor Adrian's orders." At these words, everyone present turned their gaze to Adrian, who appeared confused. He had remained in the church and had never gone outside. Archbishop Onlook's expression immediately turned ugly. In the more than 10 years he had served as Archbishop in the Nordland domain, he had encountered wizards proficient in shape-shifting magic, so he was well aware of the chaos they could cause. Under the questioning looks of everyone, Adrian seemed flustered, taking a step back. However, he quickly reacted, extending his hand to cast a divine spell, sacred word, shield. Witnessing the divine shield radiating with brilliance, the doubts in the hearts of the priests present vanished. But what followed was a chilling sensation creeping up from their feet to their heads. If it really was Adrian here, then who was in command on the front lines now? The priests who had been eagerly awaiting their leader were currently seated in a makeshift headquarters in the northern part of the seaside town. They sipped their tea and listened to reports from their subordinates. "Lord Adrian, following your orders, the hastily assembled militia has successfully evacuated the townsfolk. It won't be long before we have a cleared area. Also, the fire in the granary has been brought under control. The isolation spell you taught us was extremely effective." Priest Danny spoke rapidly, describing the current situation in the town. He looked at Lynn with admiration in his eyes. Those darned devil worshippers were setting fires everywhere, running amok in the crowded alleys, and even managed to burn down the granary, causing them a great deal of trouble. Archbishop Onlook had only dispatched 800 soldiers to them. These soldiers were responsible for capturing the two witches, evacuating the townsfolk, and putting out the fires. Their manpower was severely insufficient. After several unsuccessful requests to transfer elite guards, denied by Archbishop Onlook, Danny had no choice but to repeatedly redeploy the personnel originally assigned for firefighting and assisting the townsfolk to chase after the devil worshippers, so they wouldn't escape. However, the chaotic situation had changed immediately upon the arrival of Lord Adrian. First, under Adrian's command, they used divine magic to calm down a group of fleeing townsfolk, forcefully conscripting able-bodied men. They then disbanded a small team of regular soldiers, assembling an ad hoc militia guard, instantly multiplying their available manpower several times. These untrained militiamen would likely break at the first sign of combat, but they were passable for firefighting and rescue work. The isolation spell and the sand fire extinguishing method mentioned by the other side were both highly effective. Thinking of this, Priest Danny felt somewhat ashamed. He had previously complained about Archbishop Onlook not providing enough manpower to handle the complex situation. Now, he had changed his mind, because Adrian had easily quelled the chaos with the same resources. It was safe to say that Adrian was indeed Lord Onlook's right-hand man. Sitting in a chair, Lynn smiled as he listened to the priest's words and praised him. "You've done a great job, Priest Danny. After tonight, I will personally commend your achievements to Lord Onlook." "Thank you, Lord Adrian. I've only done what I could." "This is all thanks to you," Priest Danny responded excitedly. Lynn waved his hand, bypassing the topic and inquiring, "Well, enough about that. Have you conveyed the orders I gave you earlier?" Danny nodded. According to Lord Adrian's plan, their current task was to force the two witches to the empty area near the harbour. The church had already stationed over 1,000 crossbowmen there, ready to turn them into pincushions. This plan would minimize casualties. Given Adrian's excellent command earlier, Danny had no doubts about this plan. "So, Danny, your mission is perfectly accomplished." Lynn stood up, patting Danny's shoulder, and sighed, "Now it's time to send you to meet with Pastor Albert." "Albert? What happened to him?" Danny hesitated for a moment, not yet grasping the situation. However, a dazzling silver light suddenly streaked across his neck, and fresh red blood gushed from the wound. The young priest clutched his gaping neck, his face filled with disbelief, and collapsed to the ground. Lynn looked at the lifeless body before him, shaking his head in resignation. He picked up a cloth from the table and wiped the bloodstains from the dagger. At this point, both of Archbishop Onlook's lackeys sent to lure Lynn had been taken care of. However, Lynn's face didn't show much happiness. After all, his opponent wasn't a fool. Using Adrian's identity to issue orders, Archbishop Onlook would soon realize something was amiss and deduce that Lynn possessed the ability to disguise himself as others. But this was precisely what Lynn wanted to achieve. Regular priests couldn't break this kind of magic, so Archbishop Onlook would have to come in person. Though it was a roundabout approach, Lynn had ultimately used his enemy's power to lure out the Archbishop and redirect the upcoming battlefield back to the harbour in the seaside town. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 38, It Seems I Owe You an Apology This Time. Multiple Blades of Ice. In a street in the northern part of Harbour Town, Johnny spread her hands, and a dense array of diamond-shaped ice blades quickly materialized in the void, flying like locusts towards the guards blocking their path. Amidst the wails of agony, several guards who couldn't dodge in time met their demise, but more soldiers armed with shields had already surrounded them. Johnny clenched her silver teeth, pulling her sword to parry a guard's long spear. She then took the opportunity to rush forward, twirling her blade to sever her opponent's neck. Blood spurted out, but at the same moment, another guard swung a long sword toward her. The sharp blade gleamed before her eyes, but after fighting continuously for half an hour, the young girl had already depleted her physical and magical stamina. She had no strength left to turn and defend against the incoming longsword. Fortunately, at that moment, a fierce camel-like creature charged out, instantly toppling the guard to the ground. Seated atop the creature, Dove immediately blew the wooden flute in her hand. The circling flock of grey crows in the sky, as if guided by her, went berserk, diving at the shielded soldiers. Sharp talons and beaks clawed and pecked at unprotected faces and necks, but they were just palm-sized birds. Despite their efforts, they struggled to inflict fatal wounds. Taking advantage of this opening, the two of them had already shifted to another direction. Dove's face had grown paler, her hands weakly bracing against the camel-like creature, relying on it to move forward. Johnny looked at her with great concern and sighed silently. "It seems I owe you an apology this time, Dove. I never expected that we'd not only fail to rescue Carl but also fall into the church's trap." Johnny conjured a fireball to temporarily drive back the pursuing guards, and she was beginning to regret her decision. It wasn't that she regretted trying to save Lynn, but she regretted involving Dove in this mess. A few days ago, upon learning that the church had arrested devil worshippers and was preparing to execute them after Monday, Johnny had the idea of a prison break. But with only her strength, she was too weak and had no chance of success. Dove's psychic magic was incredibly useful in this situation, allowing her to gather information, create chaos, or distract enemies by controlling creatures. Johnny had planned the entire rescue mission based on this. She had Dove send crows carrying fire seeds to ignite important places like the granary, drawing the attention of the guards and causing chaos, before breaking into the prison to rescue the prisoners. However, once they had started the operation, Johnny realized how mistaken she had been. The guards of Harbor Town were already well prepared and their reactions were lightning fast. It seemed they had walked right into the trap set by the church. "No, it's me. I came here willingly." Despite trembling with fear, Dove, huddled on the camel-like creature, clenched her teeth and spoke. She was terrified of death, but she also knew that it was Lynn's sacrifice that allowed them to escape the castle and live. So when Johnny learned of the plan to rescue Lynn, Dove had resolutely followed her. The two young witches exchanged a glance, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Johnny's grip on her long sword tightened as she encouraged Dove. "Their assault is weakening. We might still have a slim chance to escape." Dove nodded, tears glistening in her eyes, but she quickly put the wooden flute back to her lips and played it again. The once formidable flock of crows, which had filled the sky, had dwindled to 100 or so after several rounds of attacks. They could barely carry out reconnaissance tasks and couldn't distract the enemy any longer. Almost all the pressure of direct combat had fallen on Johnny. As if her prayers had been answered, the number of guards surrounding them began to decrease, and the intensity of their attacks noticeably waned. No one was attempting to charge at them fiercely anymore. However, Johnny's expression grew increasingly grave. According to the information Dove had gathered, the soldiers had gradually encircled them, leaving only one escape route. If they deviated from this path, they would face an unending wall of shields and a formation of swords. Even the most explosive fireball spell would struggle to break through. Was the enemy toying with them, or were they planning an encirclement? Johnny didn't know, but she was well aware that stopping would mean death. Continuing to run might offer a slim chance of survival, however faint that hope might be. At the very least, she had to get Dove to safety. Just as she was thinking this, Dove, seated on the camel-like creature beside her, suddenly began to tremble violently and shouted in terror. "It's Archbishop Onlook, the High Bishop of Nord-Irland. He's here, just to our right." Johnny hesitated for a moment, then turned to see a dazzling white light rapidly charging towards them. That was a second-tier divine spell, the Holy Light Impact. Ice Barrier. Johnny managed to create an ice crystal wall with her right hand in front of her just in time, but the overwhelming white light was almost upon them. The hastily cast first-tier protective magic appeared fragile under the power of the divine spell. It burst after just 1 or 2 seconds, and the tremendous force instantly sent Johnny and Dove, who was seated on the camel-like creature, flying. Johnny hit the ground heavily, a sharp pain in her chest. A trickle of blood ran down her mouth, but she didn't have the luxury of caring about her own pain. She climbed up from the ground in a sorry state, positioning herself in front of Dove and glaring in the direction of the oncoming white light. Steady footsteps approached from a distance. Amid the scattered ice crystals and dust, an elderly figure dressed in a gilded robe, flanked by a group of priests, appeared before them. His mere presence exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Johnny's pupils contracted. Although the man before them had undergone significant changes in appearance and his age didn't match, she instantly recognized him based on his identity, attire, and Dove's warning. The person before them was Archbishop Onlook. The scene of being pursued in Willtown was still fresh in her mind. His strength and terror needed no description. It was not something that a few apprentice witches like them could contend with. What made Johnny even more desperate was that several figures appeared on their left as well. The one leading them was young, with a solemn face, and judging by their attire, they seemed to be a priest from the church. Both sides soon formed a circular formation, completely enclosing Johnny and Dove. At this moment, Johnny and Dove were like birds trapped in a cage, with any possibility of escape entirely cut off. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 39, Am I Not Right Here With You? Considering the two witches were about to be used as bait to lure a formidable enemy, the priests didn't immediately take action. Instead, they turned their gaze to the priest Johnny across from them, eagerly inquiring. Johnny, where is Archbishop Aiden now? What do you mean? Isn't Lord Aiden right here with you? The leader of the priests took a baffled step forward, questioning. Allow me to explain. According to the Archbishop's speculation, the devil's follower just impersonated my appearance and is responsible for directing your every move. Aiden explained, about to continue when a withered arm suddenly blocked his path. Lord Archbishop. Aiden paused, his confusion evident. Without a word and without hesitation, Archbishop Onlook raised his staff. Tier 3 Divine Art, Radiant Spirit's Light. Dazzling points of light illuminated from the staff's tip, then transformed into a resonating shockwave, spreading in a semicircular shape towards the front, enveloping Johnny, Dove, Priest Johnny, and even the guards behind them. The battered road cracked layer by layer under the erosion of the powerful energy wave. Both witches felt the swift approach of death. A dozen types of magic flashed through Johnny's mind, but she couldn't think of any magic that could resist this terrifying Tier 3 divine art. It seemed that awaiting death had become their only choice. Hazy, Johnny saw the young priest to her left also raising his hand. Then, a massive demon hand composed of endless flames burst out from the ground, forming a semicircular palm, like a shield wall that protected them. This was the improved magic, White Phosphorus, Flame Demon's Hand. Powerful divine art clashed with magic, accompanied by a tremendous explosion. The shattered road directly exploded, and the scorching airstream overturned the surrounding vegetation. Countless dust and rubble flew into the air. The burning hellfire formed a solid firewall, forcibly separating the two witches, Archbishop Onlook and the others. Don't just stand there, let's go. Johnny hadn't yet recovered from this sudden turn of events when the young priest had already severed the throats of several guards by her side, grabbed their arms, blasted through the alley's wall, and raced off with the two of them. What on earth is going on? Who are you? Johnny ran alongside Lynn, her mind filled with questions. Why would a clergyman of the Holy See have witchcraft abilities, and why would he save them? Suddenly, Johnny recalled the words of the priests from earlier. Could it be shape-shifting magic? How come you've forgotten me in just a few days? Lynn's face swiftly transformed back to its original appearance, teasingly remarking. Carl. Dove's face immediately showed a mix of surprise and bewilderment, with a hint of innocence. But when did you learn shape-shifting magic? Before Lynn could respond, Johnny eagerly inquired, wait, weren't you captured by the Holy See? Coincidentally, up until tonight, I thought you were enduring the Holy See's torture, Lynn shrugged helplessly. They all seemed to have underestimated the powers their companion possessed. So, we were all deceived. Johnny realized, remembering the incredible power displayed by Lynn's flame demon's hand, which allowed him to survive alone amidst Archbishop Onlook's pursuit. Where have you been hiding all these days? Did you go to find Loud and the ship gang? Lynn asked, slightly puzzled. After entering the port town, his main objectives, besides obtaining a ship for crossing the sea, were to gather information about the two witches. According to his understanding, if they hadn't been captured by the Holy See, they should have sought the others' help. Johnny shook her head in frustration. The port town was heavily guarded, with Holy See priests stationed at every checkpoint. They had no way to sneak in, so for these days, they'd been catching jackdaws in the woods, using these inconspicuous birds to gather information. As the three were explaining, behind them, dozens of sharp arrows were already speeding towards them. Obviously, in just a few seconds, Archbishop Onlook had figured out how to break through that wall of fire. Lynn turned to look, his overload mode processing each arrow's flight trajectory as data in his mind. Spell, barrage. In his thoughts, 36 flying projectiles composed of pure magic hovered in the air. Then, they were fired with pinpoint precision, detonating each of the numerous arrows in mid-air. Johnny and Dove, who were just preparing to cast defensive spells, stopped and looked at Lynn. They couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Where are we going now? Johnny asked in rapid speech. We have a ship at the town's pier. If we can get there, we'll have a chance to escape, Lynn explained succinctly, glancing back once more as Archbishop Onlook and the others caught up. From their appearance, the Archbishop looked almost like an elderly man about to be laid to rest, with grey hair and sunken eyes, but his movements were swifter than the other priests around him. Previously, when he'd disguised himself as Aiden, Lynn had learned some information. The Holy See's senior clergy had received blessings from the gods, granting them physical attributes far beyond ordinary people. Directly confronting them was not a good idea. He had originally planned to appear as Priest Johnny, seeing if he could trick them further or set up a sneak attack, but to his surprise, the Archbishop immediately recognized him. Was it because he lacked the divine radiance himself? Lynn pondered silently. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks was increasing, and the port town's pier was already in the distance. Just then, Dove suddenly grabbed his wrist tightly, her lips quivering, and with a shaky, teary voice, she screamed, I see many soldiers in armor, too many of them, at least thousands. Through the eyes of the jackdaws, Dove's heart was already filled with fear, as countless armored guards with massive shields approached them like a black tidal wave. A shiver ran down Johnny's spine as well. She hadn't expected that aside from Archbishop Onlook, the port town concealed an elite guard of thousands. However, in this perilous moment, Lynn couldn't help but smile. Perfect, after waiting for so long, they're finally making a move. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 40, The Port Town, Turned Upside Down. Johnny and Dove watched Lynn, who suddenly appeared delighted, utterly puzzled as to why he could still find a reason to smile. Come on, we need to move quickly. Lynn didn't bother to explain. He couldn't be sure if the priests had some form of divine magic to eavesdrop on their conversation. In the entire port town, Lynn was most apprehensive about Archbishop Onlook and the hidden 3,000 elite guards. Now that these two troubles had converged, it was undoubtedly an ideal situation. Praise Allah, storm of the dawn. Behind them, the hoarse chanting of the Archbishop resounded once again, and an invisible storm carrying a plethora of debris and dust came rushing toward them. The clergy of the church continued to cast spells, sealing off their retreat with several layers of divine magic. Johnny, Dove. Lynn gestured to the two witches, and they, understanding the unspoken command, channeled their remaining magic power and employed the transmute stone to sand spell. Under its magical influence, the sturdy base of the watchtower crumbled into sand. With a cacophony of violent impacts, the watchtower that had stood at the harbor for nearly a century, providing direction to countless ships, collapsed with a deafening crash. The falling boulders and wooden framework not only shielded them from the invisible storm but also pinned two priests who couldn't evade in time under their weight. Seizing this opportunity, Lynn and his companions had already distanced themselves by nearly 100 meters. Archbishop Onlook's fury had reached its limit. He cleared away the debris blocking his path with several holy light strikes and was about to attack again when the ground beneath the port town slightly trembled. Not just Archbishop Onlook, Lynn and the others also felt the same sensation, but the cause of this phenomenon was neither magic nor divine arts. Elite guards from Nordland, wearing black armor, standing in perfect formation, and holding huge shields, quickly appeared in the sight of everyone. The arrows on their waists and the palpable aura of death in the air sent shivers down their spines. Compared to the jubilant clergy of the church, the bodies of the two witches involuntarily shivered. With this many of them, how could they possibly fight back? It's worth noting that fully armored elite guards like these were rare even in the entire empire. It could be said that the Duke of Nordland had spared no expense in hunting down these wizards. In front of them, thousands of soldiers had already raised their crossbows, and a dense rain of arrows, with a sharp whistling sound, shot out like a storm, leaving almost no gaps. The moment Lynn saw the guards raise their shields, he immediately picked up Dove, rolled behind a broken high wall, and took cover. The sharp arrows struck the makeshift wall, bursting it into clouds of dust and debris. "What do we do now?" Johnny anxiously inquired. Lynn didn't reply. He clenched his palm, and a massive fireball formed in his hand. Then, without hesitation, he flung it into the sky. From a few hundred meters away, it looked as if a fireworks display had erupted in the sky above the port town. Almost instantly, Archbishop Onlook recalled the horrifying witchcraft Lynn had used to annihilate dozens of elite guards and shouted without hesitation, "Everyone, defend!" The dense barrage of arrows immediately ceased. 3,000 soldiers stood in perfect formation, raising their massive shields towards the sky. The priests in attendance didn't dare to be negligent and applied numerous protective divine spells in the vicinity. In the gaze of everyone, the fireball that had risen into the sky suddenly exploded, releasing a plethora of dazzling sparks before gradually dissipating into the night sky. The expectant expressions on the faces of the two witches froze instantly, but Lynn, looking at the sky, casually remarked, "No worries, let the fireball fly for a while." Fly? Wasn't this magic already over? Johnny raised his head in bewilderment, only then noticing the faint specks of light flying from the other side of the sea. As the faint lights drew closer, the witches realized it wasn't light at all, it was a barrage of hundreds of flaming arrows. "Is that reinforcement?" Aiden and the others also noticed this and quickly analyzed that the fireball magic earlier was not intended for them, it was merely a signal. However, this reinforcement seemed rather feeble. Perhaps due to the long distance and poor visibility at night, the fiery arrows soaring across the sky were completely off target. Even if they stood still without any defense, they wouldn't be hit. "Is that it? Is that all?" The several priests were feeling greatly disappointed, finding their earlier fear and apprehension somewhat absurd. They had allowed themselves to be frightened by a few devilish cultists. Only Archbishop Onlook sensed something was amiss. His dark and murky eyes gradually transformed into a radiant dark gold. The unknown was often the most terrifying, but it was too late to intervene now. The oil-coated arrows rained down haphazardly on various corners of the harbor. An indescribable sense of crisis gradually enveloped every individual, with no direction and no source. In the midst of the people's anxiety, confusion, and fear, an endless sea of fire and light engulfed the entire harbor, as if doomsday had arrived. The entire city trembled violently. The roar was 1,000 times louder than thunder, and the flames and shockwaves instantly leveled the low, modest houses nearby. The air boiled intensely, and a massive cloud of dust and steam rose, mingling with the thick smoke. Houses collapsed, massive stones were sent flying, and the tide, driven by the terrifying force, surged back and then unleashed larger waves onto the shore. Some yellowish-white sparks drifted down from the cloud of smoke, as if a fire rain had fallen over the port, illuminating the entire sea, which was the white phosphorus mixed in with black powder. All of this occurred in the blink of an eye. It was almost as if, in the time it took to blink, the entire harbor had been turned upside down, becoming a devastated wasteland. The only relatively intact place was under Johnny and the others' feet. When they had set up the traps, they had meticulously designed the placement of every explosive charge. Even so, the powerful shockwaves still shattered the earthy barriers, and Lynn had to cast several protective spells in succession to barely fend off the aftermath. The two witches behind the wall felt their minds go blank for a moment, followed by a persistent ringing in their ears. When the explosion finally subsided, the thousands of elite guards in black armor and the relentless church priests had vanished without a trace. All that remained before them were the wreckage and a roaring sea of flames. What is this? Is this hell? The two witches stood in a daze, unable to react for a good while. Hello there! We've just hit the fantastic milestone of 40 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 41, Heaven's Judgment. Several minutes passed before the brief ringing in their ears gradually subsided, and the two witches snapped back to reality amidst a familiar shout. Hold your breath, filter the oxygen with magic. Johnny suddenly regained her composure, turned to look, and saw Lynn standing before a blazing inferno, gazing ahead as the scorching waves made her robes rustle. The two witches were unfamiliar with the concept of oxygen, but they understood the need to hold their breath. But what kind of magic was this? Johnny was amazed and couldn't find the right words, while Dove huddled against a collapsed wall, too terrified by the scattered limbs and gore on the ground to stand. Lynn didn't pay much attention to the two witches' states, her expression solemn as she stared at the once bustling harbor, now reduced to ruins. In theory, no one should have survived such an explosion, yet the opposite was true. A figure stood in the center of the raging inferno. Calling it a figure might be inaccurate because at this moment, Archbishop Onlook no longer resembled a human. His once magnificent golden robes had been torn to shreds, and his entire body was engulfed in a white phosphorus fire that burned at over 1,000 degrees. From any angle, Onlook should be dead. In fact, he should have died days ago in the great battle outside the town of Yule. But his humble prayers had invoked a shred of divine mercy. A thread of divine power forcibly preserved his life. When he sensed danger, Onlook had willingly harnessed this divine energy and used a 4th-level divine spell, the Divine Sanctum, to resist the devastating explosion. However, the power of a 4th-level divine spell was limited and couldn't block the subsequent shockwaves. His flesh and organs were continuously roasted at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, and his life was now in its final countdown. At this moment, Onlook felt no pain in his mind. Only pure faith remained. Death and suffering were merely the tests and tribulations one must endure to reach paradise. Onlook did not fear death, but if he could send the witch before him to hell, he was certain that the Lord would reward him even more in heaven. Praise, Heaven's Judgment. Onlook's vocal cords had long been destroyed, but as his trembling lips moved, a glimmer of light appeared on his burning fingertips. It was the purest light of death, rapidly expanding. The flames retreated, rocks shattered, and everything in its path dissolved under the power of this light. Ice barrier. Lynn reached out, and one sturdy ice crystal wall after another erected, but they were useless. They crumbled almost instantly. Nevertheless, Lynn used this brief moment of obstruction to sidestep, avoiding the deathly light. Behind her, the pure light crashed into the surging sea, creating waves over 10 meters high. Onlook was relentless. He cast another spell, this time with a wider range, the inescapable apocalypse storm. It was at this moment that Dove spoke. A piercing sound wave swept through the entire area, and Onlook's actions came to an imperceptible halt. The tempest he had just conjured dissipated. But soon, the Archbishop turned his head. His irises shimmered with a dark golden glow, and without any visible movement, Dove seemed to be choked, just like someone had grabbed her by the throat. The sharp sound wave came to an abrupt stop. The horrifying backlash pierced through the witch's mental defenses, and the girl's body slumped to the ground, coughing up blood. Dove. Johnny hurriedly approached and helped the young witch up, checking on her condition. Lynn's face now carried a tinge of anger. Dozens of magic missiles appeared in the air, rapidly igniting into numerous miniature white phosphorus fireballs, and they hurtled towards Archbishop Onlook. Third-tier divine spell, Holy Barrier. Confronted by the swarm of fireballs, Onlook dared not take them head-on. He immediately shifted to a defensive stance. Even with a touch of divine power, his current condition didn't allow for the continuous use of higher-tier divine spells. He could only employ 2 holy barriers to counter the threat. The intangible barrier clashed with the exploding fireballs, and soon crumbled. However, the second holy barrier behind it remained resilient, successfully blocking the remaining white phosphorus fireballs. At that moment, Lynn extended her right hand and clenched it tightly. The flames scattered around Onlook, and those adhering to the invisible barrier seemed to receive some sort of guidance. They swiftly converged into a flaming ethereal hand that seized Onlook within its fiery grasp. Crack! The unexpected turn of events caught the Archbishop off guard. The previously battered holy barrier was instantly crushed by the hand of flames. With no other option, Onlook unleashed his remaining divine power to contend with the fearsome white phosphorus fire. In unison, Lynn and Onlook staked their dwindling powers on this single attack. A dazzling divine light intermingled with the raging fire, cancelling each other out. At the same time, Johnny, holding Dove, shouted with frustration. Magic missiles! Several magic orbs appeared around the girl and rapidly revolved, launching towards the Archbishop. Under normal circumstances, Onlook would not have considered such feeble magic. But in the current situation, the incoming magic missiles became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The delicate balance was immediately disrupted. The colossal hand of flame slowly penetrated the dazzling divine light, crushing the Archbishop, who wore an expression of bitter unwillingness. It wasn't until the moment of death that Onlook suddenly realized that the 2 witches he had underestimated all along were not as useless as he had imagined. Watching Onlook's body crumble in the grasp of the aflame daemon's hand, Lynn couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, he remained vigilant and looked around, deeply concerned that his actions might provoke the wrath of the divine. Fortunately, his concerns didn't come true as the horrifying aura in the air gradually dissipated. It was finally over. Lynn's body swayed, almost collapsing to the ground. An entire night of continuous battle had depleted his magical energy and physical strength, leaving him mentally exhausted. Overload mode deactivated, energy remaining 2.1%. The alert tone of the mind core resonated in his mind. Lynn pushed his body to remain upright and turned his attention to Dove, who lay unconscious in Johnny's arms. How is Dove? I don't know. Her condition is critical, she needs immediate treatment, Johnny replied with great concern. Lynn glanced at the surging sea before him. If Loud received the signal he had transmitted and followed the plan, the ship should have arrived by now. But why was there no sign of the ship? Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 42, Return. Turn this ship around immediately. A few minutes ago, on the Sea of Mists, a burly man tightly gripped a long sword in his hand, with a fierce intent to strike Loud, but as the blade descended, it suddenly stopped in its tracks. His once menacing expression contorted into one filled with doubt, and he cautiously inquired, "Mr. Loud, do you really want me to strike? Quit the nonsense and strike." Lame Loud gritted his teeth and extended his right hand, revealing a prominent flame mark on the back. As he gave the order, Loud's heart sank, but he had no other choice. From the very beginning, he had little confidence in the audacious and outlandish rescue mission by a certain wizard. So, when chaos erupted in the harbor town and all the plans they had made were foiled, Loud quickly realized that the wizards who remained in the town would soon meet their demise. That's why, amidst the chaos in the harbor town, Loud took decisive action, gathering a group of men and making his escape. Benefiting from the fact that the church had devoted most of its efforts to dealing with Lynn and the others, they didn't have much trouble seizing control of this ship and loading it with valuables before setting sail from the harbor town. The only concern that now troubled Loud was the flame mark on his hand. If that wizard realized that he had fled during a time of crisis, he might decide to drag Loud to hell with him. For someone who knew little about magic, his only option was to sever his hand. The burly man with contorted muscles hesitated to strike with the sword, and Loud's emotions fluctuated along with the man's hesitation. Finally, Loud snatched the sword in irritation. It seemed more efficient to do it himself. "Boss, it's a signal, a signal." At the ship's bow, a sailor suddenly shouted, and Loud instinctively looked in that direction. A fireball was rising from the harbor's pier, exploding in the night sky. Loud was somewhat surprised. He had assumed that the cunning and ruthless wizard was as good as dead. He hadn't expected the wizard to return to the harbor pier. Thinking about it, he turned to the first mate, who held alchemical goggles. "I saw many black armor guards, they've all been deployed, and Archbishop on look is there too. It seems the wizard lords are surrounded." The first mate swallowed hard and continued, "It seems we've been hunted all the way here." Loud suddenly understood. They had been lured to the predetermined location. After a brief thought, he stated straightforwardly, "Fire a round of rockets according to the plan, and then we'll immediately set sail across the sea." Since the enemy had successfully led Archbishop on look and others to the agreed-upon location, Loud had no reason to be heartless. Firing a round of rockets from a distance wasn't much trouble, but offering assistance on shore was out of the question. Loud couldn't believe that in this dire situation, the enemy could make a significant impact. There was no way they would instantly become great wizards, annihilating thousands of elite guards with their magic. This was beyond the realm of the absurd. Cut or not cut? How much should he cut? This was a question worth pondering. Just as Lame Loud was about to make up his mind to act, the entire ship suddenly lurched violently. A deafening roar echoed in his ears, followed by an enormous, earth-shaking impact that sent him sprawling to the ground. His body rolled all the way to the base of the mast, and his head thudded against a crossbeam. Loud's head was still ringing, and his clothes were drenched by the surging waves. After a while, he managed to sit up, clutching his aching waist and abdomen. He looked up and asked the first mate beside him, "What's happening? Have we run into a storm?" However, the first mate, with a vacant look, didn't respond. He stared in the direction of the harbor pier and muttered to himself, "It's over, all over." "What's over?" Loud frowned, displeased. Could it be that the battle at the pier had already determined its outcome, and the wizard lords were all finished? Loud turned to look, and when he saw the scene before him clearly, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He realized it wasn't the wizards who were finished, it was the entire harbor town. A massive cloud of dust was rising from above the city, and the previously dim night sky had turned into a brilliant fiery red, as if something had torn through the darkness. The once bustling and beautiful harbor had been reduced to rubble, with billowing smoke rising and a raging heatwave sweeping upward, turning the sky red. A dense rain of fire was falling from the massive dust cloud, creating a scene reminiscent of hell. Loud swallowed hard, and his legs trembled slightly. Even though he couldn't see clearly what was happening at the pier from this distance, he understood that under such overwhelming power, the so-called black armor guards and church priests were insignificant. Could it be that he had seriously underestimated the enemy, and they were, in fact, a deeply hidden great wizard? The magic that the enemy referred to as fireworks was truly terrifying. Loud wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The downfall of a harbor city was undoubtedly the most spectacular sight he had ever witnessed. "Mr. Loud, should we turn back now?" a sailor stammered, asking. But before Loud could respond, a dazzling death ray shot from the pier, crashing into the sea surface 100 meters away, sending up a spray of waves several meters high. The ship with its billowing sails rocked violently once more. Loud immediately jumped up, shouting anxiously, "Turn back! Turn this ship around immediately!" The sailors on board hurriedly adjusted the sails and changed course, not daring to waste a single moment. In their eyes, this was undoubtedly a stark warning from the Wizard Lord. If they didn't turn back now, the next spell might directly hit their ship. Loud hastily changed into a more presentable outfit, and despite his still trembling legs, he put on his most welcoming smile, ready to greet the ruthless Wizard Lord. The idea of cutting off his hand was now far from his mind. On the side, the burly man tugged on the ship's ropes, deeply grateful for his earlier judgment. He was relieved he hadn't gone through with cutting Loud's hand, otherwise, he might be the one who's now been killed. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 43, The Projection of the Divine. Under the dedicated efforts of the sailors, the large sailboat sailed across the turbulent sea, coming to a halt at a partially destroyed dock. Feeling the scorching hot air, although Loud had prepared himself mentally, he couldn't help but shiver as he gazed up close at the port that had turned into ruins. The smile on his face became even more eager. "Loud, you've finally arrived. I thought you might have successfully crossed the sea by now." Lynn, along with Johnny and the unconscious Dove, boarded the sailboat with the wooden planks placed down heavily. "Ha ha ha, wizard, you jest. How could that be possible? It's just that the plans changed temporarily, and we didn't receive your follow-up orders, so we had to drift on this sea while waiting," Loud chuckled, calmly explaining. Lynn didn't expose their intentions. There wasn't much friendship between them and the ship's gang to begin with. Their temporary cooperation was solely based on the threat from the church and their common goal of crossing the sea to reach the wizard's territory. So even though he suspected they might have abandoned him and fled, Lynn wasn't angry. "Loud, is there a physician on this ship?" Johnny interjected, urgently asking as he looked at Dove, who remained unconscious. Loud, after glancing at the unconscious Dove, immediately realized the severity of the situation. He instructed his assistant to fetch the ship's physician. He had prepared various herbs to deal with any unexpected situations during the sea voyage. However, after the ship's physician examined Dove, he shook his head in helplessness. "The injuries this lady witch has sustained aren't severe, but her current condition may be due to other issues." Upon hearing this, Johnny immediately thought of the time Dove had used the soul shriek to attack Archbishop Onlook, which resulted in a backlash on her own soul. This was likely a spiritual trauma. Seeing that the ship's physician was unable to help, the silver-haired witch turned to Lynn, her last glimmer of hope in her eyes. 071, Lynn silently called out in his mind. Preliminary diagnosis: target has suffered severe mental trauma. Recommend immediate transfer to the Federal Medical Center for professional neurological examination. Lynn felt somewhat helpless. He needed to get back there, and while the Federation had advanced technology, their knowledge of consciousness and soul studies was limited. Most of that information was classified and not something someone like him had the authority to access or review. So, under the hopeful gaze of the witch, Lynn reluctantly shook his head. Dove, a 13 or 14-year-old girl, curled up her body, her eyes tightly closed, lips slightly parted, her breathing becoming more rapid. As her lips moved in a murmuring fashion, she unconsciously called out the names of her family. Her voice grew weaker, her hands trembled incessantly, as if trying to grasp something elusive. Johnny held Dove tightly, tears glistening in his sapphire eyes. He had already become speechless. Lynn watched this scene and sighed. He couldn't do everything, but he took a step forward, gently holding Dove's trembling hand, offering her a bit of comfort. Unknown energy detected. Extract. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Lynn's mind. He hesitated for a moment as he watched the girl's vitality gradually fade away, then, after much thought, silently recited in his mind. Yes. In the perceptive gaze, an almost imperceptible glow flowed through Dove's arm and into her body, stopping after about half a minute. Special energy absorbed, estimated to be convertible into a 12% energy reserve. Do you wish to use it immediately? No. Lynn immediately responded in his mind. While he didn't know what the fluorescent substance absorbed by the smart brain was, one thing he was certain of was that it had already been recorded as magic power. So he could exclude that, leaving the possibility of the soul? A mysterious guess flickered in Lynn's mind. Over the past few days, many people had died in front of him, and he had been the one responsible for many killings. This was the first time the smart brain had provided a prompt. Was there something unique about Dove? Lynn felt a mix of emotions, along with deep curiosity. However, the situation changed again as Johnny, holding Dove, suddenly collapsed. Everyone present was startled. Loud even shot an angry glare at the physician, urging him to do something quickly. If this wizard were to become angry, they would all be in deep trouble. After a frantic examination, the result finally brought relief to everyone. Johnny had merely passed out due to exhaustion and extreme grief. Loud immediately ordered a few maids to take Johnny below decks to rest, then turned his gaze to Dove, who was lying on the ground. He cautiously inquired, "What should we do with this lady witch?" Lynn didn't reply. He knelt down and placed his hand on Dove's abdomen. A freezing ice crystal appeared around her, eventually forming a massive ice coffin that encased her. Although he currently had no means to save her, in the wizard's territory, there might be wizards proficient in various mystical magics who could help. Look, the fires in the harbor town seem to have gone out. A sailor suddenly shouted loudly. Loud and the others immediately turned to look. In the time they had been delayed, the sailboat had already sailed out of the harbor and into the sea of mist. But even from a distance, they could clearly see the red flames in the sky above harbor town slowly fading. The church's reinforcements must have arrived. Lynn quickly thought of this. Archbishop Onlook hadn't been able to do anything with white phosphorus before, so the ones capable of resolving the crisis in harbor town must be higher-ranking clergy. The next moment, a colossal goddess illusion, large enough to cover the entire city, appeared in the sky above harbor town. Her crystalline and transparent body shone brilliantly under the light of the silver moon, irresistibly compelling people to approach, kneel, and confess their sins before her. Is that Ira? Lynn suppressed the shock in his heart, while Loud and the others trembled in fear, burying their heads on the deck. The goddess's face, impossible to discern, gradually turned her gaze towards them. Fortunately, at that moment, the dense fog around them had surged up, and the entire sailboat disappeared from the surface of the sea. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 44, Archbishop Edwill's Arrival. Hell, this is hell descending. Oh, great Lord, please save your faithful. As the scene that seemed like doomsday itself unfolded, chaos engulfed the entire harbor town. The hastily organized militia was powerless to maintain order, and throughout the streets and alleys, one could see frantic figures running. The roaring flames that had erupted from the docks continued to expand in the direction of the wind, as if they aimed to engulf the entire harbor town. Get the things causing the fire moved away, create a large enough open area. Where is the fire brigade? Get moving! Captain Terrace, the temporary leader of the guards, shouted desperately, attempting to use the isolation spell taught by Lord Adon to block the spreading fire. Unfortunately, the morale of the entire guard was on the brink of collapse. Many people had abandoned their weapons and were running away from the harbor town as if in a frenzy, completely ignoring his orders. Seeing the advancing tongues of fire, Terrace was already in despair. It was at that very moment that a thunderous voice resounded in his ears. "Praise be to Ella, the kingdom descends." In this moment, the intensely chaotic harbor town seemed to freeze in time. Everyone who had been frantically fleeing came to a halt, almost instinctively stopping in their tracks, looking up at the night sky. The dust cloud that had shrouded the city's sky was torn apart by the influence of some powerful force. Subsequently, a dazzling white radiance descended from the heavens, bathing every corner of the harbor town. Under the cleansing light, everyone felt a surge of renewed vitality, and the despair and fear in their hearts quickly receded. A man who had his leg crushed by falling debris during the disaster astonishingly found that his broken leg had miraculously healed. His face displayed an overwhelming fervor of devotion. The blazing flames, referred to as the hellfire, the embodiment of the devil, which had covered half the city, rapidly extinguished and vanished without a trace under this power. Following that, the pure and untarnished white radiance gradually coalesced into the ethereal figure of a holy and noble goddess. She gazed down upon the people, her eyes sparkling with stars, exuding an air of mystery and majesty. "Oh, Lord, you have not forsaken your most devout followers. The devil is dead. Oh, great Lord of the stars, Ella, we thank you for your redemption. Oh, Lord, I must repent for my sins." Thousands of townsfolk in the harbor town knelt down one after another, continuously praying and expressing their gratitude for the grace of the Lord. Many of them passionately kissed the ground, demonstrating their piety. Among all the people present, the only one who managed to retain some sense of reason was Terrace. After being bathed in the white light, he, too, felt a fervent devotion welling up within him. However, he did not kneel down on the spot. It was as though some mystical force had prevented him from doing so. Unbeknownst to him, a middle-aged man wearing a red and gold robe, with an iron mask, had appeared by his side. "Archbishop, Lord Edwill." Terrace immediately recognized the newcomer's identity from his attire and respectfully saluted. "Where is Onlook? Why has the harbor town turned into such a state?" Edwill glanced at the townsfolk who were devoutly praying and asked directly. "If I'm not mistaken, the witch-hunting ritual was supposed to begin tomorrow at noon. 2 days ago, the Holy City had received a plea for help from Onlook, the Archbishop of Noerland. Leading an elite guard, he had almost been wiped out while attempting to capture several witches. Even the use of divine magic hadn't allowed him to apprehend any of the witches. According to the Inquisition's procedures, even the most troublesome witches weren't worth his personal intervention. However, Onlook had specifically mentioned in his letter that the witch in question was very young and could pose a future threat to the church. What was even more terrifying was that this witch had the ability to wield a unique hellfire. If it spread, it could likely consume an entire town in a short time, and Onlook had no means to counter it. Considering this, to ensure that nothing went wrong, he had decided to personally visit the harbor town. Along the way, he had sensed the fluctuation caused by the eruption of divine power and had rushed here as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The situation is as follows, Archbishop Edwill. Earlier tonight, 2 Devil's disciples infiltrated the harbor town and set fire to the granary. Terrace recounted the events concisely. Upon hearing that the one responsible for destroying the harbor docks was the very witch he was pursuing, Edwill's expression grew solemn. The fact that a powerful wizard had been concealing his abilities, lurking within the borders of Noerland, implied that he was plotting some conspiracy against the Empire and the Church. With this in mind, Edwill used the divine projection through his sight to observe a sailing warship entering the fog from afar. After a rough estimation of the distance, he quickly abandoned the idea of taking action. Even with his most potent divine magic, it was not enough to threaten a powerful wizard from such a distance. You've done well this time, at least it hasn't caused the Empire greater losses. To Edwill, revealing a deeply hidden high wizard at the cost of half of the harbor town was a reason for celebration. Previously, he had considered Onlook a useless leader, being brought into such a dire situation by a formal wizard. He had intended to relieve Onlook of his position as Archbishop after this incident. However, now it seemed like an unjust accusation. Onlook's failure was solely due to the overwhelming strength of the enemy. Moreover, the casualties among the harbor town's residents were much lower than he had expected. Edwill had anticipated that in a disaster of this magnitude, at least over half of the tens of thousands of townspeople would have been killed or injured. However, from the number of spirits collected within the sanctuary, less than 5,000 people had died, including 3,000 black armor guards. This was nothing short of a miracle. This was all Lord Aiden's instructions, Terrace said with no intention of taking credit, his face bearing a hint of resentment. But Lord Audon has already followed Archbishop Onlook into the harbour, and now, I'm afraid. What a pity, Edwill lamented. Being able to swiftly quell the chaos in the harbour town and organize the militia guards to evacuate the townsfolk was a rare talent for command. Has Onlook gathered any information about that high wizard in these past few days? Edwill inquired once more. Terrace hesitated for a moment. These were not things that he, as the captain of the guard, could access. Thankfully, the lord of the harbour town, Merk, had arrived at this moment. Upon learning of Archbishop Edwill's request, he promptly retrieved the information that Onlook had previously handed over. However, after skimming through the parchment scroll for a few moments, Edwill's expression quickly hardened. Karl, the illegitimate son of Viscount Stadlan of the Empire, only 17 years old, went missing 6 months ago, around the same time that the captured wizard, Cora, arrived in Stadlan territory. It was speculated that this individual named Karl might be one of Cora's apprentices. Who collected this nonsense of information? Edwill scolded angrily. This was utter nonsense. An apprentice, not even in the service of a formal wizard for more than half a year, using magic capable of destroying half of a harbour town? The intelligence personnel of Noerland territory must have gone mad. The lord of the harbour town quivered and did not dare to reply. Edwill paid no further attention to Merk but retrieved a golden tome from his waist and flipped to the most recent page. Using his finger as a pen, he inscribed the new information. Name, Karl, unconfirmed real name. Highly dangerous, high wizard. Crimes, killing Archbishop Onlook, annihilating 3,000 black armor guards, destroying half of the harbour town. Reward, 50,000 Sika's gold coins. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 45, How long has it been since you last experienced a battle, Father? Midnight, inside the Pedroel estate, the continuous explosions and thunderous sounds from outside went unnoticed by Ivana, who was leaning against the wall. The severed cowhide ropes, cut by sharp wooden spikes, lay scattered around her, and her fair fingers trembled as she turned the yellowed diary's pages. In the year 708 of the Holy Calendar, in November, another child was born in Pedroel. They look so tiny and delicate. Their name is Ivana. Am I a big brother now? It's another day of training. As the eldest son of Pedroel, I must work even harder. Are you watching me practice swordplay, Ivana? I need to show better performance. Sparring, how I miss it. The way I held a sword back then. Now, it's my turn to be the teacher. 10 moves, I'll give you a bit of face, but you won't cry if you lose, will you? You're so adorable, Ivana. 37 moves, and it's only been 4 months. Wait, maybe I didn't put in my full effort. I'll be more serious next time. I lost. I actually lost. How is this possible? It's so embarrassing in front of you. As your brother, I must work harder to win next time. Ivana, why can you effortlessly learn techniques that I can't grasp? Am I not trying hard enough? In the year 722 of the Holy Calendar, in July, the first night's assessment. If I pass, I can become a priest, right? The Pedroel family can finally have a chance. Failure. 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 The second night's assessment, the third round. Is this my limit? From morning till night, it's nothing but training. It's pointless. I fear I'll never pass the night's assessment. Father, why do you look at me with those hopeful eyes? Why won't you give up on me? It's that look again. Do you hate me, Ivana? I understand your feelings. An inept person stole your opportunity. If it were you, you would surely succeed, my sister. Maybe without me, everything will turn out better. Ivana, I will give you everything you desire. It's the only way. The brown-haired girl flipped through the diary, page after page, and through the cold words, she gained insight into her brother, who she had envied and who bore their father's high expectations but couldn't excel at anything. She used to resent this unfairness, feeling that all her efforts and her prided sword skills were merely tools to capture the attention of the Duke of Nerland's son in her father's eyes. If she had the chance, she was sure she could pass the night's assessment, revive the Pedroel family, and make her father see her clearly. So, her brother, who had all the family's resources and the privilege of receiving formal night training but repeatedly failed. Ivana detested him, even hated him. You're so adorable, Ivana. Her finger traced the crumpled pages, and as she looked at the words, her body trembled, tears streaming down her cheeks onto the pages. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ivana muttered to herself, her mind blank, her eyes filling with uncontrollable regret. She had never hated herself this much. She thought she had forgotten how to cry, a privilege reserved for those in the spotlight. Outside the estate, flames leaped into the sky, but the room remained eerily quiet. The only sound was the stifled, intermittent sobs echoing through the room. It was only when the estate's grand door was forcefully pushed open that the girl turned her head, confused. Baron Pedroel rushed into the room, surveyed the chaotic scene, and, upon seeing Ivana, who had been frightened into silently crying in the corner, he was instantly furious. He spoke in frustration. Do you have any idea what's happening outside, Ivana? Why are you sitting here all alone? Where's Lottie? As he spoke, another explosion resonated from outside. What's happening outside? Ivana held the tear-stained diary to her chest and asked, keeping her head down. Those damned wizards are wreaking havoc in Harbor Town. They used a terrifying magic to destroy the entire harbor. Priest Yadan is dead, Priest Danny is also dead, and even Sir Zeke, not to mention Archbishop Onlook, couldn't escape. Baron Pedroel said in fear and uncertainty. Previously, in order to enhance his credentials, he had even proposed to participate in the witch-hunting operation before the Archbishop of Nerland. Now, he realized that if Archbishop Onlook had agreed, he would have already perished at the Harbor Town docks. Listening to one lofty name after another being sentenced to death in her ears, the brown-haired girl was deeply shaken. She couldn't help but recall the words Lottie had whispered to her before he left. I'm just too insignificant, Ivana. Becoming a wizard, is that your choice, brother? Rumors had it that one could become a wizard with forbidden powers by sacrificing their soul to a demon. However, as a price, the person would often undergo a drastic change in personality and gradually fall into the abyss. And all of this was for her sake. Where's your brother? You haven't answered me. Where is Lottie? We need to leave immediately. Baron Pedroel firmly gripped the girl's wrist and shouted. He's dead. Ivana whispered. She was well aware that if the information about her brother becoming a wizard were to be revealed, the entire Pedroel family would be doomed. Baron Pedroel paused for a moment, a terrifying expression on his face. Don't play tricks with me, Ivana. Let me tell you, even if your brother is truly dead, the title of Baron will never fall into your hands. Don't ever dream of getting what you can't have. Baron Pedroel said, furious. Under no circumstances would he allow an outsider to take over the Pedroel family, no matter how capable they were. In that case, I'm leaving. Ivana broke free from the large hand restraining her, placed the diary in her bosom, and without hesitation, walked toward the door. Stop! Explain yourself to me. Baron Pedroel hadn't expected that Ivana, who had never dared to defy him, would act so defiantly. He was overwhelmed by anger and drew his long sword from his waist, swinging it aggressively at Ivana. Clang! The unsheathed sword slipped from his hand, spinning and landing on the ground, emitting a dull thud. Baron Pedroel froze in place. A 3-finger-long, extremely sharp wooden spike was now horizontally positioned at his neck. How long has it been since you last experienced a battle, father? Ivana gazed at Baron Pedroel with a complex expression and asked. Baron Pedroel's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he sat down on the ground. It was only now that he realized Ivana's swordsmanship was far more advanced than he had known, and she had completely surpassed him. Ivana discarded the wooden spike in her hand and walked out of the room without looking back. Where are you going, Ivana? What about Lottie? Tell me where he is. Baron Pedroel finally regained his composure, shouting loudly. My brother is already dead. You can consider it as if I killed him. Father, Ivana said softly. And I'm leaving Harbor Town to explore the world. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 46, Lynn, I smell the scent of a culprit. Drip, drip, drip. The relentless raindrops pounded on the deck, creating a series of crisp, low-pitched notes. Inside the cabin, Lynn awoke from a night of continuous nightmares. Once he had a clear view of his surroundings, Lynn couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The sudden appearance of the goddess's apparition last night had put significant psychological pressure on him, but thankfully, she had shown no intention of pursuing them. They should be safe now. Lynn sat up, swung his legs over the hard wooden bunk, and grabbed a cloak hanging by the door. Then, he opened the cabin door and stepped out onto the deck. The gentle sea breeze carried with it the scent of the ocean and a touch of salt, dispelling the stagnant air from the cabin. Lynn gazed into the distance, where a thick fog shrouded the surface of the sea, engulfing the entire sailing ship. Visibility was limited to about 3 to 5 meters beyond the ship's sides. This fog seemed to possess some mysterious power, as even when he used a first-tier spell, Tick's far-seeing art, he couldn't see beyond the white mist. Navigating under such conditions was undeniably perilous. Not only was it difficult to discern direction, but there was also the risk of colliding with hidden rocks. Wizard, are you awake? Did you rest well last night? A familiar voice came from behind. Lynn turned to see Lame Loud. However, compared to last night, Loud seemed somewhat dejected, clearly affected by their recent encounter with the apparition. Lynn didn't respond to Loud's question but instead spoke directly, Is this the Sea of Mist? How do you usually navigate in these conditions, and how much longer until we reach the wizard's territory? Normally, departing from the seaport town would require sailing for almost half a month. As for navigating in these conditions, Loud was very cautious as he pulled out a compass. Lynn curiously leaned in. The compass had a round wooden body adorned with intricate runes and symbols, but the most eye-catching feature was the pointer on top, which remained fixed on the ship's heading. Could this be a compass? Lynn speculated silently, then listened as Loud explained, this compass was created by the great wizard Hurlrum, an alchemical invention. No matter where you are, it will always point in the direction of the wizard's territory. This was their key to navigating the Sea of Mist. Regardless of where they set out, following the compass's guidance would always lead them to the wizard's territory. It was truly miraculous. Lynn picked up the compass, carefully examined it, and became somewhat interested in the great wizard Hurlram, as this was the second time he had heard that name. It appeared that Archbishop Onlook had gone to great lengths to trap a few wizard apprentices, all in pursuit of obtaining this compass. Handing this over to the church would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Lynn couldn't decipher the runes on the compass, so he just memorized them and returned the item. Loud accepted the compass and then appeared somewhat conflicted. After a while, he cautiously asked, "Are you a grand wizard?" "Naturally not," Lynn shook his head. He couldn't admit to such a thing. At this point, he was just a novice wizard who had recently started delving into magic. Being mistaken for a full-fledged wizard was one thing, especially since with the aid of his intelligence, he could achieve many feats that only accomplished wizards could. However, reaching the level of a grand wizard was still a distant dream. If it weren't for the assistance of the 1,000+ members of the ship gang, he wouldn't have been able to set up a trap capable of destroying the entire seaport. What had brought down Archbishop Onlook and his group was less magic and more the power of science. Seeing Lynn's denial, Loud appeared somewhat skeptical. After all, he had witnessed the terrifying explosion last night, a feat achievable only with advanced magic. However, recalling Lynn's request for gathering large amounts of materials, Loud speculated that the magic known as fireworks probably required a special ritual to unleash such powerful magic. "In that case, after we arrive in the wizard's territory, you might face some scrutiny," Loud sighed repeatedly. Lynn's expression changed abruptly, and a dangerous glint shone in his eyes. He could now smell the scent of trouble. Under the watchful gaze of someone who seemed friendly, Loud hastened to explain. While he had been operating this route from Seaport Town to the wizard's territory, the person who had established it was the Grand Wizard Hurlram. In essence, the entire ship gang was merely tools in his hands. Whether they liked it or not, they were obligated to transport scarce resources to the wizard's territory each year. Although they had always operated discreetly and without major incidents for over a decade, the actions of Johnny and others had led to the destruction of this critical transportation route. If Lynn turned out to be a grand wizard, they had nothing to worry about. But if he wasn't, they needed to be prepared for consequences. This was the reason for Loud's confirmation. With Loud's explanation, Lynn quickly understood the situation. He felt torn, as he understood the significance of this route. The blame should fall on his mentor, Cora. If Cora hadn't been so audacious, attempting to abduct the Duke's second daughter and getting caught red-handed, the church wouldn't have traced the problem all the way to Seaport Town. "Is this the only route from the wizard's territory to the Seekus Empire?" Lynn inquired. "Probably not. The Sea of Mist also connects to another vital port, the imperial capital of the Seekus Empire, Vinyl City," Loud said hesitantly. Although he couldn't be certain, he suspected that there might be others in Vinyl City doing the same work as him. "I see," Lynn nodded. It appeared that the situation might not be as dire as he initially thought. However, he had no intention of shouldering this blame. He needed to find a way to avoid it. As Lynn contemplated, he casually inquired about various pieces of information regarding the wizard's territory. He was still relatively unfamiliar with the place, and having insufficient knowledge could leave him at a disadvantage. Through several rounds of questioning, Lynn learned that the wizard's territory was different from what he had initially assumed. It wasn't a refuge established by persecuted wizards but a land that had existed for centuries, boasting a city, a port, and a population of 600,000, almost like a small kingdom. However, there were no kings or nobles here. Instead, it was governed by wizards and various schools of magic. The highest authority was the Wizard Council, composed of several legendary wizards. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 47, The Eye of Death. Lynn couldn't help but be astonished by the advanced political system in the land of the wizards, which seemed to operate under a fast-paced democratic parliamentary structure. But upon further reflection, it made perfect sense. High-level wizards were akin to entire armies on their own, and denying them corresponding rights would only breed chaos. In this world, the status of wizards was nearly equal to that of nobility. "Once we reach the port, you'll be amazed by the sight there," Loud said with great emotion. Over the years, he had visited the land of the wizards a few times, and it was as if a farmer living in a village suddenly arrived in Viknul, a feeling too incredible to put into words. "I'm really looking forward to seeing it," Lynn replied with a smile. As they talked, a sailor suddenly approached and whispered a few words in Loud's ear. Loud waved the sailor away and respectfully inquired, "Milady, which has awakened? Do you plan to go see her?" Lynn nodded. He had many questions to ask Johnny, so he quickened his pace toward the cabin. Watching Lynn's departing figure, Loud had no intention of following. Instead, he gazed up at the misty sky. The occasional raindrops were piercing through the fog and falling on the deck. Though this light rain didn't affect their voyage, Loud couldn't shake a sense of unease in his heart. This year, to evade the church's pursuit, their departure from the harbor was somewhat delayed. He hoped for some calmness before crossing this stretch of sea. Lynn followed the sailor through the interior of the ship. The wooden vessel rocked constantly, and the air carried a faint, unpleasant odor. Fortunately, after these days, he had grown accustomed to the medieval sanitary conditions. In fact, things were going quite well. Loud had arranged separate cabins for them, so they didn't have to squeeze in with the other crew members. "Milady Witch, we're here." The guiding sailor stopped in front of a cabin door, looking at Lynn with some fear in his eyes, probably recalling the gruesome scene in the port town. Lynn paid it no mind and pushed open the door to enter. It was a small cabin, barely a few square meters in size. The silver-haired witch was leaning against the wooden bedpost, her gaze fixed on the ocean outside the window, shrouded in mist. Dim light spilled through the window, casting a sickly pallor on the girl's face, emphasizing her peculiar, morbid beauty. Perhaps having heard the door creak, Johnny turned her head, her exquisite profile half shrouded in shadows. She gazed at Lynn, who had walked to the edge of the bed, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. "Dove is dead." Lynn paused for a moment and then replied softly, "I've already preserved her body in ice. Maybe the influential figures in the land of the wizards will have some way to help. Although, I understand that hope is slim. Not only may the powerful wizards lack the ability, but they're unlikely to save a mere apprentice." He said this for two reasons. First, Dove, who was usually terrified of death, had ventured into the port town to rescue him in the face of almost certain death, which touched Lynn in a profound way. Second, he was deeply concerned about the unknown energy absorbed by the smart brain last night. Johnny seemed to have not heard Lynn's words and continued to murmur softly. Lynn sighed inwardly, realizing that with Johnny's current state of mind, it would be difficult to extract any useful information. He was about to suggest that Johnny take some rest when a soft, slightly warm body collided with his. Lynn paused for a moment before he could react, and then the sound of the girl's sobbing reached his ears. "Dove is dead. Teacher is dead, and Kent, Will, Buck, and Barton." With each name she cried out, Johnny's voice choked a bit more. Her shoulders trembled, and crystal tears rolled down her cheeks, wetting Lynn's robes. In a choked voice, she continued to recount everything that had happened within the Nordland territory. When the church's personnel discovered their whereabouts, Cora had a chance to escape, but she chose to stay behind to cover their retreat. She survived, but she couldn't keep her promise to her teacher to safely bring back all the apprentices. Everyone except the two of them had perished. Lynn stood silently, not interrupting the girl's outpouring. He understood that Johnny needed an outlet to release the fear, sorrow, and despair that had accumulated within her over the past 10 days and could not be shared with anyone else. The intermittent crying continued for over 10 minutes before Johnny's emotions began to settle. It was only then that she realized she had been holding on to Lynn, and his clothes were drenched with her tears. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she released her arms, and the atmosphere in the cabin suddenly became awkward. Johnny wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and spoke softly. If our teacher had chosen to take you to the capital of Nordland in the first place, perhaps everything would have been different. You're overestimating me, Johnny. Lynn shook his head. At that time, he hadn't even crossed over. With his original self, Carl's abilities, he probably would have been captured alongside her. Besides, you've done more than enough, Lynn said earnestly. Johnny wasn't a tactical genius, nor was she as cunning as Loud, but in Carl's memories, she was just a girl with decent magical talent who liked to sit under the shade of a tree and read. Cora had entrusted the fate of these wizard apprentices to Johnny, which was, in reality, an unrealistic expectation. Johnny didn't respond to Lynn's comfort. Instead, she pursed her lips and asked, "When we were in your town, why did you choose to face Archbishop Onlook alone?" This question had been bothering her ever since then. While they were all Cora's apprentices, they didn't have much of a personal relationship. Yet, in Ur Town, Lynn had been willing to face danger alone and leave a path of escape for them. Of course, it was because you standing there was somewhat distracting. The words were on the tip of Lynn's tongue, but he swallowed them back and chose a more tactful response. Facing Archbishop Onlook, I didn't have a high chance of success, and I couldn't afford to be distracted by protecting all of you. Johnny stared at Lynn in amazement. She was about to say something, but the cabin, which had been relatively stable, suddenly rocked violently. Without warning, the two of them were nearly thrown into the wooden wall. Before Lynn could regain his balance, terrified screams from the deck above rang out. The Eye of Death. It's the Eye of Death. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 48, Charging into the Vortex. The swaying ship's cabin and the continuous screams from above interrupted the conversation between Lynn and Johnny. They exchanged glances and rushed upstairs in unison. Opening the door, a frigid gale howled, and icy raindrops poured down on the deck like a dense hailstorm. It was the prelude to a tempest. The once calm sea had become tumultuous, with the waves continuously crashing against the ship's hull, causing the sail warship to sway incessantly. Due to the relentless gale, the previously thick fog had dissipated significantly, doubling the visible range. However, the fog was no longer pure white but had turned into an eerie grey. "Hurry, tighten the sails, everyone, get moving. We must escape this area as quickly as possible," Lynn shouted. The deck was in chaos, with hundreds of crewmen from the ship's gang in disarray. Lame Loud's face turned extremely grim as he shouted loudly, but many people were kneeling on the ground, looking hopeless, and shouting something. "Loud, did we run aground? Or is it the effect of the storm?" Lynn hurriedly approached, inquiring. "No, it's the great whirlpool, the Eye of Death," Loud exclaimed, terror evident in his voice. The great whirlpool? Lynn immediately recalled the information he had gathered in the harbor town. He gazed once more at the turbulent sea, realizing what he had overlooked. The surging sea was flowing consistently in one direction, drawing the wind sail ship towards the center of the vortex. The diameter of this vortex was simply massive. Moreover, the sea was shrouded in fog, making it nearly impossible to find any reference point. It gave him the illusion that the ship was sailing normally. Just how enormous was this thing? Lynn couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Loud, on the other hand, seemed to have had a sudden revelation and looked at Lynn with an intense, hopeful look, asking, "Master Wizard, can you freeze the entire whirlpool?" "What are you joking?" Lynn furrowed his brow. The diameter of this whirlpool had to be several kilometers to create such a visual deception. What kind of power could freeze an ocean of this magnitude? "Then we're doomed. It's too late to escape now," Loud said, his eyes losing the glimmer of hope. He slumped to the ground, muttering to himself. The sea of mist was terrifying for a reason. Besides the thick fog that covered the entire area, making it easy to lose direction. The most crucial element was the great whirlpool, known as the Eye of Death. It was an existence that struck fear into the hearts of countless seafarers, akin to a grim reaper roaming the vast sea of mist. It could appear in any corner of this region without warning or any discernible pattern. Once encountered, the crew and their ship were condemned to death. The terrifying pull of the great whirlpool far exceeded the speed of any sailing ship. Rumor had it that those who were eventually sucked into the vortex not only faced certain death but their souls would plunge into the abyss, hence the name Eye of Death. The only way to pass through the sea of mist was to wait until Monday, when the Eye of Death temporarily calmed down. During this brief period, ships tried to distance themselves as much as possible from the frequent appearance of the Eye of Death. The rest was left to luck. In previous years, when they transported goods, they would try to set sail on the first few days of Monday, ensuring they didn't collide directly with the great whirlpool. But this year was different. The church had blocked the harbor town, delaying their departure. Lynn paid no attention to the lamentations and swiftly walked over to the cargo piled on the deck. He picked up a few wooden barrels, gauged their weight, and then tossed them in different directions and angles. He extended his right hand, measuring the relative distances of these objects. For an individual, trying to calculate the diameter and flow speed of the great whirlpool with just a few drifting barrels as reference points seemed like an impossible task. But for an intellect like Lynn, it was child's play. The diameter of the great whirlpool is 7 kilometers, and the escape speed is 20 knots. To avoid being sucked into the vortex, we need at least 20 knots. Lynn received the analysis from his intellect, and his brows furrowed. In his previous life, achieving a speed of 20 knots was easily attainable with even a small boat, but in this wicked otherworld, the wind sail warship beneath their feet appeared to have a maximum speed of 7 knots. This is impossible. Even the finest alchemical ships in the land of the wizards can't reach 20 knots. Loud heard Lynn's words and shouted in despair. Although he didn't understand what the escape speed meant, he knew what 20 knots signified. No, it's possible. Lynn said seriously, pushing the helmsman who had slumped to the ground aside. He looked at everyone present. I'll take the helm. Everyone, get back to your posts, listen to my orders, and raise all the sails for me. Do you even know anything about ships? With these massive waves, if we raise all the sails, this ship won't last long, and we'll all die. The helmsman whom Lynn had pushed away immediately jumped up and shouted at the top of his lungs. In this situation, he didn't care about wizards or non-wizards anymore. But the next moment, the words at the edge of his mouth were swallowed back because a massive fireball was forming in Lynn's palm. Do as he says, or you'll die right now. Lynn's tone was icy. The yellowish-white phosphorus flames made the sailors on the deck shiver involuntarily, and the helmsman even sat down on the ground in fear. However, in this hopeless situation, not many people obeyed the command. Some even believed that dying by sorcery was better than having their souls devoured by the great whirlpool. Just then, the sound of a winch turning vigorously reached their ears, and Lynn and the others turned to look. The person working the winch was Johnny. The young girl was tightly gripping a sail rope, threading it through the winch. Raindrops flowed from her head, streaming over her delicate profile and soaking her robe, but Johnny didn't mind. She pulled harder and harder, securing the last loop of the rope firmly on the winch. If you have no other way, sitting here waiting for death is the only option. Johnny's sapphire-like eyes gazed at everyone present, and she spoke resolutely. Loud quickly rallied as well, drawing a whip from his waist and fiercely lashing a praying sailor on the ground. He shouted in anger. Do it, all of you, do as he says, hoist all the sails. Unlock exclusive early access to a more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 49, Conquering the Eye of Death. Under Loud's whip-wielding command, the sailors moved with the last glimmer of hope. The sail ropes tightened, and the winches spun relentlessly, raising the canvas made from camel leather. These camel leather sails were incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding the wildest storms and gales. The remaining crew members began unloading the cargo piled on the deck, lightening the weight of the sailboat. Loud watched as their valuable cargo was tossed into the sea one by one, feeling a pang in his heart, but he had no other choice. His life was more precious. The howling wind and churning waters made the massive wind-sail ship appear as if it were a fragile leaf on the brink of capsizing. The ship continuously swayed, seemingly on the verge of sinking at any moment. Lynn's approach was straightforward. He adjusted the angles of the sails, using the powerful winds to balance the ship. This was a highly precise operation, but the sailors on board, while not understanding the principles of aerodynamics, possessed decades of maritime experience, barely maintaining control. Under Lynn's guidance, the warship gradually changed course, heading full speed in the direction of the water flow. "Wizard, are you sure you're not making a mistake? That's the giant whirlpool over there." Loud, who had just ordered the sailors into action, turned to check their course and was terrified to the core. Were they trying to escape the giant whirlpool, or were they rushing headlong into certain death? He now believed the helmsman had no clue about ships. "Of course, I know that's a giant whirlpool. What we need to use is the power of the Eye of Death," Lynn said with a solemn tone. The windsail ship's speed was only 7 knots. Escaping the vortex's pull was nearly impossible. The only way out was to align the ship's direction with the direction of the swirling water, circumnavigate the giant whirlpool, and then use centrifugal force to accelerate out. In fact, Lynn had no prior experience with ships, but he had undergone starship piloting assessments, understanding how to use a planet's gravity for reverse acceleration. The principles were quite similar. In simple terms, they would charge in and then be flung out. Lynn briefly explained this, but Loud didn't understand a word of it. He had a vague feeling that it made sense, though. "We must be out of our minds," Loud muttered to himself. He had never imagined that one day he would be sailing directly into a giant whirlpool. Apart from Loud, the other sailors soon noticed the ship's course was amiss. However, they didn't even have time to despair, as several sail ropes on the deck couldn't withstand the strong winds and snapped. In this perilous situation, they had no choice but to use sheer manpower to keep the ropes taut to prevent it from affecting the ship's progress. Lynn continuously adjusted the ship's rudder. Accompanied by a violent but brief shake, the ship suddenly veered to the right, then stabilized once more. The surging sea water propelled the sailboat forward, heading resolutely toward the giant whirlpool. A deafening thunderous roar echoed from the distance of the sea, like thunder erupting on a clear day. In the sparse black mist, a portion of the giant whirlpool quickly appeared before them. It looked like an enormous, hair-raising funnel at sea, continuously sucking in vast amounts of seawater into its bottomless abyss. At the whirlpool's deepest point was darkness and an eerie coldness, emanating a spine-chilling aura, hiding its true nature from view. As they gazed upon the horrifying giant whirlpool, Loud's face turned deathly pale. The sailors' reactions were even worse, with some starting to mutter incoherently. "Mom, I'm coming to find you. It's stars, I can see the stars." Lynn faintly sensed that something was amiss. This whirlpool, known as the Eye of Death, seemed to affect people's minds. It appeared that this phenomenon wasn't a natural occurrence caused by ocean currents or gravitational tides. They needed to get out of here as soon as possible. However, their current speed was still lacking. "Use fireball, 7 o'clock direction," Lynn shouted loudly, making sure Johnny understood and indicating the precise direction. The silver-haired girl immediately grasped the idea, activating her magic hands. A massive fireball condensed in her palm and was thrown toward the rear side of the windsail ship. At this moment, Lynn also acted, creating 2 huge fireballs that collided violently. The shockwave made the ship creak, but it also boosted the ship's speed once more. The constantly swaying windsail ship, in a thrilling fashion, grazed the edge of the giant whirlpool. With the powerful centrifugal force at play, they accelerated at several times their usual speed, breaking free. The intense sound also woke Loud and the others, enabling them to shake off the mental influence of the whirlpool. They watched as the terrifying abyssal maw receded into the distance, relief washing over their faces. After a brief moment of calm, the deck erupted in joyful shouts. Everyone was celebrating their escape from the clutches of death. This is incredible. We've truly escaped the whirlpool. This must be a miracle. As soon as we reach land, let's get married immediately. There's no time to waste. All the crew members were ecstatic, and even the two grizzled old men embraced each other. Loud, once we're past this area, bring out the wine I've been hoarding. Let's celebrate properly. Loud's hands were still trembling, but he generously made the offer upon seeing the joyous scene. However, Loud, sir. The first mate hesitated and then cautiously added, your box of wine was just thrown overboard. Loud's expression immediately froze, and an endless sorrow surged within him. Most of the rare treasures he had collected over the years were stored in the wooden box on the deck, and now they were all gone. An urge to dive into the whirlpool and retrieve his riches welled up within him, but it was ultimately a futile thought. Amidst the heartache, Loud didn't forget to acknowledge the hero of their triumphant conquest of the Eye of Death. Many thanks, Master Wizard. You saved us all. If you have any tasks in the future, please don't hesitate to command us. Loud gazed at Lynn, took off his hat, and placed it over his chest, bowing respectfully. The previously boisterous deck fell into a profound silence. Every sailor and crew member there made the same gesture, the highest form of respect among seafarers. After the harrowing experience with the Eye of Death, they now had deep admiration and respect for Lynn, the wizard. What should we do next? Please continue to guide us. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community. Chapter 50, The Current Situation in the Land of Wizards. Lynn surveyed the crew members waiting for his instructions and spoke with ease. In that case, I kindly ask you all to continue working hard. We won't be truly safe until we're completely out of this sea area. Under Lynn's command, the sailors in attendance temporarily suppressed their excited emotions and returned to their positions. However, unlike before, they no longer bore worried expressions when facing the vast, misty sea. I never thought that in my lifetime, I would escape the Eye of Death twice, Lame Loud said, feeling quite moved. Was the first time because of the assistance of that great wizard? Lynn asked curiously. He had suspected this when Loud mentioned the icebound maelstrom. It was clear that Loud had faced such danger more than once. Loud nodded and then recounted his experiences from over a decade ago. At that time, he was just an ordinary pirate, living a life of killing and plundering on the sea. Because their activities were near the Misty Sea, they didn't have to worry about the Empire's naval fleet pursuing them. If things got too dicey, they could simply hide within the fog. As long as they didn't venture too far in, they would eventually find their way back. Then, one day, their pirate crew encountered a large ship coming out from within the Misty Sea. Initially, they thought it was a cargo ship that had mistakenly entered the Misty Sea and had luckily found its way back. They took advantage of their superior numbers and prepared to raid it. But to their surprise, they had met their match. The ones who took action were not Heel Ram, but two official wizards who accompanied the ship. Even so, they utterly decimated the entire pirate crew of several hundred people, and Loud lost his right leg due to the residual effects of a fireball spell. If they hadn't wanted to interrogate him, he might have died long ago. However, it was through this chance that he managed to change his fate completely and became the representative of the great wizard Heel Ram in the port town. Listening to this, Lynn couldn't help but glance at Loud, wondering what exactly he had done to escape his status as a prisoner and gain the favor of that great wizard. He had witnessed the cunning of this old fox, albeit in a very limited way. He wouldn't trust someone like that completely. Had Loud been caught doing something? Despite these thoughts, Lynn didn't interrupt Loud's narrative. After taking care of the matters in the port town, I had the honor of accompanying Master Heelram to the land of wizards. It was during the sea voyage that we encountered the maelstrom, Loud recounted nostalgically. Of course, this Eye of Death maelstrom from that time wasn't as terrifying as the one they had just faced. It only covered an area of about 1 kilometer, and Heelram's solution was quite simple: he froze the entire maelstrom. Even so, this was enough to surprise Lynn. It seemed that the power possessed by the great wizard was far stronger than he had initially imagined. By the way, the final destination of our journey this time is Master Heelram's domain at a seaport, Loud added. Lynn nodded, realizing that he would soon be dealing with this great wizard. However, he still had no clue about how to respond to Heelram's accusations. As the two of them chatted, the sail warship beneath their feet had completely left the range of the great maelstrom, and the sailors on board cheered loudly. Despite the heavy losses when they had crossed the Eye of Death, Lame Loud was in high spirits, allowing everyone to eat, drink, and celebrate tonight. However, life at sea could be somewhat dull. So, this celebration mainly consisted of everyone sitting together, drinking barrels of beer, boasting about their heroic exploits of the past, and trying to catch some fish. Perhaps their luck was changing, as they didn't encounter any more unfortunate events in the following days. The entire sea remained blanketed in white fog. If it weren't for their compass guiding them, Lynn might have thought they had never left their original position. This was the eerie aspect of the misty sea. Even great wizards like Heelram could get completely lost in this region if they couldn't find their way. Despite being able to deal with the maelstroms, they could still become entirely disoriented here. During these days of sea travel, Lynn didn't just sit idly by. Besides practicing magic as usual, he spent every day asking Johnny for information about the land of wizards. Soon, he had a general understanding of this sanctuary for wizards. First and foremost was the attitude of the wizards toward the outside world, which roughly divided into two factions. The first was the conservative faction, who chose to isolate themselves. This was the choice of most wizards in the land of wizards. They paid no heed to the outside world and believed that the people controlled by the church were incredibly ignorant. Wizards, in their pursuit of understanding the mysteries of the world through magic, cared little about political power or territorial claims. Therefore, the study of magic was the same everywhere. Moreover, the land of wizards possessed an extremely rich reserve of magical ores. Coupled with the blockade of the Misty Sea, even if the church couldn't break in, the wizards didn't find it easy to leave. They might as well focus on developing various magical theories and directly crush their enemies in the future. The second faction was the proactive one, such as the great wizard Heelram, advocating the display of magical power to the outside world. They believed that, despite being a massive island, the land of wizards couldn't be entirely self-sufficient, and it needed to continuously absorb new blood from the outside world due to its small population. However, the downsides were also evident. The more they interacted with the outside world, the greater the danger. Relying solely on the power currently stored in the land of wizards wasn't enough to compete with the church. If the land of wizards' location was fully exposed, it could invite catastrophic consequences. This was the fundamental reason why most wizards leaned towards the conservative faction. It was worth mentioning that their mentor, Korra, belonged to the proactive faction and was part of the school created by the great wizard Heelram. So, it's difficult for information to spread between the land of wizards and the outside world, right? Lynn pondered, asking Johnny. Seems like it, Johnny nodded. In these 4 years, she had only been to the land of wizards once, and most of her knowledge came from Korra's regular stories. If that's the case. Lynn gazed thoughtfully out of the porthole, as though he wanted to see the land of wizards, standing deep within the vast sea, through the endless white fog. He had already figured out how to handle the accusations from that great wizard. Hello there! We've just hit the fantastic milestone of 50 chapters. Your invaluable feedback and ratings mean the world to me. Please take a moment to rate this novel at Novel Update. Unlock exclusive early access to more than 100 chapters before anyone else by becoming a valued member of my Patreon community.